to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice for us and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
About to live it up, I'm about to level up.
A little bit scary. Booker right behind the box. They're actually going to go in quietly. Madison, does he even check this? He does not. And TBI, they're going to get gifted at his gainer. He's just coming in. Multi-kill after multi-kill. Oh, the King. Oh, but King, he's able to find a duel in his favor. And he's able to get out of it too. And he's even going to re-aggress. Why not? He wants just all blood here. And Horus has actually got himself in a great position. Look at this. Look at Horus. Oh, he's coming from the back, and now he's going to be able to find himself an easy kill on Spoxy, and everybody's falling down. And Horus has just changed this round entirely and opening things up, and he finds a 4K? In this way, no way, and now he's going for the ace. Why not, Horus?
But look at this, the long fight coming through, the Zane killing Horus. It's not what you were looking for, but this fight isn't over yet. The Zane kind of fighting for his life with this player, also getting the double kill, getting the triple kill. This looks much better this time around. Slayer, I mean, he's 7-2, he's having the time of his life here. Hello, see you later, Spoxy. And
this looks like, you know, who other than Slayer, right? Oh my god, who other than Slayer to come up with a triple?
See, I don't know who this is. I think it's Jaguar. Look at this. The spot is insane by him. He's just taking forever, but this is the exact right play by him. Look, he's so patiently waiting. No, actually taking the shots, and it is an absolute massacre at this point.
Josh with a bit of a nice one. Okay, Brando, he gets things moving. He gets things really moving. He's able to find that triple. Jaguar now coming in with a big old lurk, but it's just not going to be enough. The rest of these players from unKnights just here in B main, now going to go for the swing. Awesome. Oh, that is just more than awesome. He finds himself a double. Why not a triple?
Let's see. Face missing the first shot, flashing him out is going to be a key situation. He gets one though, gets two though. Can he find a third? He's eventually going to find it. He gets a quad though.
He's been spotted though. This is not a good thing for him. He needs to be able to frag out. This is becoming worse and worse. He makes a bit of noise, but I don't think they heard him. Now he's still able to come to the backlines. Do they even know he's here? Look at this. He's about to get a free kill.
No
yes, he will.
way.
And Awesome comes up again. Well, like this is again just readjusting themselves to remember this. Good big, good pick coming in from Snare here with Yon, looking for a little bit more. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, he wants a little bit more. He's hungry, and he's able to take down all three.
Super aware, and Flex missing the shot here, obviously got flashed out, but let's see if LCK is able to hold down the spawn side. A Lion Claw, can he get one more though? This would be a nice frag movie for him.
Playing a little cat and mouse, they know where each other are. The nade not really going to do too much, but Spoxy with a drive-by.
One to hold, and you can see the B connector is going to be the points here. Lion Claw, good for 2, good for 3.
Leaving it just down to only one more player. It's King, the captain here, needing to do something, needing to keep them alive. Seconds remaining, and this might just be enough. And that's going to be it. King has been able to succeed this round. No way does he find it, but King. Just going to be Doom, and now they're going to cross through 7. I don't know if he's able to spot this. He will just in time before the flash hits him. He does get another one too, so now Creed's here on the stairway. He's just able to get 1, 2, and 3.
Look at this. I like this from Jin, and if they don't check him, Jin, good for 3, good for 4. Jin, this is your highlight right there. But look at this grenade damage, and Peter now needs to hit his first shots, but it looks kind of back and forth so far. Medicine good for 2. Loons backs him up with another 2, and Kiko, he gets his head chopped off, and you see Jin is hiding in the tower position. Medicine good for 3.
G'day guys, welcome. It is season 2 of CFWL for 2024. We're back again for another week, and of course jumping into week number 3. Pando here with me. We've got a lot to talk about. Obviously 2 weeks down, 5 to go to get through the end of the season, so still pretty early days, but cracking along quite nicely.
Yeah, we got a lot of nice matches coming up today, and I'm really excited to be here once again. And oh boy, the first match, what do you think about that one?
Yeah, Anubis 3BL obviously to start the day. I think, for me, this is one of those games where you probably do have a fairly significant favorite in this one. If we look back at last season, Anubis didn't really quite manage to get the ball rolling too well. And 3BL obviously topping the charts, which is currently where they are sitting for the Season 2 standings as well. But, it is only 2 weeks in. In saying that, though, I think, having a look at this, 3BL on top, LCK coming through in second. Nothing really changes up too much there. But having a look at teams like Lazarus maybe coming into the top 3, Anubis coming into the top 4, that's a little bit, maybe a little bit more like it. And for GV, going down into 5th, they might want to find a way to improve upon that coming into this week, because that, I think, is an underperformance as far as I'm concerned for GV so far.
No, you're absolutely right about that one. I mean, to be fair, GV had 2 tough opponents in the first few days, but obviously they have to beat everyone possible. So yeah, coming up to this one here, I think, Anubis has to prove they're really worth to be here. And yeah, 3BL, obviously they're pretty prepared for this one. And what can I say? I think this is going to be a nice match here.
I mean, yeah, Anubis 3BL definitely one of the matches to watch. I'm kind of interested again to sort of see, like I said, how GV is going to go today as well. TBI, I would say, is maybe not the strongest of opponents, so that'll be where they'd be looking to pick up some of their extra points as well. unKnights SG, Lazarus, LCK. I don't know, I feel like unKnights SG, maybe that could be a bit of a close one, but for LCK, I'd probably be backing them over Lazarus as well. So that's going to be a discussion that we get to have in a little bit. First, let's touch on Anubis and see how they're going.
Hello everyone, I am Jaguar and I am the team captain of Anubis Gaming. In the first season, our team didn't perform well as we expected, but we learned a lot from our matches and gained valuable experience. We changed the main lineup to strengthen our play style and to renew the team vibes. We got Design and Nasser to our main lineup, and we hope the performance of the team will be better. We have changed our play style and we have made a lot of strategies that will surprise our opponent. Our conclusion from the first season, we realized the importance of strong communication and performing well individually. The new team, Swamp Gaming, they looks good, but we are not expecting a lot from them. We believe we are much better with the new lineup and we are more confident. I think the toughest opponents that will face us is Team LCK because they are very strong mechanically. Don't forget to cheer for us, we need your support.
Yeah, so a couple of change-ups coming through for Anubis, and I guess this is where I'll pose the question to you. Have you seen enough from Anubis over these last couple of weeks to, I suppose, give you any confidence that they're going to be a team to keep an eye on come maybe playoffs?
Well, to be fair, I'm not sure though. I mean, they played really great against Swamp, right? But you have to think about, you know, Swamp, obviously a lot of OG players, but overall, not sure how good they are. And I think, you know, when it comes to Anubis, they're pretty strong when it comes like to all these tactics, right? But I'm not sure if they have what it takes to be, you know, one of the leading factors here.
Yeah, most definitely. Again, just going and taking a bit of a look back at how they went last season. They finished in 6th. There's, you know, still the core of that roster coming through. But, you know, I don't know that they've necessarily made enough of a change to make me super pumped up, especially in a matchup like this one when we're talking 3BL, a team that didn't make any changes coming through from the previous season and won the previous season. You know, they kind of were head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. To me, it kind of only felt like LCK was able to challenge 3BL for the most part. So I would be looking at this one as being a pretty clean 2-0 tonight for 3BL.
Yeah, I totally agree with you here. I mean, I'm glad you bring it up. Tots and overall the rest of 3BL, they are so strong when it comes to aiming, and you know, they have this little extra, you know, there's these tactical factors, and this will really help them to win this one today. And looking at these maps today, once again, Black Widow and Compound, it feels like we haven't seen that in forever. I'm joking, because we see them every day. And yeah, I feel like, you know, I feel like Black Widow and Compound, you know, these are obviously great maps, and yeah, because we have seen them so early and so often, I think, you know, everyone has kind of watched each matches of their opponents, right? So I feel like they prepared themselves pretty well.
Yeah, I think Anubis actually ends up pretty happy with this, to be honest. As happy as you can be going up against a team like 3BL. In every single one of the series that they've played so far, they've played either Black Widow or Compound in some way, shape, or form. And they've had some wins, they've had some losses. I think in particular for me, I go back to the loss in the previous week against GV on Black Widow. You know, 13-12 is obviously quite a close scoreline. I rate GV. I actually think GV is a pretty solid team. So if you can push them on Black Widow, you know, then I do have some degree of faith in your Black Widow. Though, again, like, you know, we're sort of comparing apples to oranges in a way. Like when you're saying, okay, we're having a decent performance against someone like GV, and then you go up against 3BL, you know, it's kind of a different story. So we'll have to sort of see how things come out the gates here tonight for Anubis, or today for Anubis. You know, there's always that possibility, but generally speaking, I've got a lot of faith in 3BL. We'll see if I'm going to be proven correct. To be fair, 3BL did drop a map against GV. They did drop a map against LCK, so they're not immortal, but see how they go here on Black Widow, which is a map that they've got a reasonable track record on so far this season. Dipsy, pushing outside of B pretty early on, is going to be the first one to open the account, and actually doubles down onto Snake and Horus. So how about that? Anubis, strong to start things off.
Yeah, I gotta like it, you know, it's an interesting try first off, you know, why not push me long, give it your try, but didn't really work out that great, it feels like. But yeah, if you're Anubis, you're pretty happy about this one, but 3BL surely not. They are so prepared for this one, and even though they have the lower man numbers now, I don't feel like they are not ready to push down the bomb site here, but I am about to be proven wrong. Anubis, so ready to take this one.
Yeah, I guess it's, again, not too unexpected, right? Anubis, if I remember rightly from the previous season, you know, they got some sharp shooters on the roster. Things didn't always come together in terms of a consistent basis, but if they're on today, which it seems they are, Dipsy and Master bringing the Orms out, already striking 3BL, going to be in a spot of bother. This is already now round 2, and they've dropped a couple of members, so dominance displayed from Anubis thus far. Could just be a slow start, though, from 3BL.
Yeah, totally. I mean, well, starting off once again with, you know, lower numbers here isn't really what 3BL is looking forward to, but you can see Todd already trying to make things more even, but Dipsy's not having it today. I mean, I like this double sniper setup once again, but is it going to be enough to win this match? Maybe. So far, it's working out for Anubis.
Yeah, maybe. 3BL going to take it a little bit slower this time around. But Dipsy certainly is not. Man, this guy is, he's having a game so far. absolutely dominating with that Orm, and he is not shying away from any fights. Wouldn't be surprised to see him just go charging forward again. Will get his head ripped off, though, by Horus, who is going to be looking for that ace still. Design, spotted as well. Headshot across. And this is where it starts to get a bit awkward. Back into the 2-on-1. Jaguar and Master round the corner. Will pick the pace up and catch him off guard, but Horus was starting to look a little bit scary there for a moment.
Oh yeah, I mean, all of a sudden this looked like a doable round for them, and we really gotta give it to Dipsy here. 7-1 so far, really stepping up for his team, and well, this time around we don't see two openers from Anubis, which is, you know, it's a nice thing to see. Finally 3BL adapting to it, but we will have to wait and see how it turns out for them later on. But right now they're just playing pretty reserved, not doing too much to show, and it's also a nice thing to see, you know, a triple stack coming out from Anubis, because, you know, obviously 3BL was a little bit more aggressive towards that side, but eventually the pace changes up, and so does Anubis.
Yeah, Snare just probing on A-Long alone. That has me a little bit scared, though. He is keeping Jaguar busy. And it is only Master up to hold the A site at the moment. The design coming through for the rotate as well to assist. Patience going to be a virtue for Master. On a line like this, but 3BL not pulling the trigger just yet. Here they come, and the first shot misses, and that will be the opener. It's Horus that continues to do the work for 3BL as they get into the A site pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, right now you can see 3BL is not having it, finally stepping up to the plate, getting them frags on the board. I mean, you know, Master missing that shot was a crucial mistake, but hey, what can I say? 3BL pushing towards Cat, just killing everyone in their side. I mean, this is actually what you're looking for, and 3BL securing their first rounds and many more to come.
Yeah, one would think. As was stated earlier, a bit of a slow start for 3BL, but with Horus really starting to get the ball rolling, that is what's going to cause a bit more of a problem for Anubis. Still, it's a 1 for 2 to kick off round number 4 until Tot starts to get in the mix. It is all happening. Snare doubling down with the Orm will bring it back into the 2-on-1. And again, favorable for 3BL. Jaguar will not shy away from the fights, and maybe he should have, because Horus is taking heads at the moment. And just as quickly as they come for Anubis, they go back in the other direction of 3BL, and that's 2-2.
Yeah, all of a sudden we have a break-even game, and I think the last one lasted around like 35 seconds. So yeah, also a pace change here, which I like to see. Yeah, and once again we see Master with the arm trying to get that early frag done, but once again 3BL is not having it, changing up their strategies. But you can see they're already lurking in front of Cat once again. Snare with the arm in hand, trying to get that initial frag, but so far we can see there's no one on the A side right now. I mean, Anubis securing A-Long is a nice thing to have, because you get so much map control, even though it doesn't look like it in Tot here. Is he going to do the thing? Probably not, but Master getting the frag on Snake is so crucial.
I wonder if they've got a bit of a read, though, that Dipsy is hiding behind the box here. It seems as though they do. Spam will come through, and Dipsy goes down. So that's a good little one to dig out for 3BL. The problem is they're losing members elsewhere, but Snare has walked his way up. No way! Jumps down on the A site, doubling down with the Orm. That was a round that was looking quite awkward for 3BL, but they've dug themselves out of trouble, and Anubis are left reeling.
Once again, Anubis in a clutch situation. I mean, they had a good start, but right now it seems like the cookie's starting to crumble. But as I mentioned, Jaguar not letting it happen too soon, and he's kind of deciding where to go. But A-Long it is, and Horus is so ready beyond that single box, and he's able to get the frag done. Jaguar not the one to secure the round here, and yet another round for 3BL.
Yeah, got to have a lot of faith when you see Horus in the 1v1 clutch there. To be fair, he's been sharp all day long. Bit of an interesting peek there from Snare, isolating it into the 1v1 for Horus, but either way, job done well. And we have the lead for 3BL. Push out from the B bomb site by Anubis, though. They're going to start to gather a bit of information that there's not really a whole lot happening on that side of the map.
Oh, right now we got another A long control coming up 3BL's way, and that's also a pretty standard thing to do, just getting a long control. But it seems like if they are uncontested towards A, they will just continue their push. But you can see they're lined up ready for this push to come through. Master, the first one to get that frag done, but Snake and Todd returning the favor, and once again, oh no! What is happening? Design is getting caught off guard, and Slayer will get them done. And now Jaguar is the last man standing once again, and this is falling apart for Anubis right now.
Yeah, well, this is the beauty of the 3BL roster, isn't it? That, like, you have got so many individuals on this team that can just do exactly what's been done by Slayer. What we saw from Horus a little bit earlier. Snare had a nice little pop-off moment there on the A-bomb site too, so there's a lot of individuals that can make or break a game here for 3BL, and they're all seemingly firing at the right time today. Bit of a slow start to round number 7. It's incredible that we're 7 rounds in. This has been a very fast game so far, but it might start to slow down a little bit now.
Yeah, and what Anubis did here is pretty nice to see. I mean, smoking off the cross there, flashing behind it, so someone can get barracks control. And this worked out nicely for them because they have all the long control they needed. And on the other side of the map, you can see 3BL kind of trying to get more control, but didn't really work out. Horus, the one to fall, and Horus is the man that gets the frags done. And him being dead is kind of, hard to see, but Anubis surely very happy about this one. I mean, look at the map. They have so much control. They know everything they need to know. I mean, mid is kind of open, but it doesn't really matter though. But 3BL preparing for that B push, and it's coming their way. Doom now needs to hold them off, but it's so much work to do. Is he able to get it done? Yes, Design from behind, helping his teammate out, but there you go.
It's not enough.
The trades come through, and now it's a 2 versus 2 situation.
Yeah, it's nice to hold behind that box, but it only buys so much time. Design will go down. Slayer's in the 1-on-2 though, as Snare was dropped. 50 seconds. He's got a lot of time to play with, but I'm not sure he's going to be expecting a player in from behind. Maybe he heard Jaguar. Maybe he got some information from his team. He was very ready for that peak to come through. Now into the 1-on-1 with plenty of time, having secured the C4. He can potentially even go for a rotate back over to A if he wanted to. Elects instead to end up taking that fight against Master, and he's lucky that the shot wasn't connected with the orb. He's going to chance a plant, put that time pressure back onto the defender, and now just jiggle peek the angle. Master giving away his position, and Slayer keen for the fight. Not necessarily an expected angle to be playing from. Master now spots him out, and Slayer goes forward, catches him off guard. It is another round victory for 3BL, another clutch for them, and they are really starting to power up in this match now.
Oh boy, this is not looking good for Anubis right now. I mean, Master had a very good position, but didn't really work out in their favor. And look at this. This is the exact same thing from last round, but obviously 3BL is going to be prepared, and Anubis kinda left without anything here. And I feel like, they tried their very best to get more map control once again, but doing the same thing over and over doesn't really work out, and this is clearly the case here. And yeah, I mean, I wanted to say Master last round, he had the best position he could have chosen with his arm, but it just didn't work out in his favor. And yeah, obviously the round went for 3BL, and yeah, what can I say? This really just didn't work out for them. And yeah, like this is also an interesting back and forth right now. I mean, 3BL once again towards Belong here, and I wonder, are they just gonna push through though?
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes if you don't hit your shot, you don't hit your shot, and that's just the way that it is. Doesn't matter how good the position is, you still have to click at the right time, and in this case, 3BL, they're doing a lot of clicking, and it's a lot of clicking at a good time as well. It's been pretty sublime. 5-2 the lead, and it's looking like it might head to a 6-2 lead. Master copping a bit of damage. Doom for the swing will be dealt with by Slayer, who wraps in from behind on the double. Is another kill. So 6-2. It's looking pretty dire indeed for Anubis.
Yeah, and Anubis needs this last round for sure. I mean, the confidence they gained from that one round is much bigger than you would imagine. And yeah, getting the first kill on Snare is one to go with. And Dipsy, not aware of Snake, but it maybe didn't matter too much. It was a trade here coming through, and now Doom trying to spot Horus, but the smoke is way too thick. You can't really see anything through that. You might eventually spot a name though, but it doesn't really matter. Once again, and this round looking much better for Anubis, and they really need this round, and you can tell they really want it.
Yeah, I think they should get this one, right? This is another instance where they've got themselves a big advantage. They can't afford to let it slip. And you'd have to say a 1v4 is a little bit too much to ask for Slayer. But he'll start it nicely. He's whipped out that Colt as well. Jaguar, if he goes down quickly, Dipsy's also quite low. This could be problems. Luckily, not going to be the case. So it will be a third on the board for Anubis at the halftime swap. But a 6-3 lead on a map like Black Widow, you can take that every day of the week if you're 3BL.
Yeah, the map tendencies are like round about 50-50. It kind of depends on, you know, who you play with. But yeah, once again, you can tell they try to get some more map control. This time around, 3BL will be the winner of that fight. It kind of seems, I mean, maybe not. Maybe it was actually more Anubis won here, but yeah, however, I mean, it's nice to see, you know, a 6-3 start from 3BL. You know, they gotta feel very confident about this one. And Anubis, they have so much work to do. And right now, I mean, they won the last round, right? But I don't feel like they're gonna win more than that for now if they don't, you know, find that initial swap in their tactics.
Snare posted on a good line. Pretty easy shot for him. There was a lot of players coming in that direction, just fishing a barrel, but ends up being a 2-for-2 on the entry. And Anubis won't be too disappointed with that. It's a risky business to just push up long like that. Contact play. But they've made it work, and they can get the bomb plant down. So 3-on-3 post plant. Not an awful place to be.
Right now, they're grouping up towards Cat, it feels like. Got Todd underneath, and Design totally unspotted for now, but Slayer quickly the one to take him out, and now Master has to buy as much time as he can. He even gets a frag done, but is it going to be enough? He gets a second though. Can he get the third? Seems not so. Slayer going to get that double and secures the round.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like he had a great idea of where Slayer was coming from, and just wasn't able to flick around in time. So 7-3, decent clutch through there for 3BL. Get themselves yet another round to kind of put Anubis in the ground. Good effort from Master. Comms maybe came through a little bit too slow. Either way, real takeaway is 3BL with a pretty substantial lead. And Anubis back to the drawing board, have to try to change things up because they need a big string of rounds right here.
You really got to give it to them. I mean, they're trying the very best. You know, they try to play defensive, they try to play more aggressive. You know, they take the catwalk, they take a long control. They really try their best to, you know, change up the way they play. But yeah, it doesn't really work out. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on here. Maybe it's lacking their aim, or I'm not sure. But what I can surely tell, 3BL hitting everything they need to hit. I mean, obviously they lost the long control for like around 20 seconds there, but all of a sudden, you can see they just get it back, and this is exactly what you need to do as the GR player here. And again, if Anubis isn't really able to find anything here, oh boy, the rounds are getting more scarier, if you ask me.
Top, off to a good start. Numbers advantage for 3BL. And more than happy with that. They'll just back up into their bomb sites and play safe. It's a good numbers advantage to take, and a pretty high percentage play now, 5-on-4. With time ticking away. Anubis starting to show their intentions toward the B bomb site with a bit of util tossed in. Nade and a smoke, but is that going to be enough to get them in? Still 2 players to get past, plus that fast rotation. And Snake hiding behind the box, hasn't even had to come into play just yet. He'll try to sit and buy time, and of course those defenders rotating their way across. Slayer for the 3K, beautiful spray, perfect timing as well. And that's just another one in the back pocket for 3BL.
Yeah, what an amazing play by Slayer here. I mean, the team play of 3BL is just so perfect, right? The level of mistakes, I don't see them here at all. I mean, you can see here, oh boy, Anubis, they're not happy at all. And I mean, obviously, I can totally understand. Nothing is working out so far. They're trying their best. They're trying to switch up everything. But yeah, it seems like we have a little bit of attack coming through. And yeah, they should use this time to, get something done.
Yeah, hopefully. But on the other side of the coin, 3BL seem pretty happy with things. Quite comfortable. I mean, not really too much to say when you're in a position such as theirs. It's an interesting kind of a prospect for a team like 3BL because, they, I think, quite clearly are cut above most of the competition in the West League. But it's when they go and play internationally that you sort of see things fall apart a little bit for them. So it's kind of like, how do you go from dominating your domestic region, which is, let's be real, like one of the weaker regions, to then going and competing internationally and doing work and, taking on like the Brazilian teams and the Chinese teams, for example, because that's kind of like the next step for them, right? This is a standard day at the office, but if they go to the Summer Invitational or to CrossFire Stars Grand Finals, what can they achieve? I think that's kind of what they need to be figuring out right now.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, it's also nice to see. We saw it last weekend already, but for some reason, even though, 3BL is winning, they don't look happy, they just seem like, yeah, the job is not done yet, pretty cool thing to say here, I feel like. And yeah, I mean, everyone is just, taking their time, talking things through, but on 3BL sides, you can see no one is really talking. They don't really need to. Everything is working out their way. I mean, it's not perfect though, but it doesn't need to be because it's way more than enough. And there's some hand bust happening here, and I think we are about to start soonish.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be loading into the game, so should be moments away. Fist bumps all around. Everyone's good. Straight back into the swing of things, and already Snare opening the account onto Design. So 4-on-5 to play out this round is not how Anubis would have liked to have seen this go.
Nah, not at all. And oh boy, Anubis, you need to step it up big time, and right now I just don't see it happening. I mean, losing Design early on is just not what needs to be done here. And you can see Todd so deep into Catwalk here. I mean, the level of confidence in this guy is just above the roof right now, and clearly he has every rights to have that. And you can tell even Horus here lurking very, very deep into Belong here. He almost has a clue. It feels like maybe some of the Anubis member did like a step, but Horus, he's about to have his moment of his life. He only gets one done, but Snare helps him out. Doom now the last man standing towards Belong here, and this is not working out their way, and slowly but surely 3BL going to take more action here. And yeah, it comes through, there's nothing special happening at this point, they're just pushing, getting the frags done, and yeah, and all of a sudden 9-3.
Yeah, it's a good setup from 3BL. You talk about Horus maybe having the opportunity there to sort of get 2 or 3, but he doesn't need to. That's the fact of the matter, right? When you've got a setup like that to work with, and it's how it's kind of supposed to go here as well, with Slayer and Horus both being able to chime in on long. Double kill for Slayer. Seems like all she wrote for Anubis. So far, a very quick first game. Assuming 3BL can finish it off. It is 4-on-2, though. To be fair, Horus and Snare are quite low. Tot missing a couple of shots onto Dipsy. It's going to give him a little bit of a chance, but very quickly the trades are starting to come back on through. Slayer at the bottom of long, hiding behind the pillar. Problem for Doom is he doesn't have the C4.
Yeah, what can Anubis do at this point? I mean, they try Belong, they try Along, nothing seems to work out. They even tried this cat split early on, and nothing works out. And yeah, I mean, this game, surely not, but hopefully they can, you know, just talk things through and, you know, show some of their, you know, they're able to win rounds and maps and everything. You know, they've proven it before, but today it seems like a rough start for them, and I hope for the next map they can really show and prove what they're capable of doing.
Yeah, most definitely. Not even really much of a cause for celebration for 3BL, as they recognize that that is very much in line with expectations. If it was a bit more, if it was a bit more difficult for them, they probably would have been a bit disappointed, I think, because generally, you know, you want to see 3BL probably something like 10-5 or less, the vast majority of the competition here in the West League. But standard day at the office, really, it has to be said for them. Horus did well, Snare did well, Slayer did well. Those are probably the big talking points for me. And it's not as if Snake and Totson just disappeared, but like they didn't necessarily need to do too much, right? It was the big three that were leading from the front and got the job done very, very comfortably. So from my perspective, obviously we predicted this is probably going to be a 2-0 for 3BL, and that narrative I don't think changes after having seen map 1.
Nah, not at all. And yeah, I mean, when everyone in the team performs that way, you don't really need to be scared of anything, really. I mean, you can take bigger risks, and yeah, this was the case today again. And yeah, Anubis, again, I don't know what went wrong there. I mean, they started off 2-0 with a great show here, but I don't know what happened. I just feel like maybe 3BL was a much better team right now, and yeah, even for the second map, I don't see them winning. I mean, it's a completely different setup coming our way, but as you can see here, every shot taken is just a golden shot, if you can say it that way. And maybe, just maybe, if Anubis finds that confidence that they had in the first 2 rounds, I feel like this is going to be a much more interesting game.
Yeah, super clean, obviously, across the board from 3BL. It's what we've come to expect from them so far in 2024, but I'll be really interested to see how they go once that international competition starts to sort of pop up again. And taking a look at the stats across the board here, I mean, 3.8 KT from Slayer is certainly something. But I think you've got to be, sort of taking a look more at like the kills per round as well. You know, he was doing work, Snare was doing work, Horus was doing work. Like I said, those three were the ones really leading from the front. And unfortunately for Anubis, didn't really feel like anyone apart from, maybe Dipsy kind of got going a little bit here and there, but it was a little bit lacking on the rest.
It's kind of unfortunate for them. Again, they started off strong and the rest was, history, but eventually gonna see the MVP here, Slayer. Yes, you gotta talk about Slayer, right? I mean, what a guy to show here. I mean, he was so on point together with Horus as well, right? So really deserved here, and I feel like if he continues to be that way, we're gonna have a quick second map.
Yeah, that will be his 3rd MVP for the season. So they've played, what, 8? Is that right? 8. This is now their 9th map that they would have played throughout the season so far, and he's picked up an MVP in basically a 1/3 of the games that he's played in. It's not a bad shout at all, and I don't imagine that too much is going to be changing up. I mean, he's looking phenomenal tonight, so no reason to imagine that that's not going to be the case going into map 2, though. That'll be coming in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break first, and then we'll catch you for our second map in just a sec. All right, jumping back on in for map number 2. It's 3BL and Anubis, and has to be said that was a bit of, let's say, domination. What's another word we could put in there? Destruction. There's any number of synonyms that you could probably throw in for 3BL. Anubis going to have to find a way to change things up, and I guess there's a bit of time for them to have a conversation now about what they want to be doing going into map 2 here, but I don't know how you come back from that.
I mean, neither. I mean, obviously, it's the question, what do they want to talk about, right? I mean, if the aiming doesn't work out, if their strats doesn't work out, I mean, I'm really lost here. I'm not sure what they can change. I mean, maybe just play a little bit more random, it feels like, but maybe they have a completely different plan here that I'm not aware of. But 3BL, I mean, they're just so convincing, right?
Yeah, see, I don't even know if it really comes down to what Anubis have as a plan. Rather, it's how is 3BL play. If 3BL are playing to their level, you're probably not going to beat them. Yes, you can come in and do what you want and hope for the best, but I just think 3BL, they're a class above the vast majority of the competition here in the West League. So Anubis would have to have a great game, and 3BL would have to fall off a little bit if it was to go any other way. But we're predicting a 2-0 tonight for 3BL. And they did a very good job on map 1 there. Straight into the B site, which is notoriously a pretty difficult one to retake if it even gets to that point. Plant is going to go down in a short moment.
Yeah, it's about to. And Anubis, this is one of the hardest sites to retake, and just I'm not sure what their plan here was, but whatever it was, it's surely not working out, and you can tell.
Wow.
3BL just cleaning him up. I mean, it's really interesting. Anubis were pushing B long, trying to get as much map control, or maybe finding that initial frag, but it completely went opposite, right? I mean, 3BL just pushing through mid, going highway towards B, and completely catching Anubis off guard.
Yeah, I mean, it's that player going down in mid so cleanly, like for free, that is the big problem. 3BL able to move with such confidence off the back of that frag. And once away with that first round. Now, though, a little bit of a slower approach from 3BL. They'll take control across the map. A bit of a default setup, really, just to catch any aggression from Anubis. This round, though, there won't really be. Nothing too overly aggressive, at least.
No, this time around they're starting off slow, and it's nice to see, you know, a little bit of a change plan here. And again, I feel like at 3BL, they're not doing super complicated things here. I mean, just splitting up towards B, and look at Snake so deep already into the side here, and they're just confusing Anubis at this point. And oh boy, he's in a difficult position here. Dipsy finding Horus is such an important kill, but quickly traded out. Designo holding on for dear life, but is he going to be able to? It's a question of time here. He gets a kill done, and Anubis finally looking much more convincing. Jaguar good for free.
Yeah, the important frag there is Snake actually getting picked on the way in through from mid. If he actually manages to sort of slip in the backside of B, then it really could have fallen apart. He was caught on the timing, and so Anubis are able to hold on. It's going to be a double nade down mid. 3BL have seen that trick before, and they're waiting a little bit deeper. So they're unaffected by the early util for the most part, though Tot dropping a couple of shots on the B side of the map. Not really the biggest cause of concern for 3BL. They're a bit more focused on that mid control at the moment.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see Anubis leaving mid open like that. I feel like, is it Doom holding that cross? I'm not sure, I can't really tell, but this is interesting. I mean, I have seen this before, but this is very unusual. And I mean, playing the unusual is going to be a nice idea, but is it going to be enough? We will find out eventually. And Dipsy gets a lot of info towards Belong, and is it going to cause any changes here? Not really, though. Everyone is just staying patiently. You can tell it's a little bit of an A stack for now, but finally we see Jaguar in a main just holding. And for now, I mean, I like this, you know, this is actually a very difficult play from Anubis here, just holding the standard plays here. I mean, what can they do here? I'm not sure.
Well, Snare unlikely to be spotting anything out at the moment. Might come into play a little bit later on in the round. It's been a much slower approach this time from 3BL. But they're going to have to explode in a moment. So we're going to get smokes on both sides of mid. 3BL will have to push their way through one of those in toward A. Jaguar caught off guard. Doom now spammed down as well through the wall. And all of a sudden, it is just Master to try to hold on to this site. Dipsy catches one on his rotation, but that's still not going to make it easy for Master to survive. He almost gets himself a couple there, but in the end, we're back to the 2-on-2, 17 seconds. It starts to get a bit awkward for 3BL. They have to plant shortly, and Horus is going to have to be the one to hold on. He's going to have to do it himself now. I think they've run out of time. I don't know that Horus can get this one done, though. He's going to give it a crack. Plant on the floor, and into the 2v1. He actually gets out of the site for the post plant. And time working against Anubis now. He's going to force them forward, but surely they're aware of his position. There's only one place for him really to be, so guns are trained in that direction. And it will be Anubis to recover the site, make the retake happen, and get the 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, Horus had two options here, and he chose the more aggressive one, which I don't mind at all, but this time around didn't really work out in his favor, but gotta give it to Anubis. They are starting to show some confidence, and if this continues to be the case, you can tell Master getting an early frag on Snake, but is it worth it though? I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, you get Snake, but it's only 1-for-1, and with 3BL's performance right now, I don't feel like this was a good decision. I mean, it's nice to see, but probably not a good idea after all.
Oof, sharp shot from Tot. Just another nail in the coffin for Anubis in this round, and this one has, yeah, disappeared. I like it a lot more from Anubis, sorry, from a 3BL when they sort of play this faster style. You know, they should be confident in this matchup. They should be backing themselves to win those duels. I think you just take them, and largely that's going to be of benefit.
Well, Compound is slightly GR favored, but right now you can't really tell. I mean, it's just ever so slightly, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, you gotta give it to 3BL. The aggressive playstyle seems to work out more often, and look at this, no utility whatsoever, and they're just taking A like that. It doesn't even matter. Doom can't believe his eyes, and I mean, who can blame him at this point? They're just pushing. They're just pushing. What can you tell? But design good for 2. Getting them frags more equal now, but who is going to be the winner of the situation? I mean, Anubis was very aggressive at the start of this retake, but now taking their sweet time, and Horus, aware of Dipsy, not able to get the shots done, but eventually Design gets him done, and now it's a back and forth snare. Left alone in a 2-versus-1 situation. Time is ticking. Dipsy needs to have that frag, and almost had it, and this is a round for Anubis, and you can tell they're very happy about this one.
Yeah, not so clean on the post plant there from 3BL, but again, the early stages of that round kind of tying into what I was saying. The confidence play from 3BL kind of gets them cleanly into the site, but follow-up wasn't quite there this time around. So again, it will slow down a little bit for 3BL. Another default spread across the map, 1-3-1. Just waiting to see what they're going to get from Anubis, which one more time is not going to be anything too provocative.
Yeah, no, not at all. And this time around, Anubis having more focus on that mid position, which I like to see. I mean, after the last round, they really needed to. I mean, they won after all, but you can't just let that happen, you know? It's not possible without any utility. They just push towards A, and I mean, it looked very good for them, but obviously Anubis were able to get that round done. I mean, it was very close, but yeah, this surely can happen, and I like this change of pace here. And Slayer, good for 1, finds Jaguar early on, and another one. Snare. This is slowly but surely falling apart. Here's Slayer. Please pull your gun out, you need that. It's Master. It was probably...
Surely you've got to pick the pace up though, here if you're 3BL, right? They've seen the kill in mid, they've seen the kill on A long, they know that there's only going to be one player toward B, they've just got to go here, trade down, and they don't do that effectively enough. Dipsy gets away with 2, It's a masterstroke from him on the defense. Anubis, ooh, I'd say getting a little bit lucky in that round because they were down 3 on 5, but they've managed to pull it back. Slayer, bit of an awkward timing for him, pulling the nade out. Once again, this double nade down mid has been something that Anubis have done almost every single round, and this time it's cost them.
It usually doesn't really matter. I mean, you can always throw grenades towards mid and get away with it, but it also kind of gives away your positioning. And yeah, I mean, after all, just, I don't know, Dipsy falling there once again is just not the way to go. And 3BL surely happy about this one, but not to forget they're 2 rounds behind. And if the way continues to be, I don't know if that's going to be a good thing, but Snare now in the tower position, maybe he's able to find someone in a main. I mean, this is always a good position to be in, but right now I'm not quite sure if this is the case. And once again, we see that triple B longs that come in our way, and Design spotting them is a lot of info to have, and I'm actually surprised he's not backing off completely here. And also, without any aggression there, he gets more info than 3BL wants to share, and this is why Anubis is so ready for this mid push, and it might eventually come through. There, good for 1, and this is not working out their way either. And now Master trying his best to hold them off, but what can you say? This is just not happening today.
Yeah, you can only ask for so much from Master there. Once his mid players go down without getting a single kill, it was not a bad setup, you know, that Crossfire setup in mid, but the fact that it gets dealt with without a single trade frag, it's just not good enough, unfortunately, from Anubis. So we're back to 3 to 4. And again, the nade's down mid, this time a little bit later. And 3BL a little bit faster. Jaguar in all sorts of trouble. Somehow he's gotten out of there. I don't know. But he will escape with his life.
An interesting move by him, and yeah, earlier that anti-flash setup is a nice thing to do, but if there's no flash coming their way, it's not gonna work out, and this was the case. And Horus getting a nice kill here, and once again 3BL taking along the A bomb side without hesitation. And yeah, what can you say? This is just falling apart once again.
Yeah, dominance displayed from 3BL in this round. Took them a little bit to try to hold on to this site, though, in the post plant last time they got the bomb down. So I wonder if Master and Design can pull a rabbit out of the hat here. 23 seconds to work with. It's not a lot, but that is a nice double kill from Design, and it leaves Slayer solo. His position now known as well. How has this gone so wrong for 3BL? Time still not a factor just yet, but Slayer will hold it strong for 3BL. That was a bit too close for comfort. And I would say I think 3BL do have to keep a bit of an eye on these A-site post plants, because they have not looked good on them.
Surely not, but the under window position there from Slayer, I mean, I'm not sure if that was the best position he could have chosen, but in the end it worked out great, and if it works out great, there's no one to blame, right? So yeah, obviously a little bit shaky, but it worked. So once again, the triple stack boards belong. It feels like 3BL plays these a lot, and I'm kind of surprised Anubis hasn't really done anything with it yet. And well, what can I say about this one? It's just super standard play at the moment.
Solid said he wins the race for 3BL. First half, it's going to be 5 to 4, one way or the other. It doesn't give us a huge amount of intel as to who's really running away with things on the map. Uh, 3BL doing a good job of working in through mid this round. It is designed to try to hold on to B, but in fact 3BL turn their way back toward A. They're looking for the rotators coming on through as well. It's all a little bit messy, to be honest, but Anubis have kind of got the timing wrong. Snake gets the freebie, then Slayer one as well. The push and pull has definitely favored 3BL here. Now just Dipsy trying to clutch it out in the final round of the half.
Yeah, a little bit messy, like you mentioned, and well, for some reason worked out great for 3BL. I mean, faking the highway push is a thing that happens once in a while, and usually it has a different outcome, but 3BL surely happy about this one, and what a nice shot by Dipsy earlier there, and surely not the 1 versus 4, right? I mean, the time is just not in his favor, and yeah, no, this is not gonna happen. Snake takes him out, and well, yet another close game this time around. I mean, I like it. This is a completely different game, but is it going to be enough? And once again, you don't see happy faces on the side of Anubis here. Oh boy.
No. A little bit more resigned, maybe frustrated with how things are playing out. I mean, we heard in the video a little bit earlier on today how they've sort of changed things up. They think it's going to give them a better setup, better vibes in the team as well. But hasn't seemed to have made much of a difference, at least in the server in this matchup against 3BL, although it's kind of hard to be too critical when they're playing 3BL.
Yeah.
Who are at the top of the pack.
No, I totally agree with you. I mean, 3BL is a tough opponent and they know it, and it almost feels like 3BL is trying to not show too much of their strats. I mean, at least the last couple of rounds, it was more like a standard push thing to happen, like all over the place, and especially that highway fake they did earlier. I mean, this is not something you see as much because it's too simple sometimes, but right now it worked for them, so who's there to blame? And once again, I feel like we have Knights that coming through, but this is completely different. They're gonna push, and it's kind of back and forth so far in favor of Anubis, I would say, and Snake, the last one to kind of hold off things, and Dipsy good for free. I mean, it was 3BL pushing them, but well, this didn't really work out in their favor, did it?
Yeah, I'm not sure that 3BL are going to be in a hurry to do that again.
No.
Although I might be wrong, because they're going to actually do it again. A little bit of a different approach, but yeah, still very, very similar. It's actually Horus that's got the majority of the work to do. That flash was a good one. Horus able to spot out a couple more members. Gets another flash through from his teammates, but I don't think he was expecting that player close by the box. Luckily had Snare there to trade him down. Overall, good enough setup from 3BL to find the numbers advantage.
Well, as I was mentioning, 3BL trying to end this one quickly, and I didn't expect him to do it that fast once again, but if it works, it works. And Jaguar now left alone in a 1 versus 4 situation, which shouldn't be the case. I mean, they were having a good time holding it off, but all of a sudden this turned around, and you can tell the bomb is in 3BL's favor, and 3BL probably about to stack. I mean, it looks like they're just going to surround him, which is also a good thing to do. Jaguar now needs to decide which side am I going to take on, and I don't think this one is the better one. I mean, yeah, well, Todd not able to get shots done, so maybe it was a good thing, but now he's running towards the other 2 enemies, and this is not going to be likely for him, is it?
No. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, really. Gets a nice free timing, though, onto Snake. I'm not sure what necessarily prompted that rotation. You still got 2 players covering off the C4, though. Some isolated duels could be found here by Jaguar. He's certainly got time to go exploring. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. See what he can conjure up.
Yeah, well, he got time to explore, but not that much time, right? I mean, 30 seconds on the board, he needs to kill 1 or 2 enemies here, and Todd and Slayer, not the easiest one to kill, and yep, thanks Slayer for proving me right here. I mean, this didn't really look like Jaguar had any chance, and look at this one. This was just amazing. By Anubis at first, but then all of a sudden, I mean, I don't know, 3BL, look at these 1-taps coming through. And once again, 3BL is going to push this one, and oh boy, who's going to be the favor of this one?
Well, ends up being a 1-for-1. Maybe a little bit more damage done to the Anubis players than 3BL, but either way, normally you'll take that if you're on the attack. Just sort of opens up the holes in the defense a little bit more. But we'll see what Anubis is going to be able to do with that, because they haven't been super successful on the attack so far, apart from that one round, which obviously played out a little differently. It felt like a bit more of a deathmatch round.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. I feel like Anubis, they're trying to play more aggressive here and there, but 3BL is really taking it away from them. I mean, they're always getting pushed by 3BL, so there's not much they can do at this point. But Todd here, buying a little bit more time, not giving them anything to play around with. But how are they not pushing Todd at this point? I mean, it's a 1 versus 3, and they're just not doing anything. I mean, Anubis, they need to take these fights, and you can tell, there you go, finally getting it done. They're just too slow at the moment, feels like.
Slayer gonna have a crack at it. He's the kind of player that can pull this one off, but would need to find Doom pretty quickly because that bomb's gonna go down on the B site. Catches that opening kill, and he's got 35 seconds to work with. Now, the benefit is, obviously, Dipsy, Jaguar, and Master are all pretty tagged up, and 3BL should be aware of that, so he might be able to get this one done. Gets a shot in the foot of Master, but can't actually land that killing blow. Knife out, probably not what he wants.
Nope.
And so that'll be dealt with in the end, and Anubis get themselves one more to keep it equal.
Well. Anubis not trying to let that one slide that easily, and 3BL, they might eventually take notes to that and play a little bit more reserved. I mean, yeah, the nades come through, but no more pushing middle, it seems. And I like this. This is finally more head-to-head. And, yeah, well, Anubis, yeah, probably a little bit surprised. I mean, finally, no more aggression from 3BL, and I see 3BL is also leaving mid open. It's just Snake holding that cross, which, you know, is a little bit interesting to see, but it's also nothing super unusual. Like to see it here. And Horus almost getting mastered there is a crucial one. I mean, he's low.
Well, util left and right for Anubis again. Get their push in through mid. A little bit more territory taken. It's not enough to get them into the sites just yet. And Snake, oh, with the spam, could get more than one. Only does manage to get that first. You've still got 2 more players to deal with on this A bomb site, plus the rotation of Slayer now coming across, causing a problem as well. Got to be careful you don't overreact here as Tot, because that opens the B site up. But he is waiting patiently for his teammates to swing in as well. And really fall. Horus, quick on the rotate though, is going to be in right behind Dipsy and Doom. And if he takes the swing as the plant's going down, he could find a 1v1. Here's the opportunity. Dipsy, head poking up. Doesn't manage to land the shots. Horus going to get aggressive, looking for those fights. Can't get it done in time. The crossfire too good. And Anubis will go up to 7 and find themselves in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Hodson was a little bit surprised that he didn't get the kill done there. I mean, Dipsy convincingly getting him, but, well, this is interesting to see again, right? Like, it's not easy, but all of a sudden it turns out Anubis is in the in the lead here, and Snare was a little bit deep in mid there trying to find anything, but didn't really work out. But you can tell Slayer finding Dipsy is a big kill. You know, Dipsy 6-2, getting all the frags done. But you can tell Anubis just lurking around, trying to find anything information-wise. But right now, 3BL not giving them anything to play around with. And Snake is the only one to hold off that mid push. I mean, they're split up over the entire map. I don't know if that's the best choice here from 3BL, but it doesn't really matter if you have Snake, because Snake is just going to kill everyone. And now Master, is he aware of Slayer? Well, now he is, gets the kill done.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe Anubis have actually got the chops to win here on Compound. Horus solo again against 2. Bomb still coming across. There's going to be a smoke, no, rather a flash in his face. Another one to try to get that bomb into the site. Design successful with that cross, but getting a plant here is not going to be easy. Smoke eventually will bloom, and Horus stuck behind it for the moment. Anubis got to find a way to get that plant down. They do. Here's another attempt for Horus, not quite landing his shots as cleanly as he needs to be. Gonna see that swing come through from Anubis, and they are now 2 rounds in the lead. Looking at a dub against 3BL, which would be a massive scalp.
Oh boy. Well, it looks like we're going to have a quick pause here, but yeah, I mean, so convincing, right? I mean, what did we say earlier? Anubis, they were looking so... it's kind of hard to find good words here, but all of a sudden they just start to show what they're capable of, and well, what's there left to say? I mean, the last round, it's always B-side, right? I mean, retaking B-side on compound is so difficult, and obviously 3BL knows it, and this is why Horus wasn't really able to get anything done here, and you can tell this time around we see a little bit of more, how can I say, like 3BL looks a little bit more desperate, if you ask me. I mean, it's a tech coming through from 3BL, and I don't see them talking too much. It's a little bit more quiet in the room right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising for me. I thought 3BL have been putting themselves into good positions, but they haven't really converted on a lot of those. So it feels like it's going well for 3BL until it doesn't, and that's like, okay, yeah, sure, Captain Obvious, but don't know what it is. Don't know what the sticking point is at the moment. That's not really working out for them. Anubis, on the other hand, well, they've got a lot to say. So lots of conversation happening at the moment in the Anubis camp. And that was the case in the last pause that we saw as well. If you remember, Anubis was a lot more vocal. So I don't know if they've identified things that they need to be looking at over the next couple of rounds, or if they're just hyped up because they think they can win a game against 3BL. I think certainly the latter would be possible.
Yeah, it surely is possible, but there's a little bit more left to do before that, and oh boy, 3BL, get ready for this one, because you need to get some rounds on the board, otherwise this convincing first map just leads to a draw, and this is really not what you're looking forward to, and it looks like we are almost back into the game right now.
Yeah, everyone getting ready to go. Bit of a recovery required for 3BL now, though. They'll need to win probably 3 rounds in a row to sort of get back into the conversation. Anubis feeling pretty good about themselves at the moment. Should be playing with confidence.
It's interesting to see, right? They're still talking, still trying to figuring out how to win this one. And it also feels good to see a little bit more. I mean, they're not happy, obviously, but they're not sad anymore either, right? They're so, I don't know how you say it, like they're just talking and talking. They really want this one to win, and you can tell they're still talking. There's a lot of talk about, apparently, yeah.
It's like, it's intense talking as well. Like they're looking at each other and they're speaking with intention.
Yeah.
Anyway, off we go. A couple of rounds still to try and bring back here for 3BL, who are going to get aggressive, and shots just not really connecting there for Snare. Could have been a different story, but ends up being a 1-for-1.
A little bit weird, if you ask me. I mean, had an open shot there, but didn't really work out in the favor, and Anubis now a lot more confidence coming through their way here, and taking a side like that is pretty convincing. I mean, this didn't even look close, but Master looked like a little bit of a free kill coming his way, but now things start to slowly turn around for 3BL, and it still continues to be that case. And 3BL, what a retake. I mean, this was absolutely flawless by them.
Yeah, straight back into the swing of things. So 1 round, the deficit again. Wasn't too sure about that initial push from them, but managed to lock it down okay. And honestly, this map is a lot closer than I thought that it would be, especially after having seen that first map. I would have thought this one would be pretty clean from 3BL, but they're going to have to work hard to win it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but finally we're getting some frags here early on. I mean, he was missing it the round earlier here, but now he gets it, and Master surely not, he's not happy about this one. 2-0, and the numbers are almost back together, and this is not what you're looking forward to if you are Anubis. I mean, you lost the first map, I think it was a 10-3 if I'm not mistaken, and oh no, this is not looking good for them at the moment.
Well, nothing to get too scared about in this round, although that rotation off of the B site has me somewhat concerned. Tot to be the only one holding toward B would be a problem, especially with this push coming through, though luckily there will be assistance in, and it's just not quite enough. It will need to be a fast rotate. It's maybe quick enough actually from Boris, who got himself a double.
Wow.
And 3BL still holding on. Dipsy, the last alive, low HP, should be an easy cleanup. Back to 8 apiece, and 3BL, they're starting to come back into their own.
Horus instantly pushed the bomb site there, and this was the right decision by him. I mean, you could tell Anubis wasn't ready for that at all, and for some reason they weren't even able to kill him. I mean, they did some damage eventually, yeah, but Horus, he pushed alone, and it worked out in his favor, which can absolutely not happen, especially not on the bomb site B, right? So, well, more talking coming our way, and you can tell, I think is it Snake or Snare? I can never tell who it is, but yeah, more talking coming our way, and we're back to break even. I mean, how is this coming our way considering the first map?
Yeah, well, I mean, 3BL just looking a little bit more uncomfortable on the map. Individuals have maybe slowed down a little bit. I think, to be fair, when we looked at Black Widow, you know, Slayer in particular kind of gave them a couple of rounds that they maybe shouldn't have won so easily. Like, there was a couple of good clutches in there from the 3BL members. So this perhaps a little bit more of a example of what it might look like without those clutches.
Well, Horus, he was the playmaker last round. He was able to get 2 all by himself, but as you were able to see earlier, he doesn't look happy at the moment. I mean, yeah, you're back to break even, but this is still not over, and you can tell here Anubis still arguing. It's I'm not done yet.
This is kind of crazy to me, because like, this is what it looked like when they were winning, when they were up 8-6. Even that frustration was kind of showing through, and now that it's at 8 apiece, I wonder if it's kind of boiling over a little bit, and that what's the word? Like, those emotions are going to get the better of Anubis at this point in time. That would definitely not be the time to start letting your emotions get the better of you. But we'll see. Sounds like we're about to jump back in. We are indeed. So off we go. Big round ahead.
Another nade stack coming out from 3BL, and oh no, Dipsy. This was not what he was looking for, and Snake pretty happy about this one. Slayer still very aggressive towards mid. I like this, especially in these close rounds where everything matters, and good grenade coming from Anubis. Oh, look at Horus! Horus! So much potential! He gets 2. Can he find a 3rd? Oh boy!
He's doing this alone. He's doing this on his own.
How does he do it?
It's crazy that he's able to get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good question to ask. How does he get that? Because, you know, like, where's the assistance from his teammates? Was there even any util thrown in? I don't think there was much or a lot. Perhaps a flash or 2, but he's kind of just walked out on his own, taken the fight against the multiple 3BL members on a timing, and it's worked out perfectly. Now, Doom somehow has the knowledge to check for Tot, which will bring it back to the 2v3, but this is a tough one to secure now for Anubis for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and kind of surprised 3BL is not just stacking any side, but looks like they're about to. I think this is the better decision here, to just stack aside, and, you know, if they go away, just retake. You know, after all, you have 1-man advantage, which is a big thing to consider. And 50 seconds on the board now. I mean, Anubis, they have to make a move eventually, and it seems like Oh, did he spot them? I'm not sure. I mean, seems like they are going to have a free A side at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's one small win. But pretty clean retakes on this bomb site from 3BL so far on their defensive side, so wonder if that'll be the case again. Anubis going to try to get aggressive. I like that. That's a good start for Master. Locking down the angle. Now you really have to wait for Slayer to kind of make this rotate in. 20 seconds left on the clock. He's got to move quickly. Snare was waiting as long as he possibly could, but hasn't perhaps waited long enough, and now he's given Slayer too much to do. Anubis could be about to win themselves their 9th round. That's a good headshot. Oh, it's 2 good headshots from Slayer. Never mind. Clean as a whistle from 3BL. And they go to 9, and if the mental wasn't already broken for Anubis, surely that round just puts them in the ground.
I'm speechless. Slayer with the clutch of the day. I feel like there's not going to be another clutch like that coming our way, but that was wow. I'm so surprised he got that, and even on the cam you could see he was kind of shaking his head. He was like, nah, this is not gonna happen like that. Nah, don't worry about it. So yeah, surely happy for 3BL here getting that kill done, and Snare already dead on the side of 3BL, making things a little bit harder for them in this tie or die situation. And now it's up to Anubis to kind of turn things around once again.
Yeah, nade popping through, but not really too much damage done. Wonder if we get to see 3BL try something in this round, right? You're down 3 on 4. You don't have a lot of information. Maybe it's time to get aggressive somewhere. Horus has pushed out of A, so the rest of the presence can be onto mid, but Tot, he's got a big job to do, and for some reason, there's no one swinging with Jaguar there to try to trade down. Tot gets the 1-for-1, and I mean, what's going on here? Anubis are so scared of Tot.
Yeah. For some reason, I don't know what happened there. I mean, the setup was great. The flash was perfect. Tot needed to turn around to dodge this one, and Jaguar was kind of the bait, which is totally fine, right? If the rest of the team comes with them, but
they just baited him.
Yeah, I mean, this is surely not how this, is supposed to work out. The setup will look great, but this is still happening. I mean, they needed, it didn't work out, so back off. Yeah, and this finally is the case here. And
yeah, but time now a factor. Like 35 seconds left, and they still have to clear out mid. Gonna have to get past Slayer, who's pretty well set up for that. Looks like they're going to end up going into the A site. Snake spam through the walls, going to catch himself one. Slayer does go down in the meanwhile, but Snake looking for some more frags. It ends up being a 2-for-2. Horus actually drops as well, and it's on to Tot. 10 seconds left on the clock. Plant's going to go down. Another 1v2 required, and this one starts well. Master down low. Tot gets his head, and he knows where design is. He spotted where that nade came from. He's got plenty of time to play out the 1v1. Good shots through, and another clutch for 3BL. It's going to be 10-8. And Anubis, we already saw, were pretty frustrated during those timeouts. Well, that will be a frustrating way to lose 2 back-to-back 2-on-1s. And they both go the way of 3BL. So disappointment for Anubis, and a little bit more of a celebration this time from 3BL, because they had to work for that game.
Yeah, I love to see it, right? I mean, they fought so hard and they eventually got it done. I mean, obviously we didn't expect it to be that close, but eventually our prediction was right, and this is what matters in the end. And yeah, you gotta give it to Anubis. They really tried their best. It didn't work out though. I mean, what a clutch situation once again, right? I mean, we had one more earlier from Slayer, I believe, so it's just unfortunate for Anubis this time around. But yeah, 3BL.
Yeah, solid stuff. Honestly, like kind of what we expected really from 3BL, right? We thought we were going to get that 2-0 tonight, but I don't know if that was necessarily the 2-0 that we thought would play out, right? I mean, at least map 1, I kind of, yeah, that was a bit more in line with the expectations, but map 2, 3BL definitely made to work. And to be fair to Anubis, they kind of had some games like that last season as well, where they were able to make things pretty close. You know, they put in some good work, but either fell short in the end or, you know, had a couple of mishaps here and there. It's just kind of that consistency that's not quite showing through for Anubis. And again was the case to kick off week 3 here in season 2. I mean, I don't know. I think Anubis, they definitely have the chops, right? We've seen good moments from them, and they really pushed it on the back end there of Compound. But when you have a 8-6 lead on Compound against a team like 3BL, like, you have to close that game out, right? Like, that's a big opportunity that they've let slip.
I think tying today would have been great for Anubis overall, but yeah, unfortunately for them, they weren't really able to do this. And I mean, look at these frags. Everyone is so sharp. Everyone was so ready today. And well, in the end, 3BL, the ones to, you know, take over. And what can I say? Like, 2-0 for them is a big start into this weekend. They're surely happy about this one. And Anubis, I hope they're not too disappointed. I mean, they really tried their best. They really were performing in the second map, but sometimes your enemy is just better.
Yep. Unfortunately, that was the case tonight for Anubis, and so it's going to put them back to the drawing board and figure out what matches they have to play for, you know, the rest of this week, and then obviously going into next week as well. I mean, TBI tomorrow isn't going to be the most difficult of games, you'd say, for them, but then they play against LCK first game next week, so it's still not the easiest of runs. And just have a look at how long this highlights package is. Like, this ended up being quite a long map that they unfortunately don't get any reward from. And we take a look at the scoreboard again. It was Slayer that was the standout for 3BL, so he'll probably be copping another MVP coming through here. Again, Tot, Snare, Slayer were the big 3, so just sort of continuing to flow through in that same position. Horus maybe fell off a little bit from map number 1 to map number 2. Potentially a big reason why it ended up being so close. Dipsy had to get a shout out, of course, but unfortunately for Anubis, just wasn't able to do enough.
I mean, this time around when we were looking at the scoreboards, I mean, the numbers are much more equal, right? I mean, no more, what was it, 3.8 or something, I don't remember. But yeah, finally getting some more, you know, head-to-head games, which I think is always more interesting to see and always what you kind of expect. But yeah, once again, Slayer, the MVP here, he really deserved it, you know? Like, the way this guy plays, he's so smart, he's so sharp. Just one guy that comes up in the world.
Yep. Definitely going to be a player to keep an eye on in the future for 3BL, and especially when they, you know, inevitably, it feels like inevitably we'll get to play at some kind of international competition throughout 2024, and hopefully he'll be able to sort of transition that form from these domestic online leagues into the more international kind of pedigree. But we'll have to wait and see. That's going to be a bit more of a difficult transition for him. Do have 3 more matches though yet to come tonight, so we'll move our attention away from 3BL Anubis and onto unKnights and Swamp Gaming. That'll be our next matchup. We'll take a short break and then jump into game 2, so don't go too far away.
As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you. There's Foxy.
What he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for 1, good for 2. Green's good for 3.
But again, he can't find more than 1, but it's ACT!
Welcome back on in. Excuse me. It is week number 3 of CFWL Season 2 of 2024. And we're jumping back into another game. It is the second game of the day, unKnights and Swamp Gaming. And of course, you know, when it comes to this matchup, obviously unKnights coming through from the previous season, a little bit of experience there. They've been kicking around, and I actually wasn't too disappointed by what we got to see from unKnights last season. I wasn't necessarily too sure what we were going to get from them, but I thought they did pretty well there. However, this season, things have taken a bit of a turn for the worse for unKnights. Just a few 1-1s across the board, and then they dropped a 2-0 last week against Lazarus as well, so they do need to find a way to bounce back pretty quick smart. The thing is, though, Swamp Gaming have got a bit of experience on their side of the field as well, so this will be quite an interesting matchup to see which of these teams might have the wooden spoon prize at the bottom of the table there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, unKnights had a little bit of a roster change. I mean, Kiko coming into this team was, in my opinion, was good, but yeah, they just weren't able to find that initial, how you can say, they just weren't ready almost, it feels like, but maybe, just maybe, they were able to change that, and maybe they have a convincing, you know, coming towards Swamp here. So yeah, I'm just very excited to see this one, especially from Swamp. I mean, Swamp has had a hard time. I mean, you need to always consider they're from NA. They always have some things going on in the server. So yeah, I mean, obviously, I think Famous and Brendo and obviously Kais as well, they're very, very, yeah, when it comes to CrossFire, they have so much experience, right? So they're super experienced. I'm expecting a lot from them. I mean, Josh and Minna, obviously, yeah, but they are kind of new into this. So yeah, they need to step up big time. But it seems like today we're going to have Excavate once again in return from, I think it's Kai's dropping out. So yeah, it's nice to see him once again. And we're going to see Mexico today. What do you think about that one? I like it.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm actually not a big fan of Mexico as a map. Personally, I just don't enjoy the way that it plays. But as far as the teams are concerned, you know, a bit of a pocket pickup sometimes here and there. And I do remember that the core of Kungana, when I got to see them play at the CFS Grand Finals last year, actually liked to go toward that map. Famous was, you know, having some of his best maps on Mexico. So won't be too surprised if they do well on that one. But we'll hold that for the moment, as we're going to go back on the compound first and see what Swamp can do up against unKnights.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned it. I mean, at CFS, Kangana, now Swamp Gaming was so amazing, right? I mean, they had such a convincing performance. And I mean, for now, I mean, they had a little bit of a roster change coming up. I mean, yeah, it's different, but you'll have to see if they are able to, you know, get some things done. And today's the day to prove that. And starting off with a very slow start.
Yeah, look, I mean, given where both of these teams are sitting at the moment on the overall leaderboard for the season, it's pretty imperative that they get the win here. If they want to make it through to, you know, the 2025 edition of CFWL, you have to be inside of the top 5, and right now they're sitting on 7 and 8, so lots on offer. See what Josh can do. Nothing to start things off. Famous is going to get himself 1, but Brando's also fallen, so this is kind of not the bad start for unKnights. They're into the B bomb site. We've talked about it being a difficult one to retake, and they've got the 4-on-3 post plant, so happy days.
Happy days for now. I mean, again, retaking this is super difficult, but unKnights, you can tell Alucard is so ready, but this is such a sharp angle. You're not able to hold that for sure, and Famous. Good for 2, but Kiko, on the other hand, trying his best to hold things off, and this is slowly but surely HCZ's chance to turn up big time, and he did. And this is the first round for unKnights.
Yep. A little bit closer than you would have liked, and there's a classic start for Famous. 3 kills in 1 round. Long time felt that he's probably the best player to come out of North America. And he continues to deliver in the server, as he did on LAN as well, but we'll see how things shape up for the rest of this game. unKnights, again, with a similar approach, a 4-1 split, waiting for any aggression out of Swamp, and so far not really getting it.
You like to see it. I mean, Swamp playing super reserved is probably the right thing to do against unKnights, especially with Alucard on the arm there. I mean, Alucard is so fast with the arm. I mean, he's always running around, always getting those angles he needs to have. And of course, Swamp Gaming took good note of that, and you can really tell they're not over-aggressing at all.
Shift over to the A side of the map this time around. Mina just going to be spotted out, but gets the util out in time. Slow Swamp down, or rather slow unKnights down. Kind of a slow and steady approach this time from unKnights, really. They've been back and forth across the map, but frankly, they haven't actually really pushed Swamp away from any of their holds. I guess Kai's has been pushed back into the A site, but, or rather Mina was pushed back, but generally speaking, most of the map control is still there for the defenders. Beck with a very wide swing gets one, no more than that. Pietro, though, already into the B bomb site, catching off the rotation of Mina, and Kai as well, copping a couple of shots. It's a sort of similar result in the end with the 4-on-2 post plant this time around. It should again be a pretty straightforward one to win for unKnights.
Also interesting because earlier it said that Excavate is actually jumping in for Kais, but right now we have Kais on the screen, not able to get Pietro at all because no one looks at him, and this wasn't really working out Swamp's way. I mean, again, retaking this bomb site is so difficult, and you know, unKnights holding it off with fashion here, and it's really convincing. Like to see the 2-0 start right now is what you're absolutely looking forward to, and right now you can see a little bit more aggression from Swamp here, but again, unKnights not giving them anything so far, and you can really tell they're just backing up, holding on, hoping for anything. But this is a very interesting position from Famous and Brando. I mean, this crossfire here could eventually turn things around, but there's no one close right now, so gonna have to wait and see if that is going to be a factor or not.
Yeah, timing from Famous was good, but the shots were not. Oh, he'll be disappointed by that. Brando spotting out Alucard and also falls. Two favorable duels for Swamp Gaming, both going the way of unKnights. That is just not a good sign at all.
Oh no, that surely wasn't. I mean, I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, Alucard is so quick. Again, I mentioned it earlier, but this kill surely had to be Famous, and well, Josh now trying to turn things around, and it's kind of working out. I mean, unKnights just putting themselves towards mid and A long. I mean, they're not trying to get any map control for now. They're just waiting out the time, trying to have Swamp Gaming do any mistakes, and this might eventually be the time. Mina not able to get anything done, and now it looks like they're just going to run towards B.
Yeah, good group up, honestly, from unKnights. I was a bit concerned for a moment when they were playing so slow that maybe Swamp was going to be able to push one side of the map and find a 1v1, equalize it back to 3-on-3. Wasn't the case in the end. And again, the result is a 4-on-2 post plant on the B bomb site. We've seen how that goes. Swamp should not be having any success here. Josh will be spamming a little bit as best he can to try and get some damage down, but realistically speaking, it's just not going to happen. So he'll whittle away the timer and does get a nice kill onto Kiko, but was always going to be around for unKnights up to the 3-0 lead. And a pretty devastating start for Swamp that they're going to have to work hard to bring back now.
Oh yeah, but not to forget, we are on the Foxtrot server, so if anyone is wondering, yes, they have a disadvantage, but obviously I don't think it's the server that is the reason why they're losing right now. I think they're kind of having some issues, you know, hitting their shots, it feels like. I mean, if you remember last round, or the 2 rounds ago, I'm not sure, like, they just didn't hit their shots in BC there, so yeah, that's one factor for sure, and it's eventually going to be a little bit tough, you know, if you don't get those easy shots done, you know, you will find yourself in a really difficult position at some point.
Another similar sort of approach from unKnights with that forward hold on A. But, oh, it looks like Kais might have dropped out, so that's going to be pushed back to just a standard sort of A hold.
Oh yeah.
And another good opportunity here for unKnights. It's a little bit of misfortune for Swamp. It is what it is. But this is a chance to go up 4-0, particularly if they were to just walk through A long. Looks like it's going to be a mid push though, which actually is falling right into the hands of Swamp Gaming. Famous is going to push in front of that smoke and catch one before backing off. I mean, that's still a favorable trade for unKnights. That's the thing that you have to remember. They have the 4-on-3. Beck is in on a perfect timing to catch Famous in the side, and that will be the A site taken.
Well, pretty convincing once again. I mean, super unfortunate for them. Kai's dropping out. I mean, Kai's can be a factor, you know, especially when he has one of his on days, but if you're Swamp, this one just hurts. And looking at unKnights right now, don't see too many smiling faces, but you know, they're getting there, they're happy. But yeah, you can see here on the other side, Famous having a little bit of a talk here. I mean, Kai is so unfortunate, man. It's so hard for them.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate timing for Kai's, obviously, but you know, it's been going pretty rough for Swamp Gaming regardless. So still a lot of work to do to get back into the swing of things. Gonna have to double down here on compound and, you know, find a way to put a bit of more pressure on unKnights. It kind of feels like unKnights are getting away with doing really whatever they want.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can kind of tell that, you know, because they're from NA, they're looking kind of tired. Not sure what time it is at their place, but hope they can kind of sort things out, because, you know, if you're a little bit tired, you don't hit your shot, and this is really not what you like to see. And once again, you see unKnights getting some B aggression here with a little bit of a nade stack, which doesn't matter after all, but like the attempt, you know, it's something you don't see all day, and can see a little bit of a shift from Swamp Gaming towards B. They will eventually just slow down once again. And, you know, this game, I feel like this is going to be a lot slower than we kind of expected it. I mean, obviously, unKnights having a good performance, you know, they're pretty dominant, but they're just taking their time, you know, and, you know, I like it. You don't need to be free BL, you don't need to run down things. You can also win slowly, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty early in the morning in North America, so, you know, somewhere around 7, 8 o'clock.
Oh boy.
In the morning, which is a pretty rough time for the gamer hours. Not sure how many of these guys are on the gamer hours, but you'd have to think most of them probably are. Which means maybe not going to bed until 2, 3 a.m., something like that. So not a lot of sleep, potentially. unKnights coming into the server a little hotter, that's for sure. But who knows, maybe Swamp take a little bit of time to, you know, sort of wake up and then straight back in on map 2.
Yep. And you can tell, once again, slow attempt, slow approach. It's you know, we're going to see this round over and over again, and going to say the same things over and over again. But in the end, if it works out, unKnights, they're just going to repeat the same move over and over, because why not? You know, if it works, it works. And Brando, I mean, what can he really do here? I'm not sure. Maybe smoke it off, take some more time, but it doesn't really matter. You can tell here, not hitting his shots, but Josh trying to save the day with 2, but now Famous in a very good position, but is he able to get things done? He gets HCZ, and what a fashion. Now 2 versus 2 situation.
Could be an interesting one. Smoke being watched. Kai's is going to get that kill. Now it's on to Alucard, 15 seconds. Just knows he's going to have to take this push. You've got to go forward. He's waiting for Minna to make the mistake. It's surely not going to come. Kai's in the corner, and Minna, oh, that was close. But it will be the first round on the board for Swamp Gaming. Bit of a touch and go thing. It's not going to be one that builds a lot of confidence just yet.
First run on the board, which is very nice to see. You know, it was close, yes, you mentioned. I mean, Minna, where's the cape? I mean, this was closer than it had to be, but now you can tell they're just pushing Kai's, and Kai's getting those shots done. I mean, well done, but it's not going to be enough to hold down 3 of them, and it's a one for one trade in the end. And Alucard, I mean, this guy is just so convincing, and I hope he keeps it up, because if he does, this is going to be a good day for unKnights.
Good map control already for Alucard. Could sort of just walk your way into the A site here if you're unKnights, but they'll take a little bit more time. Going to explore on the B side, explore in toward mid. 4-on-4 should favor unKnights a little here, but again, I wonder if they're going to walk into the setup in mid.
We're about to find out in a second here, and Josh taking the first peek, and oh no, this is falling apart for them. I mean, where's Minna? Why did he back off and left Josh alone there? And Brando now in an impossible mission. I don't see him winning this one. I mean, he's even flashed out for half a second there, and well, a little bit of hesitation coming through from unKnights. I mean, they had a good chance, but look at this. They just turn around. They're just going towards A now. It's interesting to see. I mean, not leaving Swamp any chance, and this worked out in their favor, actually.
Yeah, some very awkward rotational timings from Swamp there, and the plant's going to go down for unKnights. Pietro almost gets caught off by Famous, but the shots just don't connect, and he's going to be asked for a pretty impossible clutch. We'll see if he can make it happen. Kiko has to come back up into the window. That was a bit ambitious. Alucard still keeps his head ducked down, pops it up, and eventually Kiko will find that duel against Famous. 5-1. unKnights are rampaging through compound at the moment.
Yeah, pretty convincingly as well. 5-1 is actually what you're looking for, and once again, a little bit of an aggression towards Belong. I mean, yeah, I feel like I'm repeating myself too often here, but it is what it is in the end. And Famous, yeah, what can you say about that one? I mean, super convincing once again, and Pietro answering back with 2 of himself.
Alucard also chiming in there as well. Oh, he might get more. Kai's HC. Oh, the duel's going to go the way of unKnights again. It was a great start, and this is just, I mean, this is the perfect Famous round, I've got to be honest. I've seen it so many times. He'll get a couple of nice kills for his team, and then things just somehow seem to fall apart. Minna has been given the 1v1 there by HCZ, but still has a 2-on-1 to try to negotiate. So I'm not sure he's done enough to get himself in a favorable position yet.
Well, this looks pretty good for him right now. I mean, Alucard saves the day here, but way too close for comfort if you ask me, and they shouldn't really give Minna those 1v1s. I mean, there's no reason to do that, and look at this. Famous started off the round so well, and for some reason didn't really work out in their favor, putting the numbers so far away from each other. I mean, it's just, it doesn't look good for Swamp at the moment.
No. Very rough going indeed. It's not a good sign when you get an advantage and let it slip. Particularly an advantage as strong as a 5-on-3.
Well, you can see unKnights once again just all over the map, taking as much map control as they can. I mean, they're not trying to get mid, which is, you know, totally fine. They're not trying to get too aggressive there. And hey, who would have thought? Once again, they're towards Belong, trying to find anything here. But as soon as I mention it, just backing off, probably just getting the bomb and preparing another thing coming our way. And well, Swamp need to be ready for this one. I feel like, I mean, Swamp plays a little bit too standard, you know. They should have, you know, remember from last round, I mean, from last game, Horus, right? He was always walking around, always finding these gaps, and I feel like Swamp is just not doing that, and this is why they're losing at the moment.
Well, Famous tries to sort of throw a spanner in the works there with that push through the smoke, but doesn't manage to make it work, and it ends up being 5-on-4. Pietro's going to have the perfect angle onto Kai's up through the window. Sure, Kai's got himself one, but that's not enough to hold on to A. Mid, very much in control of unKnights. Timing on the flank is surely going to work out here for Kiko, but Josh will check it. So we are back to the 3-on-3. A lot of util getting dumped down right now, and unKnights very quickly bring it back into their favor. Brando forced to push through the smoke. It's never going to be fun. unKnights will get one more. This is almost perfectly clean half. Obviously, one round did already go the way of Swamp, but man, unKnights have really looked indomitable.
Yeah, and it's kind of shocking as well because I believe last weekend I mentioned Kai's missing in the roster is a big downer, and now that he's back and we're still looking at a 7-1, I'm not sure what to say at the moment. I mean, it was Brando on the arm, now he's back to the AK, but still not able to get things done. And well, what is left to say about Swamp? I mean, I was really hoping they would kind of turn things around and, you know, start convincing again, but I don't know. I mean, they played so well in the CrossFire Open League, right? I mean, they were so good. They were just dominating, and it feels like right now they're getting dominated.
Oh, Famous though. He's so good, but you can only do so much when there's going to be multiple players swinging you at the same time. And back to the 3-on-3. Forward hold outside of B. Not much going on A. This is where it gets awkward for Swamp. They don't have information. They've got to go look for it. And Brando will pay the price.
Yeah, and you know what's weird? They know exactly where Alucard is. I mean, Alucard's always doing the same thing. He's done it like all the time, and for some reason they're still getting frags. They still give frags to Alucard, and I mean, this guy's sitting at an 8-1 because he gets them. It's for free. It's basically for free. And Swamp, I mean, it's about to be an 8-1, and eventually you gotta realize it can't go on like that. And
nope,
I don't know. It's not working out.
Yeah, first half was definitely a bit of a dire one for Swamp. You have to think, honestly, probably the first map will be. But at this point, you've got to start thinking a little bit more long-term for Swamp. Go through onto map number 2.
Well, you could have, you know, Alucard in the top right earlier. He looks so bored. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just he's just being a little bit, you know, he's just trying to be a little bit toxic right now. But he looks a little bit bored, which I can kind of understand. They're just giving everything to him for free. But yeah, on the other hand, here's Swamp. Same faces, to be honest. I mean, still looking a bit tired, which is completely understandable. You know, also they're playing on the Foxtrot server, which isn't in their favor. Yes, I get all that, you know, but this is still not a reason to be in an, you know, 8-1 situation.
Yeah, well, a bit of aggressive moves this time from Swamp. And it works out. So, to start things off in the second half, unKnights are going to have to play out a 4-on-5, which is exactly what Swamp would want. It's going to have to be a good start to this half if there's really anything to talk about for this first game between Swamp and unKnights.
Oh boy. Well, a little bit of a glimmer of hope, I would say, but can tell Swamp Gaming, I think when it comes to playing CrossFire, they just need to play much faster, right? CrossFire is a fast-paced game. They just need to run, gun, and shoot, right? This is what they're lacking of, and I mentioned it earlier, and I will mention it again. This is just way too slow. I mean, I get it, yeah, but it's still not gonna change the ways are going to, you know, happen right now. But yeah, I'm just speechless at this point. I mean, a triple stack towards A, yeah, okay, but what are you going to do with it? I mean, it's just Kai's lurking right now, and Petro not able to find him, but wow, this is a nice kill from Kai. I like to see it finally getting some frags on the board once again, and well, Alucard holding off the tower position for now. There's a push coming through from Swamp. Alucard gets him in.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, the HD's gone down, so Alucard would have to come up with a pretty crazy round here if there was any chance of a win. That's a nice shot onto Famous. I'm a little surprised Famous decides to try and take that fight. Does bring it back to the 3-on-2, and so far Alucard is kind of hitting his shots, but he's going to have to do it solo now. Kiko's gone down. Brando with the spam through the wall almost finishes him off. This round is done, but Alucard doesn't think so. There's another kill onto Kai's. I can't believe this guy. He's so fast. And Josh almost jumped into the headshot. He did say Alucard was quick, and that was a pretty good example of it.
I mean, Alucard really understood how to play Crossfire, and he's just showing it off over and over again. I mean, I don't want to favor him too much, but there's just anything about him, to be fair. I mean, he's always the winning factor. I mean, he's always getting these frags on the boards, he has the right positioning, and he's also like a very good motivational factor. I mean, last week, I remember he was always smiling, laughing at the camera, and you know, even though they're not sitting together in a room, I feel like without him being on that call, I feel like this would have been a little bit different. I mean, still convincing, but a little bit different. And once again, we're gonna have a long clash here, but no one is really getting anything done. And it's actually back with a grenade, though.
Yeah, two of those SG players went very, very low at the start. It was Famous and Josh. Josh, luckily, backed up enough to not get hit by the nade, but obviously it's still a pretty dire situation for Swamp Gaming to be in. Map control's lost. Player down. Josh is going to fall over to a Stray Gust to win, so someone's going to have to do something, and it might be Kais, who's kind of just pushing his way in through mid and wants to try and catch a timing onto Kiko. Is able to do so. This starts to get interesting now.
Well, a little bit too late, but as you mentioned that, Kais gets traded out, and well, once again, it's favoring, well, still unKnights, but I'm not giving up on my Swamp Boys. You know, I feel like maybe, just maybe they're able to, you know, maybe get some more rounds on the board. Even though they might not win this match, they might eventually gain some more, you know, confidence for the next map. But we are about to find out as Mina gets Peter, but is fully open to HCZ, which is not favorable at all, and it starts to look a little bit more possible, but looking at the HP of Josh, this is just not happening. And 2 and 9, I don't know, this is not going to be great for Swamp. I mean, they're just not hitting their shots today, I feel like.
No, I'd say you're probably right. But things can change definitely going into map 2. Not expecting much to happen here on map 1, but map 2 will give the benefit of the doubt to Swamp. I know they're a better team than this. At least the core of this roster I've seen putting up some numbers internationally even, so I wouldn't be necessarily predicting that it's going to be quite as clean for map 2 for unKnights. Might be a potentially similar situation to what we saw in our first matchup. Alucard. Oh, he's actually uncharacteristically missed that shot. It is going to be enough to push Swamp away, though, so the result kind of ends up still being a win for unKnights in that small exchange.
Yeah. You know, it's the same thing again, because, you know, they know where Alucard is, and they just decide to back off. I mean, yes, but no, they really need to be more aggressive here. And mentioning earlier, I think, at LAN, they had a different team, yes, a different lineup, really, but I'm also looking forward to the second game here, because I feel like on Mexico, I really see Swamp Gaming putting up these numbers. I mean, they were just so convincing. I don't remember who they played against. I think it was AG. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, it was one of the top teams. But I really see them having a great time on Mexico, and you know, maybe they just, you know, forget about this game soon enough.
So SG going to try to probe in toward B at the moment, but C4 still holding in mid. Makes me think there might be a rotate back over toward A, and that push from Beck might have been what they were waiting for. Not quite going to be the over-rotate yet from unKnights, but Pietro's also caught off, so this gets really awkward now for unKnights. Alucard needs to pull off a bit of a miracle, and he's got multiple members pushing in his direction. Kai's, oh, so low. They're all so low, but no kills come through. Brando's caught one on the rotate as well, and it's down to Kiko 1v4. Swamp Gaming, they're going to hold on for yet another round.
Kind of wondering why they're, you know, starting to gain rounds so late, but, you know, it's always good. Ooh, what? Okay. Yeah, interesting shot here by Alucard. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, I mean, it's a little bit weird to see him missing that shot, but it happens. And, you know, Swamp Gaming now, 3 rounds is a little bit better than 1. So it's also good for the round differential later on in the tournament and in the league, I mean. And, well, once again, they just it's the same thing over and over again. I don't like repeating myself too often, but yeah, I see that they're just backing off once again instead of, you know, taking the fight, which I think might be the better choice here. But eventually they're gonna change the strats, and maybe we get another run from Swamp.
Yeah, I like this double setup though. Outside of A from unKnights, I think it's a tough one to break. It's going to make the B and mid hold a little bit weaker. HC solo hasn't really looked too threatening with the Orm in hand yet. And obviously Kiko to watch the mid to B rotate, but if that push comes back toward A, Pietro well set up on the off angle to cause a problem. A nice couple of headshots, and SG now have to do it with a numbers deficit.
Slowly but surely getting some kills. Pacemaker right now for Swamp, and Mena getting the kill on back is huge. This might eventually open up things for them, but Kiko holding on, trying to get Brando, but Brando actually the one to get the kills done here, and it's just a back and forth, and eventually HCZ will clean them up. And even though they won so convincingly, once again, unKnights just, you know, fully focused. They're like, you know, the job is not done yet, and I like to see it. You know, it's this is really what it's all about. And yeah, Swamp Gaming. What can you say about them? I mean, they tried hard, got some more rounds in the end, but didn't really work out.
Definitely felt like it was a matter of time before unKnights was going to finish that one off. You know, there was a couple of good rounds towards the back end for Swamp, which, if nothing else, at least is maybe going to give them some degree of confidence going through to the next map, which is, you know, obviously something that they're going to want to try to improve on. That first game, I definitely think below par for a team like Swamp. You know, I don't know that many people really have like super high expectations for them here in this season of CFWL, but I know that these players can be pretty, you know, hot and cold sometimes, right? So if they come off into this next map pretty hot, you know, like I've seen Famous like 1v5 a game, basically, and win the game for his team. And, you know, Mexico, it's a map that he's good on. It's a map that they should be a little bit more comfortable on. It's going to be a server that they're a bit more comfortable on as well. So I don't know that we're going to see quite as clean of a game here on map 2. So we'll just hold our thoughts off for that one for a moment, but certainly here on map 1 on Compound, unKnights, yeah, definitely a really super dominant display. Alucard sort of stood out for me. You highlighted him as being someone to keep an eye on. I thought Pietro as well, a couple of solid multi-kills from him, so definitely being put through their paces here, SG.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I'm glad you bring that up. I'm really hoping we're gonna see that scoreboard sooner, because I feel like Alucard is going to be all the way up there, and he clearly deserves it. I mean, the entire unKnights lineup deserves it. They really tried hard to win this one, and they did it in what a fashion as well, right? So definitely looking forward to them. And yeah, Mexico, like you mentioned as well, it's going to be on the NA servers, and I'm pretty sure that Swamp Gaming will have a better performance on that, because they also probably feel, you know, they feel like home on that map. So yeah, finally seeing that number. And let's see, where is Alucard? Yeah, okay. Yeah, what's left to say? I don't know. This is just clearly proving my point, right?
Yep, 3.5 KD, that's definitely something, but the kills per round as well, just getting into the mix and having a lot of impact. But, you know, it wasn't just him. He got some good backup from the rest of the squad as well. In saying that, though, clearly MVP Alucard kind of had to be no real conversation beyond a KD like 3.5. But if that can continue, then yeah, I mean, there's definitely a world where unKnights could 2-0 this one. I want to hear your thoughts, though. I mean, is it a 2-0 or do you think this one's going 1-1?
Well, you're kind of putting me on the spot here. I think it's a 2-1, but I really think Swamp is going to have an answer to that soon, as we are going to take a break and see each other very soon.
Welcome back on in. It's CFWL Season 2 2024, and right now we're watching UNKnights and Swamp Gaming. I mean, it has to be said, though, it kind of feels like we're just watching UNKnights after that first map. I will say, though, I've got a little bit more faith maybe for Swamp going into Mexico here. We'll see how they go, but I think we'll be a little bit more comfortable on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier, right? I feel like Swamp is going to have a great time on Mexico, and I'm pretty sure they will prove us, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure they are going to, you know, show what they're really capable of, and I feel like on Compound they really weren't able to do that, and yeah, it's great to see, you know, Mexico coming up in the mix, because usually you don't really get to see that map. I think we saw it once, but now it's the second time, and so yeah, no one really plays that map, and this is also a reason why I'm pretty excited to see unKnights playing on that map, because I don't feel like they have a lot of strats. Maybe they do, I don't know, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's one of the look. It's one of those maps that plays a little bit differently to a lot of the other ones, right? The big choke point in mid, in particular, it can be a bit of a problem for a lot of teams on the blacklist side if you aren't super familiar, if you aren't super comfortable on the map. And obviously, in the case of Swamp Gaming, formerly known as Kungana, or at least the core of that roster, saw a lot of them actually on Mexico, and they had some success on it internationally. So I've got to sort of raise my question marks here to ask UNKnights, you know, how comfortable are you on this map? What are you going to be able to bring to the table? Because I think Swamp Gaming a bit more of a known quantity on this one. But UNKnights looking good tonight, so we'll see if that's going to continue here into map number 2. But with a server switch in there as well, probably give the benefit of the doubt to Swamp. Let's see, though. It'll be UNKnights starting on Global Risk, and very much their favorite side on this map. They'll want to be off to another good start, similar to Compound.
Oh yeah, I mean, GR is the much more favorite side on Mexico, which is kind of a downer for Swamp, really. I mean, we're gonna have to see what they're capable of doing. I mean, yeah, they had some great time on this map on LAN, obviously with a little bit of a different roster, but you can already tell Famous lurking in a tunnel there, trying to find some information. But yeah, like you mentioned, there's a big choke point towards mid there, and I'm pretty sure UNKnights is making sure that it's always smoked off, and this is the case here. It's slowly fading as we speak. Well, yeah, they're just wasting time at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like with that big choke point, very easy to sort of sit here for a couple of minutes as the smokes get recycled over and over and over again. Mexico very much a game of patience in more ways than other maps are. You know, Compound, you can do a lot of movements on the blacklist side. Not really quite the same here on Mexico, but Mina already with a good opener onto Beck will start things nicely. There's surely spam coming through from Kiko. Will connect inevitably with the 1-for-1. But Alucard hold up solo on that B bomb site might not still come into play, because there is a lot of presence through A. Brando in a lane. Kiko at the doors, looking to double down. Will only be able to grab one. We've still got HC on the site. Rifle in hand isn't really doing a whole lot of work. Rotation still yet to come from Pietro and Alucard, but that's a great start from Swamp.
Yeah, I like to see it. I mean, this is looking completely different already, and it's quite interesting to see how Swamp is able to take the mid and then towards A, just taking A without any hesitation. And I mean, yeah, now that I mention it, it's slowly but surely falling apart. But yeah, I like to see Swamp finally getting some dominance on the boards here. And Rando not able to get the kill done, but the time is so good for Josh. But Pietro somehow able to get 2 kills all by himself and secures the round either way.
Yeah, can't be letting rounds like that one slip, right? You know, the blacklist rounds come through so few and far between on this map as it is. When you've got a 3-on-2 post plan on the A bomb site, you really want to be making sure that one gets converted. Not the case, though. And so we're back to square one. We're back to sitting behind the smoke for SG. We'll call it a patience game again.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna see this quite often, even though, yeah, I mean, it's super standard, right? But that's exactly what you need to do if you are GR. And, well, sitting behind that smoke is going to be a thing for a long while here. I mean, what I've seen earlier, like in the old days of Crossfire, what I've seen GR side, we're usually always pushing alleyways so they can get some more info. But you know, why take the risk? I like this decision as well. Just, you know, hold your sides. I mean, Mexico again, such a huge favorite GR map, and yeah, you don't need to take big risks. But on the other side, BL, Swamp Gaming, they need to take it all. And I mean, all they got right now is basically their spawn and a bit of alleyway. So a lot of work to do here.
Don't half mind the map control that Swamp have taken, though. Famous is sort of probing in. Pietro on the other side, though, starting to have a bit of a look for unKnights. This is definitely a good position to have. It's early information for unKnights if there's going to be a push coming through from lane. Big spam in through mid. Swamp not going to be rewarded for that. And time starting to run down, so they'll have to get a bit of a wriggle on shortly. That'll be where Brando runs into Pietro. He does a good job of that one, actually. Runs him down, essentially. Going to go quickly into the A bomb site, but Kiko there to hold off Mina. And rotation coming through. This could be awkward still. unKnights are finding the frags, and there's none there for Swamp. Absolutely nothing. Finally, through the smoke, Famous is able to find two, but Alucard will win the 1v1. By the barest of margins, it's a 2-0 lead for unKnights, but these rounds are close.
Yeah, I mean, I think Brando was always flash for some reason. He kinda, yeah, it's kinda unfortunate for him, but I'm not sure if you catch that, but okay, nice mana, let's go. Good start of the round, but not sure if you catch that, but Alucard was kinda laughing in the end there, but pretty sure he didn't expect that to go his way either, and yeah, it was good to see Alucard laugh, you know, he always looks so happy. But yeah, again, nice start of the round from Swamp Gaming. Mina good for 2, makes things much more easier for them, but with the numbers advantage, I expect them to play much more aggressive, which they still don't do. I mean, now finally taking mid control, which is long overdue, and I just hope for them that they will finally step up to the plate, make some kills, and no, just take any bomb site you want. I mean, you have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, Famous walking his way in through mid as well. Is going to grab one more onto Pietro. This round just looking a bit cleaner for Swamp than the previous couple. Might be enough to get the ball rolling. You know, it's been very, very touch and go. Even though unKnights had that 2-0 lead, I don't think they were like super confident in those rounds. And this is potentially where Swamp start to run away with things. Again, same setup. In fact, actually a bit more aggressive from unKnights. Lots of nades in there, but not really a huge amount of damage done. And Kai's getting an opening kill. Famous, another one walking out through the sewer. So it is now looking a bit worse for wear for unKnights. And when you consider that those first couple of rounds were so close, this could almost be like a 4-0 on the cards for Swamp. So unKnights lucky to get through the first two.
I'm not sure what went wrong there for unKnights. I don't think Swamp played more aggressive. I think, you know, unKnights playing more aggressive there was their mistake. You know, it's always interesting to see if they, you know, they're just trying out, okay, how far can we go? And yeah, Swamp proving how far they really can go. And again, looking much more favored for Swamp for now at least. And this is what I was mentioning earlier, right? They pushed, they played more aggressive, and it worked out for them. I mean, yeah, no, last round wasn't even close at all. I mean, it was pretty convincing if it all comes together, but I think playing more aggressive here is the key, especially against unKnights, but we are about to witness another water push, and I wonder if anyone is prepared for that. As you can see, unKnights is kind of grouping up together, not finding anything so far.
Still a winner around for unKnights, especially if Swamp come in through the sewers. They're into the crossfire, but the shots are good enough from Swamp. Kai survives the 1v1, and we'll put the scoreline at 2 apiece. Looked like it might be a big mistake from Swamp, but they had the chops to get it done. And again, a lot of util is going to be exchanged in through mid. Brando's fast in through A lane. And he might just catch HC in rotation there. It's Famous to again win the duel. How many times is he going to be able to do that? That's now the third in a row.
Yeah.
unKnights have got to do something about that.
Alucard having a tough time on Mexico so far, and you can really tell. It's 2-2 for now. I mean, Alucard, Mina now the next one to kill Kiko. And yeah, again, Alucard not performing is really one thing that you don't want if you are an unKnights fan. And I like to see this change of pace. I mean, finally, some more aggressive gameplay, and this is really working out for Swamp so far. Look at this, Mina. So convincing. I mean, it looks like unKnights almost has no chance to even respond.
Back on for the clutch, though. Going to trade out for the Orm. Should not be given an opportunity to find a pick with that. If SG are playing this one wisely, that was a chance, but it's going to go begging. The swing in from Mina wasn't enough to finish it off, and Kai's, well, so far dodging these bullets pretty nicely. Mina doesn't need to do much in the ways of swinging. The flash will go through. Beck's trying to push his way forward, but... Ooh, hang on, there's a chance in here, but it's going to be held on to. And Swamp for their third in a row. And unKnights are looking pretty awkward now on this defensive side. Nothing really working out for them.
Yeah, Mina really stepping up for Swamp Gaming so far. It's good to see, you know, finally some more Swamp action here. And unKnights, I mean, Beck, he had a nice try, but as you can see, unKnights can't respond to the aggressive gameplay from Swamp here. And this is what I was mentioning even last game, I believe. And this is really paying out for them. I like to see it. I mean, you need to consider, like, BL is the much less favored side, and they're just rocking it right now.
Another slow approach from Swamp after getting that opening pick. Couple of smokes into the A bomb side, and they want to push their way through lane. It's going to be a full approach through lane, which is an interesting setup. Waiting that timer down a little bit here, Swamp. Giving unKnights something to think about, and Beck's going to go rotating around, having a little bit of a look here and there. You can tell unKnights aren't too sure about where this push is going to come.
Well,
they're going to get a bit of info soon. Smoke deep into the back of the site is going to restrict the angles that unKnights can be holding. Brando will try to force Pietro out of position, and it kind of works. Ends up being a 1-for-1, which is good enough as far as Swamp is concerned. Beck with some big spam through the boxes. Can't actually find that kill just yet, and Famous will continue to push his way forward. Looks through the window. He's not spotted much out, but he's getting very deep into the site, and I don't know if Kiko will be prepared for that. Just Beck alive now with no HP to play with. Plant going down. Should be another round for Swamp.
yeah, surely. I mean, Kais has the key position here. He's so far away from everyone, but Beck so aware of it for some reason, and losing some HP on the way, which isn't really gonna help him at all. Famous in the bait position there, and yeah, Beck, not this time around, buddy. I mean, he tried his best, but sometimes you just can't win, and this was one of these rounds. And unKnights, what's going on here? I mean, obviously I expected Swamp to step it up big time, and they do. Really, they do, but unKnights much quieter now, much more reserved, and this talking from Beck is really needed here. And Kiko and Alucard kind of left in the mix here. I'm not sure what their thoughts are right now. They're surely not happy, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I got to say I'm not too surprised by this. I've always thought that the core of this roster was pretty solid on the map, but also, you know, they're kind of getting away with it a little bit. I don't think you can expect Famous, for example, to walk in through sewer and get that same pick 3 rounds in a row. Like, that shouldn't necessarily be your game plan, because you're not always going to win that duel 1v1, and yet he kind of is, and obviously that's giving a much easier job over to Swamp in the rounds that he's able to do that. However, maybe he's getting a bit of a helping hand. Got the magic touch.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I mean, this is also one way to, relieve all your stress. Just pet the cat a bit.
Yep.
So it's so interesting to see. I mean, yeah, I mean, why not? Helping hand is always appreciated here, and I mean, so far it's working out. So why not?
Yeah, gonna have a little bit of a pause, but it's giving them a lot of time to talk.
Yeah. Well, could see Kai's talking there a bit. I mean, it's nice to see him, taking over the communications there, which you don't see too much. Usually Kai's, at least to me, he's more like the quiet one. But why not? It's always appreciated, some communication coming through. Maybe he has an idea how to continue their, dominance. And can tell here back in HCZ also having a little bit of a conversation as we are hopping back into the game.
Yep, straight back into the swing of things. Same approach from unKnights. It's that barrage of nades from mid, but it hasn't really caught Swamp at all. Swamp are not looking to play aggressive or quickly into mid. More than happy to go slow. They've been getting a lot of value out of the lane position as well, so going to give it another crack, and this time trying to move quickly as a cohort. It has not worked out. Kiko gets 3, or at least an assist on a couple of them. Either way, it doesn't matter. We're going to get a clean sweep pretty much for unKnights on that entry, and it's just Famous now that we'll have to negotiate the 1-on-3.
Yeah, well, it's a tough ask for Famous, 1 versus 3 situation. I mean, Kiko back, kind of half HP there, which makes things more possible, but their positioning is really good. I mean, oh boy, how are you gonna crack this one, Famous? And I don't see you doing it. Okay, well, proves me wrong. I mean, he has 1 minute and 10 seconds to play around. He doesn't even need to reaggress instantly here, and wow, I mean, to be able to do that, you need so much experience, and Famous, if he has one thing, it's experience, and this is also an interesting thing. Whoa! I mean, Famous, that shot was insane, but HCZ is there to save the day, and this almost didn't go the way they planned it to be.
Yeah, not the first time I've seen clips like that from Famous on this map. If it were not for the swing coming through there from HC, that was definitely a round open for the taking, but good positional play from unKnights in the end. Bring it back to 4-3, but obviously with those 4 rounds being on the blacklist side for Swamp, they're already doing a pretty good job for themselves, and I actually think like anything more than this in the half is a bonus. In fact, 4 is kind of above par in my opinion for the map, so unKnights are in a rough spot. They kind of need to win the half out.
Yeah, I mean, this is not really what you're looking forward to. I mean, don't want to repeat myself once again, but yeah, BL-sided isn't really the case here. I mean, GR is so much more favors here, and no, Swamp Gaming is not really affected by that at all. I mean, okay, leaving that gap open is a burner, but Kiko, really happy about this one, and Famous with a great spot, but Petro there to get him done, and slowly but surely this is falling apart for Swamp, and this is kind of necessary because, obviously they're trying to, be more aggressive here and there, but if you don't get the kills, then this is not really the way to go,
That is true. Very, very slow round being played now by Swamp. They're kind of hoping for a mistake from unKnights, but there's no reason for unKnights to even do anything at this point. They've got the 5-on-3. Just sit in your bomb sites and play the trade game. Josh will be the one to lead the charge into the A site. They're calling it a charge, might be a bit of a stretch. It's a slow creep, a bit of a contact play. I don't necessarily hate it, but they need to find 2 quick entries. They've got 1. Not quite the 2. Pietro's still going to be a real pain on lane. Still, with that shot from Kais, it comes back to a winnable position for Swamp. The issue is the post plant's not ideal. They've got 3 players stuck in the site. They don't have any mid control. They don't really have any control outside of the site. And Alucard with the nade could do some work. It won't land onto Josh. Kais is waiting so patiently for Pietro to make this peak, and he'll walk right into the crosshair. It's falling apart for unKnights. It's going from bad to worse. They do bring it back to the 2-on-2, but time now a factor, and I think this round is done. Alucard, as he just got it in time. I'm not sure. It could be the 5th on the board for Swamp, but unKnights get it by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, and they really, really needed that round. I mean, oh boy, was that a back and forth. And Kais with the scope here, pretty convincing. Alucard with a triple kill as well, and unKnights, they really need this last round here. Otherwise, I think they're gonna have a big disadvantage, but maybe they're just going to be better on the BL side as well for some reason. I don't know, but we are about to find out after this round. And once again, you know, Swamp just taking things slow. I mean, it's always famous lurking in that water position, and so far it hasn't really worked out for him. I mean, it's already down to half HP, so not sure if that was the best thing to consider. But yeah, this is just a slow round by Swamp Gaming so far.
Yeah, unKnights might have made a bit of an adaptation. They're not letting Famous get away with quite as much early in these rounds as what he was able to do at the start of the map. Gotta say though, that previous round, Swamp will be a bit disappointed not to be able to have won that, because there was maybe half a second in it.
Yeah.
It certainly was theirs for the taking. And this one will be a little more difficult in the 5-on-5. You go looking for anything through that smoke, won't spot much. But a shift in approach is going to be the case. Push toward B this time from Swamp, and they've really been going A for the vast majority. They want to get past Alucard, and that'll work out. Brando with a backstab. Double kill, easy as you like, and that will certainly be another round on the board here for Swamp. Beck has got way too many members to deal with, so it will end up being a favorable blacklist half for Swamp Gaming. 5-4, unless Pietro conjures some magic. He's got 2. Needs to find 2 more with 20 seconds left. It could be a chance. It certainly is. He's found the 4-on-1. Pietro out of nowhere. That is unreasonable, and unKnights win the half.
Well, Rendo with the backstab there, kinda interesting to see. Beck was returning the favor, and Pietro doing the unthinkable here with 4K. I mean, yeah, of course, you gotta see Alucard smiling about this one. I mean, everyone really does, and wow, I mean, this no one really saw that one coming, and neither did Swamp. And coming into this round, I mean, into the second half here with this should be a big motivational factor, and I really hope this is gonna pan out that way for them.
Yeah, Swamp will be disappointed with that. That was definitely their round to take. Probably 2 rounds that half that they should have won that they didn't. I wonder how big of an impact that's going to make overall for the result of this map. Just poor discipline in that, you know, in the 4-on-1, it's just 1v1s being given over to Pietro, and, you know, you think, well, we're in a 4v1, and you sort of say, well, we've already won the round. I was even saying they've kind of already won the round, right? Like, that was how I was shaping that narrative. But end of the day, if you give someone like Pietro a 1v1, one after another, like, he's going to hit those headshots, and you can't give him that opportunity. You've got to be swinging it together. So a little bit of a chance gone begging for Swamp Gaming, but still a pretty good half. 4 rounds on the blacklist side. You will definitely take that. Got to make sure that they do a bit of a better job of locking the rounds down, though, on their defense.
Well, we're just about to hop back, and it's like replaying this round in my head is just insane, right? I mean, the unthinkable, and he made it possible, which is absolutely nice to see. And yeah, now this time around, we're gonna turn things around, and I'm really looking forward for this half here, because if Swamp continues this, not dominance, but if they continue to be that good, I see them winning this, actually.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening.
Well,
got to be a good start though in this second half. Okay, smoke and nade onto Famous, chipping him down a little bit. Josh in mid alongside Brando. They don't look like they're going to have a huge amount of work to do. More of that push coming toward A, and Kai's waiting patiently on the line. Missing the shot. unKnights, they're going to start to flood their way in. He's unable to get anything done there, Kai's, and Famous also goes down. The flash coverage was so good. Brando and Mina are the last two survivors, but this will be unKnights up to 6, and I don't know if it starts to get worrisome for Swamp here, but that was a very clean looking round from unKnights.
Well, not what I expected, but for now, this is the case, and now Brando and Mina have to do this retake here, and I just don't see it happening. I mean, yeah, you can see there Peter and Alucard convincingly turning this around, and, well, Swamp. If you don't take chances here, I mean, not sure what the problem was here, but they just play better at this point. I mean, unKnights, so aggressively, they just took the side without hesitation, and it worked out for them. Now you can tell Swamp playing a little bit more aggressive towards mid here, which, you know, I always like to see, smoking enough to just buy some more time, and, well, I'm gonna have to see what they are going to respond. You know, it's always interesting to see how they play, because usually Mexico, you always see the same road happening over and over again. You know, it's, you know, smoking off, just like Famous just said, you know, smoking it off, waiting out some more time, eventually checking Ellie once or twice, and also the water position, obviously, as Mina kills Alucard. Yeah, I mean, this is just really what Mexico is all about.
Yep. unKnights rerouted. Got a bit more thinking to do. Get a feeling that this is going to be a pretty tight map. Feels like we're kind of going a bit back and forth. Neither team really showing a huge level of dominance on this one. unKnights though, doubling from Pietro. He should get that third as well into the back of Famous, and as quickly as it starts, it perhaps ends for Swamp. That fight just did not go well at all. Kai's is the sole survivor, and C4 is going to be tossed over to Pietro. They do go toward B. That could be problems now, making a little bit of noise. Kai's spotted out by Kiko, and that is another one for unKnights. Have to say, I'm getting worried for Swamp. They've given up too many chances now.
Oh yeah, well, I think I mentioned it earlier, but I was kind of expecting unKnights to be good at BL for some reason. I'm not sure why, because this shouldn't be the case, but I tell Alucard, look at him, he's just super aggressive. No one is even able to stop him. It's HTZ getting the frag, but 30 seconds into this round, they already have taken the A side, and in what a fashion as well. Brando and Josh now left alone in a clutch. Not really in their favor, though. I mean, retaking bomb side A is not as difficult as you think, but still a pretty big job to do here, and time is ticking as well, so this is also not in their favor, and eventually they're gonna have to make a move here. Splitting, I think, is an interesting decision here. Why the hell not? And you can tell Beck gets the first strike down, and Alucard with second here, and yeah, this is just super convincing from unKnights.
Yeah, starting to get a bit more problematic, and you know, you can have a look at the KD from the restart here. You know, 0-3 Famous, 0-3 Kai, 0-3 Josh. Only Brando and Mina are putting up any frags at the moment over the last few rounds, and it's just not looking good for Swamp at all. unKnights are going to change things up. They're going to go straight in through from Sewer. The flash coverage is just forcing SG back, but Josh has found a double kill. Still Kiko with one. C4 holding outside of B. It would be a chance to get a plant down. HC wants to take the fight. He'll get it. But there's still one more that needs to be won. Mina can't catch Alucard on the cross, and so should be a 3-on-3 post plant. HC needs to get out of dodge and does. That's an important moment in the round. The fact that he survives makes this job so much more difficult for Swamp to come back on that rotate, because they have to deal with him first. Right now, it's really Mina retaking solo. Kai's will shut HC down. Kiko gonna try and push forward for the fight. It's a 1v3. Gotta hit some headshots right now and can't do it. So Swamp will grab themselves at least one more.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. HTZ, you know, they were kind of pre-firing his box, but for some reason, I don't think they were hitting him. And if only he would have waited like a second longer, I think he would have had the best backstab and move on next round. And you still have 3 more rounds ahead, so I don't think that will, you know, affect them at all. And Swamp Gaming, you know, getting another round is good for them, but I have to be honest, I don't see them winning here. I mean, they were pretty convincing in the start. They are still not as bad as you would expect them to be, but unKnights is just so much better if you ask me. I'm not sure if Swamp is able to turn this one around.
No, I would tend to agree with you, but see how that mental fortitude goes. Patience a virtue for Swamp at the moment. Waiting to receive that push through from unKnights. Hasn't come yet. Slower approach for the 14th round. Bit of that util being tossed out by SG. It's not really keeping unKnights at bay. It's a good setup, though. If this is going to be an A hit, Swamp have pretty much all the pieces where they need to be. It's a triple stack on A. Fast rotator in there as well from Mina starting to come across. This should not go well for unKnights. Let's see. First shot, clean one from Famous, and followed up by Kai's as well. You'll need to have some good refrags, and they're just not coming. That was a perfect read from Swamp.
Yeah, I mean, finally, right? They're kind of proving me wrong here again, but I like to see it, you know, I like to be proven wrong once in a while, because if Swamp continues to, you know, be that good, I mean, they were pretty convincing the last round, so I'm pretty sure if they keep that up, they're going to have a great day. Maybe not a bad day after all, you know, so unKnights now pushing towards mid, taking as much control as they can. It's a little bit of a back and forth, and Famous sneaking through water is a good idea, but it might be a little bit late. It all depends on the timing here now. And Kiko, good for 2, just buying a lot of time. And look at Famous from behind. We have seen this years ago, but he's not able to do it once again. This was a pretty classic scenario for Famous. I mean, maybe someone remembers that, like, pretty insane frag from him. I don't remember which match it was against, but we have seen that one before, and unfortunately, this time around didn't really work out for him. Now in a 3 versus 2 situation, unKnights have to win this one, and Kai's not able to cool down from this one, and HCZ convincingly taking out 2 all by himself, putting them in a match point, and this is not looking great for them.
No. Hard to imagine you come back from this. 3 match points you have to stave off. And to be honest, unKnights have been pretty threatening on this attack. Yeah, a couple of speed bumps that they've had to get over. But for the most part, they have looked like the better team. And be a bit of a disappointing loss for Swamp. They had some pretty good rounds in the first half that just didn't really seem to get converted in the end. And maybe left a little bit too much on the table. Learning opportunity for sure. And unKnights are going to try to clear out lane, which should be pretty easy for them. No one from Swamp holding here. So a good bit of map control being taken by unKnights. Gives them options.
Well, I think unKnights have proven that even though they are on the much less favored side, they're still so good on it, and you don't see that all day. I mean, this is just I love to see it. That's all I'm, you know, trying to say here. And oh, eventually we might see a different approach. Look at this preparation here. I mean, this is probably just gonna smoke off mid. I mean, the smoke failed a bit, it seems, but I wonder what they're trying to do here. Probably just a mid fake coming our way, and now they're pushing from water, but are they able to find anything? They're just going to go towards A, and Petro NHZ good for one, and oh, this is just falling apart for Swamp, and Min and Josh have to go in as quick as they can, but Petro good for 3, and happy faces. I love to see it. It's just so nice.
Yeah, good solid win for unKnights. That round in particular, nice little setup. I mean, Brando, he was so blind. He could not see anything. It was a free kill for unKnights as they ran their way into that A bomb site. And so, end of the day, bit of a disappointing one for, you know, like how that played out. I thought that there was a little bit more there for Swamp, to be honest, but just really didn't feel like they kind of got the ball rolling. They had a couple of good rounds here and there, but, you know, never really were they in control of that game, I guess is probably the takeaway for me. And unKnights, they looked a bit sloppy. To be honest, they did look a bit sloppy in that first half, but they were given time, and with time, they were able to come back into the game, and ultimately they were able to run away with the 2-0. So Swamp are going to be the team that are inevitably going to be at the bottom of the scoreboard, the overall leaderboard, I should say, at the end of tonight, potentially at the end of this week. They will play against LCK tomorrow, so it's pretty tough to imagine that they're going to be able to get a win there as well. So perhaps a rough weekend ahead for Swamp. And for unKnights, you got to give Pietro a bit of a pat on the back. I thought he definitely had a lot of impact, not only just in this map, but I think over the course of the series, he was definitely someone that, with that rifle, was getting a lot of work done.
I'm glad you bring that up. I mean, we are about to see that scoreboard momentarily, but yeah, it's gonna be a tough weekend, like you mentioned, for Swamp. I mean, it's just unfortunate for them. I mean, they you know, the first map was already like super hard for them, and yeah, the second, you know, there was a little bit of a hope, but yeah, eventually, you know, they're just gonna lose this one as well. And yeah, tomorrow versus LCK, you know, you just have to be real about this one. It's just going to be a tough one for them overall. So yeah, I'm glad unKnights was able to, you know, convince us of their strength, and this is what they did today. And overall, you just gotta give it to the entire team. They worked so hard. I didn't expect them to have some setups on Mexico, because usually, you know, you never play Mexico, but yet they had some setups coming our way, and this is really what you like to see from them.
Most definitely. Yeah, unKnights, a bit of a rough start to the season, but hopefully this is going to be their opportunity to get that ball rolling a little bit more. Here's the scoreboard though. Pietro, as mentioned, definitely the standout there on Mexico. Pretty solid across the first 2 maps, or the 2 maps, I should say. Pico, HCZ with a little bit more of a better showing there on the second as well. So unKnights 10-6, you know, it's a pretty solid victory in the end. And in terms of the key players, Kais did have a pretty decent showing there for Swamp, but obviously not quite enough to get it over the line, and Pietro definitely was the standout across the server.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Pietro, I remember his clutch, the 1 versus 4, if I'm not wrong. I mean, this is going to be a nice frag later on, so you're gonna see that one pretty often, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, Alucard, obviously the match MVP. What can you say about Alucard? I mean, again, I've been praising this guy way too many times, but he really deserves it, right? So just glad to see that he is, you know, doing just fine. I mean, he was a player of 3BL a little bit ago, and now that he's in unKnights, I feel like he's just showing even more of what he's capable of, and it's really working out his way.
Yeah, most definitely. I think actually last season he was the player that got the most MVPs, so might be on for another crack at that one this season. We'll have to talk about that as we go deeper into the weeks, but now it's time for us to go deeper into the day. Lazarus and LCK is where we're going to turn our attention. That'll be coming up very shortly for you guys, but first it is time for a break. We'll see you on the other side. Lazarus and LCK ready to take one another on here as we jump into the third game of the day. It's week 3 of CFWL Season 2 of 2024. We've seen two 2-0s so far tonight. I remember the first night that I casted last season, it was all 1-1s, all very close matches. Not the case this season. I've got to say, I think we might continue the trend as well. 2-0 perhaps on the cards for this matchup. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I have to totally agree with you. I mean, obviously LCK is the much stronger team, but maybe Lazarus has something, in stock we don't know about yet. But it all depends on the maps for me, and I hope we are sooner or later about to witness which ones we're gonna see today. But yeah, I think, obviously LCK has a strong powerhouse. They play so aggressively. I don't think it even matters what strats they're on. I think they're just gonna run down Lazarus like some team, right? So yeah, I'm just looking forward for this one, surely.
Yeah, that said, Lazarus is one of those teams, again, I remember watching last season, and I had some positive things to say about them. I kind of liked what I saw in some cases, but they do sort of remind me, in a way, of GV, in the sense that, I think both teams, they have quite high peaks. And they play I would say that almost they play a smarter style than a lot of the teams in the West. Those teams that sort of hail from Europe. But they don't seem to be able to bring that consistent fragging power to the table quite as much as maybe, for example, the LCKs or the 3BLs, those kinds of names. So I think when it all comes together for Lazarus, again, they're a team that I think is really impressive, but doesn't always come together, and certainly not on a consistent basis. So that's going to be an issue for me, and especially going into a matchup like this one where you're going up against one of the best teams in the West. You're going to have to be on point over the course of 2 maps, and that is easier said than done.
Yeah, totally. I mean, looking back, Lazarus won against unKnights pretty convincingly as well. But yeah, now Port and Compound. I mean, Compound again is, it is what it is. But Port coming into this mix, I like to see it. And well, I'm not sure if this is really in favor for Lazarus here, but maybe, just maybe they are about to prove us wrong. But the first map is going to be Port, which I love to see. I like Port. Port is just a great map, but not to forget the tendencies here. GR is heavily favored as well, and, LCK starting on the GR side is going to be a big factor.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to wait and see. One of LCK, maybe a slow start for them, similar to what we saw from 3BL. Could open the door up a little bit for Lazarus. Obviously, Lazarus, they've got a little bit of experience under their belt. Taking a look at, maybe who am I kind of wanting to keep an eye on from this team. I mean, Jin had a couple of good moments last season. HDZ as well. So for me, maybe those are going to be the two that you would really like to keep an eye on. But there's a lot of experience there, like Loons. I mean, that guy's been around forever. So
yeah.
We'll obviously see whether or not that's going to come into play. And I don't know, LCK, yeah, I'm having a look down their roster now as well. And
well,
it's pretty scary looking roster. Like, you can pick any name really out the hat there and say these guys, they can frag. So I think the recipe for success tonight for Lazarus is going to be, a bit of a rougher game, a couple of maybe off players for LCK, and everyone showing up for Lazarus, and that might be enough to get the job done. That said, though, I think if you just take one map here, if you're Lazarus, you take one map out of the 2, you're probably happy with that. Like, I would consider that a win.
Yeah, no, surely. I mean, when it comes to Lazarus, I'm pretty sure to keep an eye on HDZ, but yeah, looking towards LCK, I don't know who to watch. I mean, everyone really, but we're gonna have to see. I mean, Flex, always flexing, so I think it's gonna be a great game after all. I mean, Port, like I said earlier, I just love that map. I think it's a good map, even though it's not like 50-50, but still a pretty convincing map to play. And I hope we are shortly jumping into this map as we speak. But yeah, like I said, HTZ is the one that you are going to keep an eye on, and the rest, obviously, I mean, Loons is super experienced, right? I think he's IGLing, if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, he has so much experience, he has so much to bring into this team, he has so much to tell, and I really hope he's doing it this time around again.
Yeah, I wonder as well if, you know, maybe having had that season under their belt, because did they come through with no roster change? I think that's right for Lazarus. Just having a quick look, and
yeah, they had 40 earlier. They had 40 earlier. Now coming in, he retired, and yeah, Vice is back into the roster. He was in a different team, I think, Demons earlier, but they relegated out. So yeah, Vice is back into the mix now.
Yeah. Okay, so small change, but nothing necessarily too massive, right? You've still got the vast majority of that core ready to go, which I think is a good sign. You know, you get time to gel as a team. They've definitely had that in the last season, and honestly, they only just missed out last season. I remember going into sort of that final week and saying there was definitely still a chance for Lazarus, but yeah, just missed a trick and ended up in 5th. Let's see if they can do a little better this week, or this season, I should say. Obviously, taking any map off of LCK would be some big points that most teams aren't going to get. So, important night tonight for Lazarus.
Well. Starting off slow, which is pretty typical for Lazarus, I would say. I mean, oh yeah, I can tell Flex. Oh, I think he spotted him, but doesn't really matter. And as you notice, NLS into the mix, and I love to see it. I mean, obviously he kind of retired a while ago, but now that he's here again once in a while, I really love to see it. And he's coming in for Jin, which is also an interesting swap. I feel like Jin was missing once again. There was a little bit of an issue with the anti-cheat, but now that NLS is here, I have hope. You know, I mean, not to hate on Jin, but I feel like NLS is a big plus for Lazarus here, and I hope they can prove it once and for all. And Refin not able to hold off this push, and Design, is he going to get a triple kill? No, Vice holding it off with a double himself.
All right, Spoxy takes NLS out of the game. It's Flex and Spoxy, the two probably standout players, I guess, for LCK from the last season. Spoxy, the sniper. Flex with an Orm there as well for a moment. Vice just didn't quite manage to land that spray as cleanly as was necessary. 18 seconds left on the clock. C4 needs to be retrieved. HDZ has to do it solo and has to charge into the B bomb site. LCK are going to be hearing that. Flash over the top. There's surely no way HDZ can win this one anymore. Spoxy down. Plant required. Has it come through too late? It seems to have. Flex is just going to have to survive and wins the round by default.
Well, I mean, what a good move from him, right? I mean, he was kind of waiting in the back just for a plan to happen, but then decided to jump just back in. And I think what would have been the better choice here was just, you know, sticking to the plans here. But however, it didn't work out their way, and this is the first round for LCK, and I really love to see it.
HDZ being patient with the Orm on the blacklist side, but not being given anything by LCK. Spoxy on the other side. The favorite position for the snipers to play. And he'll be spotted, so he's going to get some util tossed in his direction. Hasn't been able to strike just yet, though. Whips out the sidearm and gets Madison trying to slowly climb up the ladder. Even through the flash, it was looking decent for a moment for Lazarus, but they have been swept aside on A. And that was not even close to a contest.
Yeah, not at all. And yeah, LCK proving why they are one of the top 3, I would say. And oh boy, Lazarus, they have a huge fight coming their way, and LCK is so ready for this one. I mean, also this triple stack towards B here is just super uncommon, but I love to see it. I mean, they made their homework, really. I mean, they're so prepared for this Lazarus lineup here, and well, is Lazarus ready for LCK is the question here, especially with NLS coming into the mix here. This is just going to be great. I feel like this is one of the matches where we're really looking forward to.
Alright, well, pop flash through. It's not going to cause any problems. Zane is there to help Raffin out. Nothing going right for Lazarus so far on port. It is a pretty tough map to play on the BL side. Then again, LCK are looking pretty indomitable at the moment. None of these rounds have even felt close so far.
No. Well, Zane continues to be the Zane at this point. I mean, Vice is kinda in no man's land there, but now Loon's left alone, and it's really just not working out for them at the moment. I mean, LCK is not even pulling any crazy strats at this point. They're just convincingly destroying Lazarus with their aim power, with the powerhouse, and Spoxy sitting on 4-1, and look at the Zane 7-1. I mean, he's really putting the numbers up for his team, and Lazarus, it's gonna be quite tough for them to respond to that. And look at Flex. He's so patient, but he's still so aggressive as well. This time around, it didn't really work out for him, but it's so good to see how confident these players are on the LCK roster.
Yeah, I mean, there's every possibility we're going to push out the other side of the map here as well. The east side being pushed at the moment. Raffen a couple of steps further forward, and he would run into Madison. Going to be a standard smoke thrown in there by Dezane. That might be a little bit of false info for Lazarus. They think this angle is clear. Give up a freebie to Raffen. Maybe even a multi-frag. C4 hasn't moved just yet. I actually really like this setup from LCK. You're going to get the early information from Raffen if it ends up being a B push. Otherwise, they've got 3 players there to defend A. Util in onto NLS. Good tag. Raffen's going to hear that rotate away as well and say, well, push is coming in the direction of A. So LCK have all the information at the moment. It's just a case of whether or not they can now land their shots, and if that push is going to come through quickly enough from Raffen. He needs to make his rotate at some point. First shot won't connect, but Lion Claw holding behind the box is going to be able to double down. Knowledge is power, and LCK are wielding that like a hammer right now. Spoxy not having much luck, but it will not really matter. Dezane, Lion Claw, Raffen all into the fray, and that's another one for LCK.
Wow, I'm speechless. I mean, just look at that. Raffen with the absolute key position. You know, he didn't even do anything, but he just listened. He had all the information LCK needed, and you could really tell LCK was so ready for this push. And Lazarus, I mean, right now they're not really looking that strong, which is kind of off to me, you know. I mean, obviously LCK might be the better team, yeah, but Lazarus, they're still such a good team. I mean, they've been to the CrossFire Stars tournament so many times, obviously with a little bit of a different roster, yes, but Lazarus is still a team you cannot take on that easily. And that last round just looked like they're playing against like an easy team, which is absolutely not the case here. And I hope Lazarus is able to bring this one a little bit more back towards their way. And gotta see, I mean, they're playing super reserved, which is absolutely understandable. I mean, after that last round, I would probably do the same here. And they just have to find that initial frag, that opener to open things up, to find that gap, to do something in their favor. And NLS finds Flex towards the GR wall there, which is a big kill for them.
Spoxy going to be able to get back on the angle. And Dezane has caught HDZ, largely because that information that Spoxy's able to get by returning to the angle, you know, makes that push possible. Lion Claw around the corner wanted a little bit more than that. Put a bit of an overstep in, but a quick flank from Raffen won't go unnoticed. Loons will find it. First round on offer definitely now for Lazarus. A 2-on-3 for the retake on the A bomb side. It's not going to be an easy task. Dezane get a nade up over the top, but it won't do too much damage. Somebody needs to find a duel that they can win, and they need to do it quickly. And it's going to be Spoxy pushing his way forward. The double swing comes through, and Dezane cannot handle it alone. Finally, Lazarus have their round.
Yeah, Lazarus responding. It's about time. I mean, 4-1, yeah, but slowly but surely, maybe getting some rounds on the board. And this was surely one they really needed to win. And yeah, I'm glad they found this one. I mean, Lazarus still playing very reserved, but if it works, it works, and I like to see it.
I don't know if LCK likes to see it. They're being very active on the GR side. Trying to keep playing proactively. Lazarus getting the better of it again. This is the third round in a row now where they've had the opening pick. It's always good to get the opening pick, but you do definitely need to convert, and they've only got a 50% conversion rate on that so far. We'll be wanting to improve upon that with this round.
Well, I like to see NLS in that position right there. I feel like even though he hasn't probably played Crossfire in a longer time, he still plays the same style as he used to be and I really like to see it. I mean, you know, never really change the book if it's, you know, already written. And as I mentioned, that Lion Claw, oh, patience is key now. Okay, let's see how far this one will go. You can already tell LCK is so ready for this push. Oh boy, Lion Claw from behind, but now Lazarus will know. I'm not sure if this was the best decision by Lion Claw. I think he should have waited a little bit longer, because now Lazarus knows they're so posted up, and now NLS missing so many crucial shots here. This is not fair. This is not good for them.
Yeah, this round really fell apart for Lazarus. There was opportunities, but a few too many duels being won by LCK in the back end, and they go pretty quickly up to the 5-1 lead. Good shot from HDZ to get the opening pick, but as you were saying, Frank around the back could have had more impact. The round definitely wasn't over at that point, but very quickly became so when Lazarus lost a couple of duels. And now LCK, well, they continue to be in the driver's seat. There's no doubt about that.
Nah, not at all. I mean, again, I think Lion Claw could have waited a little bit longer. I understand why he took that shot eventually, but in the end, I mean, NLS had every chance to win this one and kind of messed it up. But happens. I mean, hopefully he's not too mad about this one. And Flex convincingly taking out HDZ, and oh boy, this is not looking great for Lazarus right now. I mean, LCK is on the GR side and they're so active, like I just mentioned, right? They're making so many moves, and it is just great to see how they play the GR side here, and I'm really looking forward for the BL side.
Oh, well, Flex straight through the smoke makes it look easy. And LCK are kind of making it look easy at the moment. This has been very smooth sailing for them so far. Raffen not going to be required so far in the round. Lion Claw on the other side of this fight with Vise. Easy as you like. Get that job done, and now it's on to Spoxy, who, to be fair, also, we haven't really seen too much from on this map. Usually he's very good on port. Was taken down again this time around. It's Zane who's really opened the account, and it's going to do the closing as well by the looks of things, because he's found the double kill at the end of the round 2. He's up to 13-2. It is a dominant display from Zane, and 12 kills of which were headshots as well. So he's just having an absolute crapper.
Oh yeah, Zane it is. I mean, Zane is a player that you can always count on, you know, especially in those high pressure moments. But right now there's nothing but no pressure, right? I mean, Lazarus preparing a long sweep. Yeah, okay, they're just trying to kill Spox here, which didn't really work out. I mean, this is also an interesting strat. We have seen it multiple times last weekend, and yeah, I mean, it works, but it also doesn't work, right? It's kind of a cheeky one, but no, I don't mind it. I like to see some cheeky moves, and Once again, Lazarus playing a reserved. I feel like this is probably not the best choice. I mean, against LCK, I understand because you don't really want to aggress the aggressor here, but I'm just not sure if this is the right pace here. But it eventually will fall on their heads, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be the approach, right? Like Lazarus will be expecting LCK to play aggressively, and when you expect that, you often want to sort of set up a default and wait for the push. Hasn't really worked out quite as well as they would have liked it to have. Still, Simon into the B site. Clean shot from Madison onto Flex. Flex will not be happy with that. Nor will Raffen, because that's going to give him a lot more work to do to try to hold on to B, and you might need to see LCK make a gamble here. In the end, they don't. They do maintain the 2-2. Zane waiting to see with that push coming through. Raffen, can he find more than one? He can't do anything. In fact, the flash was too good. And Zane, nice 2K, but would have needed more than that to get us excited. There's going to be the flank in from Lion Claw, and off angle from HTZ will make for an easy kill. Should be the second here for Lazarus. Spoxy could make things interesting though in the 1v3.
Well, nice positioning by HEZ early on, and I think this really made that Lazarus around, but as we speak, I think Spoxy has an answer to that eventually. I mean, they're just playing their time, NLS just getting all the info they need, and Spoxy needs to be a little bit more aggressive there, a little bit reservant. Obviously, he has to be, but yeah, I mean, finally Lazarus putting another round on the board, which is desperately needed, right? I mean, Zane getting that 2K day was a little bit, you know, didn't expect that one, but if Lazarus can get one more round, I think this is actually like, let's say an okay half, right?
Yeah, yeah. And Spoxy's just having a really rough time. Not sure what's going on for him today. I mean, and Port especially should be a map where, as the sniper, you're actually really able to have a lot of impact. But not really putting it together at the moment. Raffen going to go for the push. Zane's there to find the trade if necessary, but it will not be. And that's the perfect scenario for LCK. They do bring it back to the 4-on-4. Was looking awkward for a moment. But now the ball's back in Lazarus's court.
Oh boy. No, I always think it's interesting to see LCK play, right? I mean, you wouldn't expect him to push Belong like that, right? But for some reason, LCK, you know, they have a different rule book. You know, they play on their own rules, and it always works out for them. You know, they are just that convincingly, they're just that good, and Lazarus doesn't really has an answer to that. And if Lazarus isn't able to get this round done, a 7-2 half is really not what you're looking forward to, especially on port. But right now, you know, Lazarus has the man advantage. We're gonna have to see how this one pans out. And I hope Zane doesn't make it another one, but not this time around, well, right?
Zane kind of does have to get a bit active here, right? Like, he hasn't spotted anything outside of B. Or Flex is going to get one for free. That's early information as well. Lion Claw going to start to come across. Can't find the early trades, but late trades will do. Up onto the side itself, and Vice will get that quick one back. But Zane, 1-on-2. He's 15-3 at the moment. You do sort of have to back him. Nade over the top should do a little bit more chip damage. Hits both players with it. Makes for a very doable round if Zane is given the opportunities, and HTZ very nearly gets his head taken off. There's a nade to greet Zane. He'll continue to push his way forward. Double swings are being attempted by Lazarus, and eventually it will be converted. So 6-3. It's probably about the par score on the map. And in the end, LCK may be a little bit disappointed with that, because the half was looking really dominant for them to begin with, but ends up bleeding a couple of rounds back out to Lazarus.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, Zane took so much damage and still wasn't really, you know, able to get this round done. But yeah, it's a good thing for Lazarus, you know, 3 rounds. Again, it's an okay half. It's not really what you're looking forward to, but it's okay, you know. Now it's their chance, you know, maybe turn things around, even though I'm not expecting that, but we will have to see. I mean, NLS already in an interesting position. This is also not what you see all day, you know. Sitting behind that box with all those M4s isn't really something you look forward to, but if it works, no one's gonna complain afterwards.
Zane's waiting for anything outside of that smoke. Won't be given it. Flex might have an opportunity for an opener, but in the end it'll be Spoxy. I wonder if he'll just have a bit more impact maybe on this BL side. Normally it would be the GR side that he'd be getting that job done with the Orm, but tell you what, he won't complain if it happens on BL. Especially on a map like Port, which is traditionally pretty tough to make work on this side of the map. There's Spoxy again, so
yeah,
it's a very good start to the half for him.
Well, there's Flex, another sniper, and Spoxy again. I mean, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it. Spoxy now on the BL side, putting the numbers up. I mean, it's a little bit unusual, especially for him, but why not? It's working out. Spoxy almost able to find the last frag as well. I mean, it's not over yet, as I mentioned it. Spoxy. Wow. Yeah, I mean, insane.
Was that 5 frags going to the snipers in that round, I think, for LCK?
Yeah.
Not something you're going to see every day, but there you have it. 7-3, so again, looking pretty comfortable for LCK at the moment. Not so with the push in through from mid. Flex going solo. No trade available. Madison has that one locked down. Claw is going to give it a crack, and he too shall fall. Spoxy eventually has to get in there for the trade. Luckily, Raffin's also able to get himself one, so it is still a 3-on-3. LCK going to be looking for some more on their way into B, and that is proving to be pretty difficult. C4 needs to be retrieved as well. There's actually a world where Spoxy goes A here and gets that plant down, but has selected to go back over toward B. Raffin having a very difficult time of surviving, but I mean, he is surviving at the moment, so guess that is better than nothing. Gonna have to try and clear out the site a little bit more before trying to get that plant down. I'm actually honestly surprised LCK, haven't sort of rotated off. They have so much time.
Yeah. It's kind of weird as well, right? I mean, why was Lazarus not pushing Raffin? I mean, yeah, Spoxy was kind of missing, right? But it's so weird, and yeah, doesn't really work out for Lazarus right now. This round has been quite weird, if you ask me. I mean, how did any of this happen? And Lazarus still holding on to be here? Oh boy, this is going to be quite tough now for them, I feel like.
Spoxy, wouldn't be surprised to see another pick from him with the Orm. It's looking in the right direction, but hasn't seen anyone just yet. Shot will go astray. HDZ surviving for the moment, and Raffin going to get aggressive, pushing his way down off the A site. Looking to try to isolate an angle, and he will get a fight against HDZ, but don't see him landing his shots. And this is where Spoxy wasn't really able to do too much on the GR side. Same position and timed by Vise. So for Raffin now, he's got to win that initial duel against HDZ. Turns away, awkward timing, and Lazarus will get their 4th. It was a bit touch and go though.
Yeah, definitely a round to forget. Don't want to play around like that. I feel like this should have been like the round for Lazarus way earlier, but eventually getting it done is yeah, exactly what they were looking for. And yeah, I feel like Spoxy just has a hard time on A. I don't know why. It's just not working out his way. And Flex this time around winning the battle with Menacin. And look at LCK, they're just going to crumble on NLS. this is going to work out fine for them. I mean, Lionclaw goes down in the process, but convincingly taking bomb site B.
Yep, should be a pretty open plan here as well. Once Zane decides to get that one on the floor. It's an aggressive push around the corner, though, from Lazarus, and it has not worked out. Spoxy, Dezane for one each. Now Loon's the last one alive. Ooh, Dezane was missing a couple of shots there. We'll get the reload off with the Colt, and gets aggressive, but Loon's for the 3K. And Lazarus survive another by the skin of their teeth. The map starts to get a bit closer. LCK taking their foot off the gas, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not sure what went wrong there. I mean, LCK had a great momentum there, but for some reason they weren't really able to, you know, hold on to it. But yeah, again, Flex opening up things. Flex is always getting these early kills, you know? Like, I mean, sometimes he wins them, most of the times I'm not sure what to say here, but yeah, after all, you know, getting the man advantage early on is what LCK is looking forward to. I mean, Dezane kinda low on HP, but have you seen his KD? I mean, this guy is so on fire today. I mean, LCK, how are they not winning this more conveniently?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit surprising to me. But Lazarus are doing a good job. They've been pretty plucky. A couple of cheeky rounds here and there, and that's enough to keep us interested. Once again, they're going to try to batter down the door at B. A couple of members there to defend. Raffen. Oh, he hasn't checked the corner well enough. It's again going to come down to Flex and Dezane to try to salvage things, but Dezane drops, and then Spoxy alongside Flex for the clutch. They could get a plan here if they wanted to. They've been given a bit of space by Lazarus, but Vi's just floating around on his own. We'll give up the advantage again. Spoxy, to be fair, has been good at bringing it back, but they've been able to convert these rounds just yet, and now Spoxy falls, so Flex, scared, doesn't actually end up planting the C4. We'll get it down eventually, but has to negotiate the 1-on-2. I'd love to see something crazy, you know, pushing through mid or something like that, a big wrap. But he's just going to sit in the warehouse, and that will eventually be found out by Lazarus. Loons for the duel. HDZ solo gets it done. And Lazarus go to 6.
Oh yeah. The positioning from Vice was quite interesting. He backed up towards the ramp, which I thought was the mistake at the time, but for some reason I think he was able to get 2 all by himself. It wasn't even Menacin sitting in the corner, you know, it was actually Vice, I believe, and well, LCK, I'm not sure what's going on right now. I mean, they started off so strong. But Lazarus, this is also what I mentioned early on, they are a strong team, not to forget about. I mean, they're so good. But yeah, against LCK, I wouldn't even expect them to get that many rounds, to be fair. I'm totally honest about that. But, well, Lazarus not giving up too soon, which I like to see.
Yep. GR-sided map as well, so who's to say Lazarus can't win it from here? Took the nameplates off. You might actually favor Lazarus right now. LCK name is doing a bit of lifting, but to be honest, Lazarus are kind of looking better in the server at the moment on the eye test. So I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself and sort of write them off. There's another round where LCK are down to 4. 17-7 for Dezane. He would not be happy to lose this map, but it's kind of going in that direction. Loon spots a lot out in mid. It's good information for Lazarus. Manison ready for Raffen. Perhaps not as ready as he needed to be. Counter util in from LCK to try from Lazarus to keep LCK at bay, but 40 seconds still for LCK. It's a lot of time to work.
Spoxy needs to be the first one to peek. It's actually going to be Raffin. And Vice has so much info. I hope he plays it correctly. Oh, well, what's happening? Why is no one aware of this?
He saw them.
What?
I don't think he saw them. I think they got underneath him. They didn't spot him out. Vice. Oh, no. It's just a case of poor timing on the behalf of Lazarus, and LCK get away with one. It'll be 3-on-2. The retake for Loons, and NLS is not an easy task, but that is a shot from Loons. Bring it back. Landclaw's pretty low. This is not impossible. And Dezane had no idea. How is he still alive? He's lucky to be. Landclaw will save the day. And Loons, oh no.
Yeah.
Lazarus, what has happened there?
I was sure that Vice, you know, he must have heard something or they saw it. Like I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, this round, this one hurts, and not even a little bit. You know, this one hurts big time. And LCK, yeah, well, they got away with it. Pretty good for them, and you can tell like LCK they were surprised as well, right? So. This time around, it feels like they're gonna have a much faster approach, which I love to see. Finally, some more aggressive gameplay from them. The A split is coming through, and let's see if HTZ is able to hold this one off. I mean, the grenade damage is great, isn't it?
It is, and actually, they're not going to push off the back of it there, LCK. That's just some pressure over toward A. Now they're going to reset, keep Lazarus thinking. Spoxy will be given some time to work with that Orm. See if he can find himself a pick. Go for the double pump. Raffin's found himself one. Flex down. Back to the 4-on-4. HDZ looking for some impact with the Orm, and he'll get it. Madison was chiming in too, but in the end, Lionclaw able to get up and underneath the stairs, over the top. Loons not able to double down, and that could be the difference maker in the round. It's Dezane in the 1v1. This guy has been the pick of the bunch for the server so far. 19-5, 19-7, I should say. But Madison's made some cheeky moves. He's gotten up to the ladder, and I don't think Dezane is aware of that. He's certainly not. He's got absolutely no idea. Madison, has he made some noise up the top, though? Dezane's having a look, and Madison will win it for Lazarus.
Well, I didn't expect
cheeky
that.
Moves from Madison.
Yeah, I mean, Dezane with almost 20 frags on the board, I was kind of expecting him to, you know, just jump out and trying to kill him. But yeah, a good move from Madison just to hide, right?
Ooh, aggressive moves from LCK here, and it might work out. That was a forward hold toward B. But LCK just ran them down in the warehouse, and now Lionclaw to hold the line while the plant happens. This is a great setup for LCK, the 4-on-3 post plant.
Well, pretty fast one from LCK. Pretty, well, standard move for them, to be fair, but let's see how this one pans out. And this already looks kind of good for them, but as I mentioned, it goes back and forth. Loons, the last one to be alive, and LCK convincingly winning this round, and this is what they're looking forward to.
Yeah, 9-7. Lazarus have been working hard to try to get a dub on this map, but it might have just gone a little too far. NLS wants to get aggressive outside of B again. The nade stack was a bit earlier from LCK, so he avoids that. LCK on the precipice of collecting the dub for map 1.
LCK this time around focusing on the mid section. Interesting to see, because usually they always have one person in mid, which is, I think usually it's Flex, but this time around they all kind of decide to group up there, and this is an interesting strat coming our way. I mean, I haven't seen that one before, so this is new. 4 people in the position there. I mean, okay, the AC connector it is, it seems, and it's most likely going to be an aggressive push here.
Wise having a look, not landing anything just yet, but HDZ keeping it sound and sorted. He's found the double. NLS is in there for one as well, but Dezane Can't get it done. And Lazarus will close the gap back to 1. Looking for the overtime. Very achievable too. This has certainly not been the cleanest of maps from LCK.
No, not at all. I mean, look at Zane. He has 22 frags. I mean, I'm not sure what he thinks right now, but he's surely not happy about this one. And Vice kind of hiding from these nades, and finally he gets some information, flashes them out, and Spoxy with an insane sniper shot on him. And LCK still kind of on the run though. I mean, they're not fully committing to it yet, but the bomb also in the back, so this is surely not a push coming their way. And Flex getting that kill.
Yeah, he was lucky to get 1, I'd say. But I don't know, LCK, it sort of feels like they're maybe trying to get a little bit too tricky on this BL side. This is like the second or third time we've seen them sort of hit A and then go for a double pump or a bit of a fake out. And they're going to do it again. They're going to smoke off mid, and they definitely had a timing where they could have probably just walked in on A off the back of that kill that Spoxy got, and then Flex getting the 1-for-1 in mid, but instead they've taken their time and they've allowed Loons back to cross over to the stairs. He's got some assistance as well from Madison, but that's not going to come into play. Madison only good for the 1, and that is NLS, the last one alive. He might get one on the Raffen, but it won't matter anyway. 10-8, LCK staving off the overtime. It was a good effort from Lazarus, but it just could not get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not as convincing as we expected it from LCK, but you gotta give it to Lazarus. I mean, they started off weak, but then all of a sudden, you know, they started off strong. They really tried their best to win this one, and you know, obviously it's kind of hurting for them right now, but I'm sure they can be happy about it, right?
Yeah. Still, you know, one more map to play in this series is going to give Lazarus a bit of an opportunity. Obviously, you know, what we saw from them on Port will give you enough faith that they might be able to still put some efforts in on map number 2. But also what I am sort of wondering is, you know, is that really the best of LCK? Are we going to get, you know, are we going to get that 2 maps in a row? I don't know that Flex, for example, is going to go negative all that often, for example, right? He's someone that tends to be the focal point for LCK. Even Spoxy started really slow. Like, to me, those are the 2 guys that, you know, you kind of look at in this LCK roster, and Flex kind of never really got going on that map. Eventually, Spoxy, you know, kind of had his moments, but really it was Zane that was dragging them, kicking and screaming through Port here. But I don't know that we're going to see LCK's individuals be so quiet over the next map.
Well, we are about to find out, but yeah, look at these highlights. I mean, LCK and also Lazarus, right? You gotta give it to them. They were also hitting their shots eventually, right? I mean, they started off 1-4, it seems, and even 1-5. And yeah, I mean, they really had to, you know, get the ball rolling eventually. And I just love these frags, you know? It's always nice to see afterwards to, you know, how everyone was kind of performing. And, you know, in the end, Lazarus, they kind of stepped it up, and I really love to see it.
Yeah, it's good to see. Hopefully we'll get similar performances from Lazarus into map 2. LCK, I want to see what they're going to be able to do to sort of bring back some of that fire. That was a great clutch as well from NLS. Perhaps just need another 10% for Lazarus, or, you know, 10 or 15%. They might have been able to win that map. There was every opportunity. You'd be really stoked to take a map off of LCK, and that felt like the chance to do it. I don't know that you get another chance against a team of this caliber, but I don't know, we'll see. Traditionally today, the second map has been closer than the first in the series that we've watched, so maybe that'll be the case again here, and that'll certainly be what Lazarus is hoping for. But LCK, I don't think the individuals go missing for that long, so we'll have to wait and see. And that'll be maybe not too long that we have to wait, because it's time for us to take a break. Don't go too far away. Map 2 is coming up right after this. Well, it was a little bit closer there than what we had expected, with LCK just getting it over the line against Lazarus, but I don't know. I mean, 10-8. Gotta say, that was a bit of a better performance from Lazarus than what we were anticipating.
Yeah, much needed one as well, right? I mean, Lazarus, they had a good time against unKnights, but I mean, if they continue to play that way today and also the rest of the weekend, right, I see them having a good time. I mean, tomorrow against GV Esports, who knows? I mean, if they play that good against LCK, I see them having a good chance tomorrow.
Yep, definitely would agree with you. However, LCK may show us something a little better here on Compound, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. It is going to be LCK to start off on BL's side, and they're going to go for the 4-1 split. Just leaving Flex to his own devices over on the A side of the map, see if he can cause a bit of a ruckus while the other four push their way toward NLS. Not a whole lot of nuance to this round from LCK. They are getting harassed on their way through the map. They've got low HP members on Flex and tags on Spoxy and Lionclaw. Lazarus doing a pretty good job of keeping LCK at bay for now.
Yeah, and if I'm not wrong, I think LCK already played Compound twice this season, so yeah, definitely an interesting info here, because as you might know, Lazarus, they're always, watching these replays, watching these VODs, so they surely did their homework. So this is also an interesting thing to notice here. But so far, nothing has really happened. So LCK just building up that belong push as the rest of the crew comes together. And oh boy, Vice and NLS have to do it all. And they will.
Yeah, they will indeed. Double couple of frags coming through from NLS, 2 from Vice as well. And that was not too impressive for LCK. Just sat outside of B for such a long time and then decided they wanted to give it a crack, and the only one cracking was them.
Oh yeah, good point there actually. I mean, this is what I was mentioning, right? They did their homework. They know exactly what LCK usually does, and hitting their shots is just another thing to take care of, because Lazarus, obviously they're like more a tactical team, but when it comes to aiming, they can be dangerous though.
Yep, I definitely don't disagree with you, and you're kind of getting to see that as well. HTZ down in this round though. It's going to give a little bit more of an opening for LCK. Lots of util getting tossed on in mid. That shows their intentions. They'll push their way forward. Loons is going to try to hold them off, but it comes down to Madison alongside him. Madison looks for more, and it's going to be Vice again for the double. Spoxy, tough one to get this one done, that's for sure, and the multi-swing will come through. Lazarus 2-0, and Vice is having a bit of a day so far.
Wow, I mean, Lazarus, surely not what we expected, but I love to see it. I mean, why not? Always those grenades early on. I mean, surely Flex has to be aware of that, but Spoxy finding an LS early on is a big kill to have, especially with HTZ around, HTZ should be able to, get the refrag, but not this time around. And oh boy, LCK playing super aggressive, and so far it has worked out this round, but overall, obviously, they're not winning, so this is something to take care of. And a triple stack coming out from Lazarus is an interesting decision. I mean, why not? You see HTZ has so much map control over Belong there, and eventually, Lazarus, they're gonna make a move.
Yeah, Lazarus, do you have that triple stack on the A side of the map? I mean, it's very, very aggressive hold outside of B from HTC, so he's got a lot of information. And it's giving LCK a bit of a headache. Or it could. Madison's going to hold the initial push on A long. Loons has already struck on deflects, and now they can turn their attention toward A long. Madison not able to get too much done, but Loons certainly will be. And here comes Vise, the man of the moment, only for the one this time around. HTZ's waiting to see if there'll be a mistake. Oh, there was a chance to bring it back to the one-on-one. But he's been unable to do so. And now the job gets a bit more difficult as the smoke is going to bloom. Plant happening. HTZ through on the timing. Not a bad little push from him, but this is a tough crossfire to break. Not if you can hit headshots like that, but won't double down. And so, first round on the board for LCK.
Oh boy, that was close. That was way too close, actually. I mean, wow. Somehow managed to snuck in and, you know, worked out. So, first round for LCK, great to see. I mean, yeah, LCK, they kind of play a bit, not sure how to say it, but expected a little bit more dominance from them, but maybe Lazarus just has the momentum right now. Maybe they're just the better team for the moment, at least, and it's interesting.
Another slow approach from LCK. They do like this mid setup. Flex is going to go solo. He's done this a few times. Easy to just go down as a solo, but Madison getting a bit too eager for information, and so Flex is able to punish that on the line. HTZ, good shot. Catches Flex for the rebound kill. Back into the 4-on-4, but LCK are not wasting any time, and they get on top of HTZ. Not much he can do there as the AWPer. And it's 2-on-3 again. Lazarus with the numbers deficit.
Well, continues to be in LCK's favor. Loons, the last man standing for Lazarus, can't get it done. I mean, how? It's just way too difficult, but checking the replay here. An interesting fight, that's for sure. I dinged him, kind of lucky. I mean, if that would have been a headshot, maybe. But yeah, HTZ, oh boy. I mean, yes, we have seen that multiple times today already, but it's always so difficult to, you know, get a frag and get away with it, so... But I see in the LCK, convincingly, look at this, they're just pushing at this point. I love to see it, finally, some more aggression here coming their way. Madison now trying to hold them off, and look at this, it's all falling apart for LCK. Ref and the last man standing against Vice and NLS.
Oh, he could definitely get it done. Shots like that, Vice. Back around the corner. Rafa knows he needs to collect that C4 at some point. And Vice is going to give him the time to do it. He's going for the big wrap. Wants to change up his position. Raffin thinking about that possibility, but I wonder... Vice looks like his timing is pretty good here. He's going to get up into the window. Still hasn't spotted Raffin out. He's even expecting him to maybe go B. Ooh, he might have called it correctly, Vice. Let's have a look and see. Can he find the angle? Yes, he can. It's too easy. That was Galaxy Brain from Vice.
Oh, yeah. That's for sure. I mean, oh boy, so much back and forth once again, and you know, gotta give it to Vice. He's so experienced, and not to forget that he has been on multiple CFS majors. So yeah, definitely a player to look out for. I mean, Vice, what a positioning. I mean, somehow he got away there, but Lightclaw now in a difficult task, but look at this, he gets both. Not sure how, but he does, and look at him just running towards, because he knows there's no one to be close, only Vice now. Let's see, is he able to hold him off? Yes, he will be, and this is an important kill for him.
Yeah, Vice needs to get the job done again, it seems. Smoke timing is a good one. But that said, LCK can definitely wait it out. Vice is going to get aggressive on the flex. There's just no way. How does he keep doing it? 11-2. He's having a stellar game. And calling for a bit of assistance right now. I mean, Loons was coming across to have a bit of a look. Madison watching mid. But I don't know if I'd be pushing this if I was LCK, knowing that Visor's on the other side of it.
We look at this Boxy patiently waiting for Vice to show up and unable to get the shot done. Kind of unusual once again, but happens. And taking a look at Vice's score, I mean 11-2. I mean, oh yeah, that's a score right there. Especially for Vice. I mean, don't want to talk the guy down, but this is not the usual for him. But I love to see him stepping up for Lazarus here, and hopefully for many more rounds.
Yeah, great stuff. Madison wanted to get aggressive into mid, kind of got himself into all sorts of trouble right there. And again, it will be Vise. It certainly has to be. He's just not quite going to get the timing there. So it was always going to be tough for him with the flank coming through. Now it's on to Loons, and that's too much to ask. We're back to 3 apiece. Continues to be a very tight matchup.
Yeah, Lazarus showing they did their homework, and you know we are at a break even at the moment, and surely none of us expected that outcome so far, and wonder what the reason for that is. I mean, is it LCK not performing that well, or is it Lazarus just completely outperforming LCK at the moment? I'm not sure what it is, but it is surely happening. I mean, NLS in the mix-up. I said it early on, but I just love to see that guy. He's back. He's back on those servers, and it's been forever. So yeah, definitely glad to see him.
LCK with a bit of a different approach this time. 2 players up in the sniper's nest and going to go into mid through that avenue. The approach is toward B. It's still going to be fast from LCK, and Vise this time is run down. LCK have learned from their mistakes. You've got to take Vise out early. And this will surely be 4-3. I mean, I don't really see a 5-on-3 retake happening.
Nah, surely not, right? I mean, oh yeah, here it goes again, right? I'm gonna say it. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough retake because B is one of the hardest sites to retake. So surely not. And looking at those numbers, HTZ and Loons, not this time around. It feels like, and yeah, Flex and Refin there to save the day, and LCK now in the lead. It's like they haven't been in the lead for a while, and this is a much needed round for them.
We'll see if anything changes up here for LCK. Another similar approach. It's mid. That's kind of the name of the game for LCK at the moment. This time a little pop flash around the corner. And Loons is pushed away, but HDZ is not. Oh, HDZ for the double. Looking for more. He's trying to get another couple of kills in there, but it really doesn't matter at this point because everybody chiming in, and we're just going to go tit for tat, it seems. 4-4 is the score.
All right, yeah, well, another mid-rush didn't really work out in their favor, and I don't think they're going to try that one sooner or later again. So yeah, definitely a good round from Lazarus, just proving that they're absolutely capable of, being the better team. But for now, let's see. You see an interesting setup coming up from LCK. I mean, 2-1-2. Yeah. So yeah, let's see. I mean, this is a little bit different, but I like it. Different is always good, and you can tell Lazarus they left mid completely open this time around because they probably know LCK won't try that again.
Why do they love mid so much? It's kind of what I'm wondering at this point. They just have this obsession with running mid. This will be a B finish though. Obviously with Lionclaw out on that side of the map as well, they're going to try and make that B pinch happen. Loons, nice timing to try to hold things off, but LCK don't seem to be too perturbed at all. Double kill for Flex. Lionclaw got one as well. It's the perfect setup from Lionclaw. And 2-on-4 is very quickly going to be back to 2-on-3. There's still an angle here for Lazarus.
Once again, the retake situation gonna be quite hard for them. Let's see, maybe they're actually able to retake this one, but we haven't seen that, I think, in total today, so gonna be a tough one, and Design Spoxy cleaning him up, getting that 1 round ahead, which is, you know, a nice little thing to have. And now we switch sides, and this one, what do you think? I feel like this is gonna be a little bit of a pace changer now.
Yeah, Lazarus tending to play a little bit of a slower style than LCK, that's for sure. You can even see that immediately, much slower into mid, and it's LCK that want to get aggressive even on the GR side, trying to push the issue.
Yeah.
So I think you're 100% on the money that this half might just play a little slower.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see from LCK that they always play aggressive no matter which side they're on, right? And it's most of the times it works out for them. I mean, this one was like 1-for-1, so yeah, I guess, you know, it's whatever, but taking out NLS is a good start, and of course taking out Flex is an even better start. But not to forget, Flex giving the shots, now he can fully focus on, you know, watching his team, giving all the needed calls. Landclaw now trying to survive and actually not backing out completely. Holding on. Surviving that double nade stack, and also taking a look on his KD, 14 and 5. This time around, it's not the Zane or Spoxy, it's actually Lionclaw stepping up for his team, which is, you know, love to see it.
Yeah, big fan. Getting the job done across the board. But I don't know. I mean, it's going to be enough today against Lazarus. Lazarus, man, they're making LCK work.
I think Refin saw someone there. That's why he backed up so quickly. Can kind of see it. He's really having that movement right there. And Lazarus, are they about to bust onto this bomb site? And this is the case. Refin, no chance at all. And this is all falling apart again for LCK with a convincing push from Lazarus.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, same as what we saw on that first map, I'm kind of feeling like this one's winnable again for Lazarus, which is not really something I would have said going into the game, but yeah, definitely putting LCK through their paces, and even if it does end up being a 2-0, it's certainly not going to be a clean 2-0. I guess at the end of the day, that's really all that matters if you get that win on the board. For Lazarus, taking a map away from LCK would be a huge dub. So 5 apiece right now. They've got every possibility of doing it. Got to try and make it happen.
Pretty sure 3BL watching this match right now is pretty happy. You know, they're probably expected the same outcome as we did. But with LCK potentially not getting that 2-0, it's gonna get more interesting as we speak. And yeah, well, Spoxy finally stepping up to the plate, getting 2 frags all by himself. Kind of fully blinded, not able to get NLS here. Oh, he actually gets him anyway. Okay, making things more interesting.
Again, these rounds just keep going back down to like low numbers, 2-on-2, and sort of clutch situations. And when you get into those sorts of situations, it's definitely winnable on either side. LCK leaving Raffen in mid. HTZ up in the window. Has he made a little bit of noise there? Raffen kind of having a bit of a look. Everybody making noise, but everyone gets away scot-free as well.
Well, HTZ missing that really difficult shot is, you know, no one to blame for. It's not gonna be too easy to hit that shot, but yeah, now you can see Lazarus actually taking a step towards B, and LCK splitting here, I don't know. I mean, yeah, getting some info is good, but eventually, I mean, look at the timer. They really need to group up again, or, you know, just like they're doing right now, split. But now, eventually, whoa, this is gonna fall. And okay, Lion Claw. No, if you have Lion Claw on B, maybe it's okay to split. Maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when he's, you know, he's pulling out a Dezane type performance from what we saw on Port. Like, there's always someone for LCK that's doing it, but is it going to be enough to get them the dub on the map?
Yeah, it's always the question, right? And look at this. LCK, once again, totally aggressive towards mid here. Look at them. They're all there. Everyone is so ready to get them for Xtane. They're not even moving. They're holding this. Boxing missing that important shot, but how is this gonna pan out in total? And you can see everyone is back and forth. And wow, Vice getting that 2-piece is so important. He's so on today.
Yep. Yep. I mean, it's a battle of Vice versus Lion Claw. It seems like who can get their team through the round is going to be the one to win it. Maybe this round it'll be Vice. He's peeked into the orb and he's won the duel as well. Like, he just can't do any wrong. 17-6. Guy is just fragging at the moment, and I feel bad for Raf, and he's in the 1v3 though. He's done a pretty good job to get that kill on the Loons.
Raffen now in a 2 versus 1 situation. We have seen that one before, so he's just gonna get as much information as he can get. But it seems like Lazarus already has a plan, and they're just gonna, you know, slowly but surely take the bomb site A here, getting the bomb down. It's all about Raffen if he gets the info, and he does. But who but Vice, right? I mean, obviously he's gonna be the one to take him out.
Mans can do no wrong. Well, tit for tat, really, aren't we? 6 apiece. And I'll be surprised if we don't go to another very close scoreline, something like 10-8, or maybe even an overtime on this map. That feels like where it's going.
Alrighty, nice leg shot by Flex. Surely not something NLS was expecting, but he got away with his life, and I hope he can do something with it. But yeah, like you mentioned, for some reason I feel like this might eventually go to overtime if it continues to be that way. But LCK, not sure what the deal is right now, but maybe they didn't expect Vice to be that strong today. I mean, he's really putting up the numbers. I mean, oh boy. How close would Lazarus be without Vice right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. But here's a good chance for Lazarus again to get in the lead. Got that 4-5 advantage, 50 seconds still, lots of time to work. Can go for the 3-2 split onto A, or maybe the 4-1. See where Loons ends up. Looks like he's going to join the bulk of the forces. And really, the only defender here is going to be Spoxy. Everyone else has rotated over toward B. Not sure what the info there is for LCK, but this is going to be a freebie for Lazarus. Look, they've just walked contact, played their way all the way into A. And they have now got a 5-on-3 post plant. That is beautiful.
Yeah, not only is that beautiful, it's gonna be a hard one for LCK to retake. And I mean, Lion Claw getting Menace in here is a start, but HDZ has such a great position here. I mean, look at this. He's so ready for Raffen there, and eventually the timer's gonna go down to 0. And look at this, Vice. Who can stop this man today? Who? I don't know. It's just not possible, apparently.
There you go. Another Vice highlight reel on the replays. 21-6. Lion Claw's doing his best. He's 19-8. He's like right there with him, but crazy how the Zane's gone from unstoppable to not really having much of an impact at all.
Oh yeah, glad you mentioned it. I mean, didn't even notice it until now. The Zane having a tough game so far. I mean, not sure what the issue is here, but yeah, LCK probably also not happy with that situation right now. They probably expected that one to be much easier, and Lazarus actually in the lead. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this right now. Lazarus is in the lead against LCK right now, and not even close. I mean, yeah, obviously it's only one round, but in comparison, everyone is just putting the numbers on the board, and it seems like we have a disconnection on the LCK side, and this is going to be crucial. I mean, the rounds, obviously every round matters, right? But these rounds, the last few rounds, they matter so much in a different way, and apparently Flex able to get NLS here.
Yeah, he's going to need a bit more. LCK on their last legs. C4 will be retrieved. Gotta be bearing in mind as well that Vise is still alive, right? I feel like as long as Vise is alive, it doesn't really matter. Anything is possible. Same can be said for Lion Claw. But Lazarus, as we said at the start of this half, are always going to play a bit of a slower style on BL. So waiting that timer down again.
Lion Claw, ready for this push. I mean, yeah, he's totally flash, still gets the frag done, and this is in favor for LCK right now, and HTZ now needs to get that frag done, and he does. And now it's only Spoxy, and Spoxy's not having the time of his life so far. I mean, yeah, he's somewhere, but surely not in the top ones, and oh boy, this is gonna be so tough for him if he doesn't get that shot done.
Yeah, needed to hit that shot.
Yeah.
That was a chance gone begging for sure. Could have brought it back to the one-on-one, but now here we are going into the one-on-two still with 20 seconds left on the clock. Spoxy going to get that Colt out. Try and make it happen with the pistol. Should be an easy double swing, and it is. So Lazarus get themselves one more, and going to have a little tech timeout here to get everyone back in the server. But it feels like the combo has kind of been broken, right? It's been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and we've kind of been, 5, 6, 6, 6, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, But actually now we've got that 8-6 scoreline, 2 in a row for Lazarus, and LCK are looking a bit worse for wear.
Yeah, with Refn disconnecting there, that surely didn't make anything better here, and it's nice to see Lazarus smile once in a while. I mean, they had a tough weekend. I mean, obviously they won, but still not super convincingly. So yeah, it's nice to see them, be on the better spot right now. And again, with Jin missing here, I feel like NLS is the perfect guy to jump in and make things possible, because as how to say, like, I'm pretty sure that NLS is like one of these mood makers. As soon as something doesn't work out, he's instantly there. It's like, okay guys, listen, it's fine, it happens, and we're just gonna play our game. And yeah, this is something NLS loves to do.
Well, we'll see how long this one takes for LCK to get back in with their 5. Looks like maybe everyone getting ready to go there, but gives them some time to maybe reset. It's been a tough series for LCK, surprisingly. And Lazarus just looking pretty chill, really. I mean, some conversation happening, though, to be fair. It's always going to be something to say.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Loons, they're talking. It's probably like, yo, guys, listen, we are ahead. We need to do our game strats as we, planned them. And you can see everyone just kind of listening. Vice giving him some response. I mean, Vice hitting his shots today. I mean, again, without him, this would have been completely different. I mean, not sure. Maybe this guy had some, a great breakfast or something. But yeah, he's surely on there. He's hitting his shots.
Pretty relaxed, though. Pretty relaxed. And what would it do for the standings here if Lazarus were able to beat LCK on a map? Yeah, I mean, they might still maintain third over unKnights. Obviously, kind of depends on how that next map or next matchup goes as well. GV and TBI still yet to play today.
Yep.
But we go back into it and let's see if Lazarus can actually seal the deal here.
Back at it. Well, again, Lazarus, as usual, starting off slow. Nothing to be surprised about. Just taking some early control here. Okay, mid is clear. Belong kind of open, but they're fully aware of it. Probably gonna retake BC soon. But yeah, I gotta love this patience. I mean, again, at this time of play, to be that calm is not that easy, you know, especially with everything on the line here. And well, it's gonna be quite interesting. Also, a different approach coming up from LCK. You know, everyone's pretty reserved. You see no one like even close to Lazarus. They want this one to be over, but they want it to be safe, that's for sure.
Lion Claw's just going to be jump spotting the corner. We'll back off. Hasn't actually managed to get all the way back into the side, so still a pick angle here for Lazarus if they want to push the issue. Doesn't seem that they do. Got Madison with the C4 kind of floating around on his own. If he were to continue to push forward into position with Loons, then maybe there's a world there. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. Lionclaw goes down. NLS had him isolated. Now we have, again, a player advantage for Lazarus. Now looking very good here on Compound. This is actually such a big opportunity to take a point away from LCK. Gonna go into A. Zane will double down, triple down, in fact. And in the blink of an eye, it goes from a very winnable round to certainly unwinnable now for Lazarus. Just a poorly timed call, unfortunately. And LCK get away with one.
Oh boy. You know, we talked about design earlier, and
yeah,
now we have a different design. Now we have that design that, you know, we were desperately looking forward to. And yeah, now he's back. Now he's hitting those shots, and I hope for LCK that, you know, this was not just like a one-round wonder. I hope that continues to be the case for him, you know.
Well, if that's the case, then it could be that big comeback from LCK. And again, you know, it's the 8-6 scoreline, right? It's the magic 8-6 scoreline that we saw. LCK were down 8-6 on Port as well, and they were able to come back in. And could potentially do it again here on Compound. But it's been tough going, so I can't really say that it will happen for sure. Lionclaw isolated. Not going to get the backup that he needs. So NLS, once again, opening the account. Another 4-on-5 that LCK have to try to salvage.
Yeah, good move by Lazarus here. Not a good one from Lionclaw. I mean, yeah, he tried his best to, you know, get something out of it, but a good decision here to just back off. You know, you have the entry, just back off and group together, try something else now. I mean, it worked out great. Lazarus now 1 man more. A little bit of an advantage coming their way, and oh, I love this. Raffin is going to be the key player for this round for LCK at least, and oh boy, I hope he's ready for this one.
Yeah, I mean, close range angle, it's definitely possible to multi-frag. C4 is there, the push has to come through. It was a bit of a longer extended trade from NLS, but he got the job done. It's still 3-on-3, 30 seconds here. LCK They have to hold on to this B bomb side, and Flex is going to do a good job to start things off. HDC in mid can only get himself one. It's on Talloons, and he won't get the job done. It's another one for LCK. An equalizing round. And it's the second time in a row now that Lazarus have had the opening pick, but have not been able to convert.
We are at a break-even point again, and a little bit of a block coming through, but yeah, I mean, LCK looking much more convincing now. I mean, this little break of theirs probably was for the better, and yeah, you can finally see some frags coming their way. I mean, this Zane 4-1, yeah, really what was missing all these rounds before, right? And I also think, if I'm not mistaken, now Vice is kind of back to normal, I would say. So if Vice manages to, you know, turn on again, that would be a big decisive factor for Lazarus.
Oh, Lion Claw, 1 for 1. Could be worse. Definitely hanging in the balance still. It's all semblance of map control lost on the A side of the map, and LCK are going to get a little busy on B, just jump spotting through the doors. Is Raffen. He's getting info over there. Not seeing anything. Takes a long time for Lazarus to decide where they want to end up going. So LCK probably not expecting to see anything for the next 20 seconds or so still. Mid push. Flex is there to receive. Toss a nade out. Does a bit of chip damage, but you need to do a little bit more than that. And Madison straight over the top gets the better of Flex. Raffen on the outside. He's still going to have an impact on this round. At least LCK will be hoping so. HTC a pain. It's a 3-1 split from Lazarus, but Faiz is again getting the job done. It's a good trade in. And Spoxy will be finished off as well. It's Lazarus that will have map point.
Wow. Well, Lazarus on a mid point. I can't believe I'm saying this, but yeah, Lazarus, they got there eventually, and they're looking so good right now. I mean, LCK, tie or die situation for them, and obviously they're not happy about this one. Understandable, of course, and Lazarus once again starting off slow. I mean, we have seen this so many times today already, and this is not going to change whatsoever. It's, I mean, you know, if it works, it works. And LCK also not, you know, very risking anything here. I mean, just playing their absolute standard plays, and no more pushing mid, no more nothing apparently. And this is going to be a little bit interesting here eventually. I mean, yeah, we're gonna wait like 30 seconds longer to something to happen, I believe, but eventually Lazarus is going for that initial push, and just, you know, throwing some utility their way. Spoxy has an interesting spot here, and now the push comes through from Lazarus, but which way is it going to be? And it's going to be the highway push, and now Zane has everything to do here. Can't really hit their shots, and look at Flex. Flex making things possible here. It looks so good for LCK right now.
Yeah, I mean, oh, NLS, he chimes back in with 2-3. Never mind, hang on, we're right back on. Flex is holding the fort on B, though, it has to be said. HTC just came through a bit late. Raffen is full HP, but Flex is a sliver, so there is definitely a world where the clutch comes through. He's going to have to try to get that clean kill onto Raffen. It's not going to happen, and so it will be an overtime, the first of the night. Just took Lazarus way too long to get that trade onto Zane, and Flex was able to hold onto the site. A bit of a change up really from LCK, from Lazarus, I should say, in that round, wasn't it? Where felt like they kind of played a little quicker in that one, and Maybe that was the incorrect call. Charging in through a smoke into the B bomb site, but now they have to get it done in the OT, and LCK will see if they can lock back in. Looks like somebody's AFK, so that's not ideal.
Probably just rushing to the toilet. It's been a while, so, well, so I have to say, I mean, surely none of these teams expected to be, you know, to fight that hard for the victory, and you can really tell Flex is also not happy. I mean, yeah, understandably again, and on the other side of Lazarus, not much talking going on except of loons. You can tell Analyst is kind of leaning back in his chair, kind of rethinking, yeah, the options they had, and now that we are going to have an overtime situation, things are only getting more energy consuming for sure. I mean, it's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, he did a great job in that final round, got 3 kills, but I suppose when Flex gets 4 and you get 3, then it's just not quite enough. Looks like we're back to it, ready to go.
Well, Design is back from his break, ready to make some action, and I can also tell LCK, not much talking going on. Probably already know exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Everybody should be pretty well drilled at this point. And obviously, season 2 of the year, you've got the 7 sort of returning teams, more or less, plus Swamp Gaming, who were not there for season 1, and they come in at the cost of 36 Demons. But even for Swamp, that's a, you know, experienced core, at least, of famous Brando and Kais. So everyone's, you know, got a bit of legs under themselves and should have good knowledge of, you know, the maps don't change, right? Like they don't, there's no rotation necessarily in the map pool. Not that much, really. So everyone's been here and done that. Take a bit of time to get into the server for the OT, of course.
Oh yeah. Kind of missing Refin there. Refin is not, yeah, he doesn't want to be seen today, it seems like, but yeah, that's fine. It's, you know, we have 4 other dudes ready to jump into the action here eventually, I hope. And I just hope Flex, yeah, he just doesn't look happy. I mean, yeah, I understand it. It's quite tough for them, you know. They really wanted this one to be quick and easy, and Lazarus not having it. You can tell your Lazarus still a little bit of a chat going on. It's a much needed one, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what it is that's taking this long now. I mean, it's probably a little bit frustrating for even the players at this point, right? Where, you know, you're on a bit of a run, you're feeling pretty warmed up, and now it's like, well, you just have to sort of wait. Maybe somebody's, you know, still not quite 100% ready. Maybe there's internet issues, something. Who knows? It could be anything. But the reset kind of takes you out of the game a little bit. You have to find a way to refocus in once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question in which favor this break is going to be, right? I mean, LCK had a little bit of a run. Now all of a sudden there's a major break, and the question is, does it matter though?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if I'm in the Lazarus shoes, I probably don't want to have a break here. I feel like the longer you give LCK, you know, the more time, like, the favored team is going to be able to sort of come back into their own, right? Like, that experience comes into play at that point. Comfort. And Vise, he was on a bit of a run here on Compound, but how long is that going to last if, you know, things kind of get reset? We're not sure. Obviously, waiting to see what happens in this game, same as you guys are. And for Lazarus, it'll be a little bit disappointing, right? I mean, to be honest, for LCK, it's kind of disappointing as well. They did manage to stave off the OT in map 1. They weren't able to do it here. They themselves were the one that were chasing the OT. And Lazarus, well, they had every possibility, but again, you know, you're sort of seeing those inconsistencies maybe shining through the call in that last round as well, to just go through the smoke, try to push into B. Is that the right play given the circumstances, given how the rounds were working out? Honestly, I was a little bit concerned when they didn't find the opening pick in that round, because it did feel a lot of the time like they were getting through rounds, but only because they were playing 4v5 and they had that opening pick. But when they didn't get the opening pick in the final round, it's like, okay, well, now they're going to really be tested. And when they were tested, they kind of cracked. You know, they just went for straight up push into the B bomb site. Everyone in through mid. We'll see how it works. And obviously it didn't work, you know. So how deep does that strat book really run for Lazarus when things aren't going their way? That's obviously something that they're going to have to answer going into this OT when we do eventually get there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Lazarus, I think their book is pretty, you know, thick, so I expect him to be ready for this one. I mean, they made it so far. I mean, they had a little bit of a tough first map, I would say, but, you know, now they are here at overtime, and, you know, I feel like this is gonna be, yeah, I'm not sure if it's their way, but I think they're pretty prepared for it for sure. I mean, it's Lazarus after all, right? I mean, Loons is so ready for this. I can pretty much tell. Yeah, I'm sure they're ready for it.
Well, they've had no shortage of time now to figure out what they want to be doing. I think you can go over as many strats as you want in the time that we've had available, but you know, who's that really going to favor? Again, kind of hard to say at this point in time. So I think everybody kind of probably just wants to get into the server again and sort of play these games out, but we'll see. Why don't we talk about the next series since we've got some time? It seems.
Yeah, sure.
GV and TBI. How do we expect to see that one going?
Yeah, it's a little bit tough to say. I mean, TBI, I think on Sunday, last week Sunday, they had like a little bit of a, you know, tough time against, I think it was, yeah, it's LCK. So the first one on Black Widow went 10-1 for LCK. So yeah, that was a little bit of a bummer. But the second match on Subbase, it went 10-8, still in favor for LCK, but surely that was a little bit, you know, tough. So yeah, it seems like we are going to have a little break because one player is not ready, but don't go anywhere, guys. The game should start slowly.
All right, we're back into the game here for the OT. It's LCK and Lazarus on compound. It was Lazarus that had the map point. They had that chance to take it away from LCK, and they didn't manage to get it done. So let's see now if LCK can punish them for that.
Oh yes, and once again, a slow approach, but this time around it's from LCK actually, but we'll see how much that matters. But as we might know, I mean, LCK on the BL side, obviously they're pretty aggressive either way, but to start things off this time around, they will have a bit of a slower approach, but NLS, if he isn't too careful, someone will pick him up, but it seems like he's actually having an answer for Spoxy, putting him to half HP though.
It's interesting that LCK are playing sort of this slower style now on the BL side. Definitely not used to seeing them take their time quite as much as this. It's a bit more reminiscent of Lazarus. They'll pop their way out the window, and they're going to look toward A. It's already started pretty well for HDZ. Vise as well. Wow, that is a clean sweep from Lazarus. There was just nothing in that one for LCK at all.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah. Well, from Lazarus stepping up to the plate when it really matters. No, one round ahead. Oh boy, again. HTZ with the leg shot on Einer. Oh yeah, interesting to see. Now we have the sub coming in. Yeah, it's Einer now. Okay. Haven't even realized that until now, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we did hear that Flex was having some issues, so... may have been connection issues, but Flex is here. So...
It's Raffen missing, right?
Yeah. Raffen was the one with the cam off, so that may have been an insight, potentially. Bit of something going on that side.
Yep. Do you think now that Raffen is missing, the gameplay is going to change, though?
I wouldn't expect so. I don't think you're going to want to change too much up if you're LCK at this point.
Yeah.
A solid stack of 4 players pushing their way toward A. Already HDZ down this time. And Spoxy's got himself another one. So Madison will need to double down and was in the position to do it. But quick trade did come through from Dezane, and he's found himself one more as well. It's almost a clean sweep back in the other direction this time from LCK instead of Lazarus.
Oh yeah, you can tell Einer is so ready to go. I mean, it's always good to have a sub ready to go for these type of situations, you know? I mean, I'm not sure if it's his first time in this league, but you know, it's always nice to see new faces. So, another one for LCK, putting the numbers more break even once again. So, yeah, we see LCK once again close towards Belong. I mean, they do that a lot, right? So, nothing to not expect at this point, but look at this HDZ. What is he going to do with it?
Yeah, very cheeky. Surely got to get something done here, but timing could be problematic for him. Did Lineclaw see him?
Maybe.
I don't know. Either way, Flex is going to get in behind him, and so for all the positional advantage that HDD had at one point, he's actually going to go down for free, which would be a disappointing turn of events. Lazarus would have felt that they had something in that one.
Yeah, well, HEZ was probably hoping that he would be able to, you know, make something happen here, but Flex not having it, and Vice also not able to stop LCK's push here. And once again, they're running towards Highway, but as I mentioned, they're quickly turning it around towards A, and it's completely free, man. It's so nice to see how they just play around with Lazarus at this point.
Yeah, this is looking super clean for LCK, and you wonder kind of where was that throughout the regular time. Flex cop a bullet towards the back, but does turn around in time to deal with NLS, and Loons will go down as well. So fairly convincing first half of the OT for LCK. Have to see how that changes up though going into the second. But yeah, solid stuff really from LCK. It's going to leave Lazarus a little bit worse for wear, and they'll have to think about things for the second half. You know, we talked about their chance of taking points away from LCK being pretty important. It's not every day of the week that you get to take, you know, a map off of, I would say, the second best team in CFWL. You know, like 3BL's definitely up there for me, and then LCK. So the fact that they've now missed out on that opportunity, and it looks like they're going to be punished for it, will be a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, that seems to be the case here, and well, now we see some conversations happening from LCK, and it looks like they're not too happy about it. I'm not sure what's going on there, but everyone's having some sort of chat as we are back into the game now.
Okay. First round, important one for Lazarus in sort of getting things back on track. Don't want to have to stave off a couple of match points. But it is Lazarus back onto BL, so let's not expect anything too crazy in the first minute or so of this round.
Yeah, no, it always feels like, you know, we're replaying the same over and over again, but this is just how Lazarus, you know, tends to play, and if NLS isn't careful here, he's going to be destroyed in a matter of seconds. Okay, Lion Claw not ready at all. Look at this. This is actually working out in Lazarus' favor. Okay, this is an interesting turn on. Didn't expect that, but what a show from Lazarus. I mean, LCK, for some reason, I mean, they looked so prepared for it, and I mean, Madison is not even done yet. Flex falling to him. I mean, now it's a 4 versus 2 situation. How is this going to turn out?
Well, one would think probably not very good for LCK, unless maybe Spoxy can get an early pick in here, though Loons has spotted him out, so the likelihood of that diminishes pretty significantly. You know, would need 2 or 3 there in mid, and that's too much to ask, so now it's on to Spoxy, and he'll get 1. Doesn't really swing the needle all that much as far as I'm concerned. Plant's going down pretty quickly, courtesy of Vise, and Spoxy, ooh, he'll spot him. Hang on, starting to get a little bit interesting now. Gets that Colt out in hand. He's got plenty of time still to work here. He's going to take a different approach. See if he can get 1 or 2 more. It was a good shot on the Madison, but Loons was there for the trade every day, and Lazarus go up to 11.
Wow, never ever would I have expected that outcome. Never ever. I mean, oh, this is quite convincing from Lazarus. I mean, I bet no one ever, even though like no one in the chat would have predicted that one to be that close. And well, it is what it is in the end of the day. And Lazarus, can they actually make this one a draw? I mean, no one sees this one coming, and this is actually an interesting outcome for the leaderboards as well. I mean, Lazarus putting LCK a little bit behind, I would almost say. I mean, 3BL, they must be so happy about this one if LCK isn't able to turn this one around.
Well, Lazarus again is as Lazarus does, and it'll be cool, calm, and collected for the most part. A little bit of presence being showed toward A Long at the moment. In fact, they're really making a push. NLS leading that. This will definitely be an avenue of attack for them. C4 can be retrieved quite comfortably in middle. They want to have a look toward B now as well. Very split across the map.
Slowly but surely, this is going to be an interesting split. I mean, everyone's just everywhere at this point. I mean, what is the plan here? What's the game plan? It's a little bit confusing, but you can already tell Vice quickly running towards his squad, and the A split will come through any second. I mean, 20 seconds on the board. They need to make that move. They need to do something, and Spoxy missing that shot is quite crucial. But look at this, Lazarus completely falling on LCK, and there's no way they even respond to that. Now the sub coming in, and this is going to be tough for them, but look at the time.
They'll be fine. They've got their plant down. Aina, 1-on-3 angle. Going to try and check behind him first, but smoke right on top of him makes the job more difficult. Madison will get it done. Lazarus have another chance at a match point. Failing that, golden point, but can't let another one slip here, Lazarus.
No.
And that last round was really good for them. They controlled the map nicely, took outside of A, took outside of B, sort of choked LCK for information. Made it work. See if they can do it again.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is what I like to see. Golden round, almost golden round scenario here, and LCK taking a big risk towards, you know, the B connector here, and the line claw already getting a little bit of info, which doesn't really matter too much, but this is a classic setup actually. Love to see it. It's so great. It works out so perfectly, and Lazarus now needs to respond, but you can already tell LCK is happy with that outcome, just gonna back off, and pretty convincingly getting 2 frags here.
Yeah, it seems that we will continue in the same trend that we saw in regulation, which is that we just go back and forth. Neither team able to convincingly win the map. And we'll have to go to golden point, presumably. Which will mean anybody's guess, really, as to which way we go here. Although, it's not over yet. See if Lazarus can maybe pull something out the hat here. Madison's been having a pretty good OT.
Einer now needs to make some magic happen here, but Lazarus not able to get it done, but eventually the trades come through. Okay. Loon's now left alone in a 1 versus 3. Has no bomb though, but it seems like he has different plans in mind, but I think Flex is already aware of him, and yeah, this one is just not gonna happen. And we are at a golden round scenario. Oh boy, I cannot believe it.
Yeah. Had to happen, really, didn't it? This map was just way too back and forth, 1 by 1 every single round. And I have never seen a more passive setup on the blacklist side of compound than this one from Lazarus. They're so patient. Might not be a bad read though. LCK are getting really aggressive. Loons is kind of watching for it. I wonder if this is something Lazarus have seen LCK do before. Oh, Loons knows he's in a bit of trouble now. Push won't come through though from LCK. They'll just dump a bit of util and they're on their bike.
Yeah, nicely said. I think this was, you know, just one of these Loons moments, right? I mean, again, the experience speaks for itself. He was so ready for that, right? I mean, just hiding behind that door, waiting for his teammates to eventually push BC here. And yeah, now we are back to normal, back to default. And well, once again, the timer slowly but surely goes down, and Lazarus, they have to find an entry to make something happen here.
Patience a virtue for Lazarus. Pushing toward the B site, not a bad call. It's been left relatively open. It's also the less defended of the 2 sites, and this could be it for Lazarus. Pushing their way in. Golden point, remember, it's down to this round. Can't ask for a much better scenario than a post plant on that B site. This is exactly everything you would have asked. 1 for 1, that's fine. Only thing is they haven't really been able to get off of the site itself. So the post-plant setup could be better. But LCK won't be feeling too confident about this one, having to push their way in, and that is that. Lazarus wiped the floor with LCK in the final round, and they do get the job done. So they are vindicated with that map win on Compound, and they go 1-1 tonight with LCK. LCK got to be looking at that one with a bit of disappointment, because they would be feeling a 2-0 should be pretty much the scoreline in any series, except maybe a game against 3BL. So end of the day, it feels like they've left a bit on the table that they perhaps should not have.
Well, I can't believe I just witnessed Loon smiling, so that's a good thing, right? So yeah, a long match coming our way. I mean, it was just back and forth all the time, right? And no one expected that to be the case. And I mean, looking at these highlights now, I mean, they're going to take forever. There was so much to look at. I mean, look at this was just convincing and wow, I'm kind of left with words here. I mean, Lazarus, they actually managed to get a draw done, and LCK, I don't know how they're gonna feel about this one, but surely for tomorrow, I think it's gonna be quite tough.
Yeah, tends to, sometimes be that kind of game though, Crossfire. Like you do get these matchups that can just be super one-sided, but also sometimes the underdog teams, they manage to have a pretty good map here and there, and I'm often not too surprised. I think the level of play is generally pretty good, but it's the consistency that can sometimes be a bit of an issue. We saw that tonight for LCK, like Zane, for example, just popped off on map 1 and then went completely missing, like 3 and 10 on map 2 for the longest of times. So little things like that for LCK. I mean, Flex as well was kind of, I would say, off today. Normally he is one of those players that you look to really step up and push the bar forward for LCK, but I didn't really feel like he got a whole lot done tonight. Spoxy was a little bit inconsistent too, so bit of an off day maybe for LCK, and definitely a decent day for Lazarus, and put 2 and 2 together and it makes 4. And it's kind of what we were saying in the pre-match discussion as well, where if we were to see anything from Lazarus tonight, maybe LCK would need to sort of have a bit of a slower one, and that is, I think, exactly what happened.
Yeah, I couldn't said it any better. I mean, you hit the spot there. Lazarus had an amazing day today. I mean, obviously they had some, starting issues, but eventually they got it done. And I mean, against LCK, really. And if you're LCK right now, this one must hurt like a lot. And tomorrow against Swamp for LCK, I feel like it's still gonna be an easy game. But I said this about Lazarus today as well, right? So I don't know what to say. Like this is gonna be quite tough. But guys, finally we are going to take another break, and then the last match for today, GV and TBI taking on each other, and don't go anywhere.
Welcome back on in. It's time for the last match of the night for week 3 of CFDWL Season 2. It is going to be GV and TBI, the two teams that have not yet played today. And look, for these two teams, it's been a pretty tumultuous time throughout this season, both sitting towards the bottom end of the standings at the moment, though we would expect that to change. I would say, at least in the case of GV, I think for me, I think this is a team that, you know, I would say probably should be finishing inside of the top 3. I would like to see them finishing there. I'm not sure that that's exactly where they're going to end up, but we'll have to wait and see. But on the other side of the coin, TBI, bit of a rough season for them last season. Let's see if they can go and bounce back this season.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. I also think that GV belongs in at least the top 4, right? So yeah, for TBI, I mean, they had a rough season last season, and yeah, it's another one coming their way. But who knows? Maybe today they have something else in store, and we are yet to see which maps they are going to play. But again, I think TBI, especially with King, right? He's such great IGL, such a good guy to talk to. I mean, we have seen it last weekend. He's always like trying to, you know, motivate his teammates, trying to, you know, keep them into the game, and I hope we are going to see that today as well.
Yeah, indeed. Been a bit of a up and down season though for them so far, it has to be said. They did manage to 2-0 Anubis last week, but 1-1 against unKnights, 1-1 against 3BL, to be fair, is not a bad shout, but also lost 0-2 to LCK. So I don't know. I mean, not too many changes, obviously, for GV coming through from last season. 7 sliding into that roster. Love to see that. Then that means I don't have to cast with him anymore, so we'll call that a dub. But I think it's a good addition, obviously, to the GV roster. And for me personally, I think the GV roster is actually pretty good. Like, as far as individuals are concerned, I obviously have made it no secret that I'm a big fan of Awesome. And the other 3 guys have a lot of experience across the roster as well. On the other side of the coin for TBI, a little bit going on for that roster, but Booker's back. We'll see if, you know, maybe TBI can have a bit of a better run in. I think, again, when you look at these guys, it's a bit, obviously, less experience on the TBI side of the coin in comparison to GV, who have really been here since almost the beginning of CFS. So it's I think a tough matchup, I would say, for me to handle as far as TBI are concerned. But then again, I don't know. This GV roster sometimes is one of those teams that just, I feel like, never really lives up to the potential. And maybe that's just because I overrate them on paper, but I always feel like I expect to see more from GV, and sometimes they don't deliver. And I don't know if that's me or I don't know if that's them. I think sometimes it's on them because they have these great games, these great maps, and then sometimes they just go missing on others. So not really sure what the answer is.
Yeah, when it comes to GV, I totally agree with you. I mean, you know, they have nothing but experience, right? And I feel like they should really be, you know, almost be better than anyone when it comes to that. But for some reason, GV manages to, you know, throw some games here and there, but when they are really onto something, they usually win pretty much everything they play. And you know, now we have Black Widow and Subbase coming our way, and obviously I think TBI is a little bit better when it comes to Subbase, but on Black Widow, oh boy, I think GV is gonna have a great time.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. You know, is it gonna be one of those days where they just pop off and look absolutely unstoppable? You know, is that even fair to say? Like, is there a world where they do that on a day? Because quite frankly, now that I think a bit more about it, and this even, you know, this accounts for even when I've seen them play on LAN. It's like they'll have a good map, they'll have a great map, and then they'll have a map which just, you know, it's like dragging nails on a chalkboard sometimes. That second map, it's like, what happened? You guys were so, you know, sharp on this first map.
Yeah.
And then the second map, it all goes missing. But maybe the addition of 7 can change all that. If I am to believe what he says, which he told me personally, it will. But we'll find out when we get on the map. So let's see.
Yeah, here we are.
Already, Snock's getting tagged down.
Yeah, here we are now into the game. I mean, 7, when it comes to him, yeah, I think he's a great addition, but he has yet to, you know, prove that he really belongs here. I mean, obviously he does, but I think GV last, or like I think 1 year ago, they were like unstoppable, but now it seems like, okay, GV, you know, they're kind of a, you know, mid-tier team, so they're yet to, you know, prove us wrong. And I think playing versus TBI here is a good chance, because, you know, if it comes to that, I feel like GV is the much better team in, you know, any way you can probably think of. And well, we are about to witness that as King sneaks up on Snox, and this is a great opener for them.
Yeah, bit of an awkward spot for Snox to be in, right? Very, very isolated once the smokes have gone down into the box room. Seven can't really do too much about that. So he'll actually end up just backing off. It's a big rotation from GV over to that B site. Instead, it's going to be Creeds to push his way out mid, and I don't half mind that. Looking for a bit of info. He's going to be smoked off. TBI push their way up through long and look to challenge Awesome, who's holding on to that secondary Orm. Creed's also keeping a bit of an eye on things. This could get interesting. Creed's for the first, and Awesome and Creed's combining nicely to hold on to that A site. They will swing together. Dirty gets one, but not the other, and he'll be falling as well. Awesome putting in a nice little display there with the Orm. 3 kills for him, 2 for Creeds. And that was a very clean hold from GV.
Yeah, pretty convincing start to begin with, and yeah, all of a sudden, Awesome turning out to be, yeah, a good sniper. I mean, obviously, right? He did it before, and what's quite interesting to see is this switch of the meta, right? I mean, double sniping is something you will see more often. I mean, it wasn't the case last season, I believe, but now it is, and I like to see it. You know, it's an interesting strat, I would say, because, you know, sniping is so good in CrossFire. I mean, it's kind of easy as well, and you can really tell the movement is pretty fast with it too. And yeah, this is probably why so many teams begin to, you know, dual snipe. And right now, GV getting a little bit too aggressive here, and they're instantly getting punished for it as well.
Yeah, sometimes you got to throw something a little different in the mix and see how it goes. And if it starts to work, I mean, that's where things get interesting for GV, right? Like, if they do that and it works a couple times, you kind of condition your opponent to start playing around it. But if it doesn't work, okay, fair enough. You know, you sort of just shelve that one for a little bit. In the end, round's not yet done for TBI. FaZe is going to get up into the A site pretty nicely. Creeds is out on long, having a bit of a look. Although he will go down to Gainer, and well, now the round is certainly over. 1 on 5 for FaZe. I think that is perhaps a bit too much. Gainer, though, will take the 1-on-1. So it's not a 1v5 anymore. And that's how things start, but not going to be one of those rounds this time. 1 apiece the score. As TBI bounced back pretty quick into round 2.
A pretty good run from them, not losing a single player, I believe. No, actually they lost 1 on A long, right? So yeah, still a pretty good run from them. So looking quite good for them as soon as I can tell. And GV, a little bit in a shock right now. I mean, you can tell they're not over peaking at all this time around, staying at their pretty standard positions. And I mean, so is TBI, you know, they're just, you know, chilling, not playing too aggressive for now. And let's see, Awesome already able to find Dirty, which is a big kill, and the rest of TBI making their way towards Cat though.
First shot's not going to connect from FaZe, but Awesome doesn't really seem to be missing with the Orm at the moment. FaZe is going to get a second chance, and we'll be able to do a good job with that one. And setup is standard like that. GV seem to have a pretty good lock on things.
Oh yeah. Not sure if you noticed that in the end, but I think Creeds also picked up a sniper at some point, so they had a triple sniper setup coming our way, and yeah, even proves my point even more, right? So sniping in CrossFire is just so good, it's so overpowered, and Yeah, I mean, if you have great snipers on your team, why not? You know, I'm pretty sure usually 7 is the addition when it comes to sniping, but why not Awesome and why not Creeds? You know, I don't mind.
It's a good question. Well, TBI, this time, they're going to give it another crack, and it works out perfectly, so can never really get a good read on things, can you? Because it was Awesome and FaZe that have so cleanly locked down the A site a few rounds in a row, and then just get completely run over. Full retake required. 7 and Snox to try to make their way over bridge. Booker waiting for them. 7's got himself the first one. Snox, though, will fall, and 7 not there for the trade either, so that'll be that. Blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, good point there. I mean, right now it feels like both of these teams are head-to-head, right? I mean, I don't see GV being better right now, neither do I see, you know, TBI being better, but right now, TBI unstoppable it seems, and they're just going to run down towards B though.
Yeah, TBI, these faster plays are definitely working out for them. Tons of util into the double doors. FaZe from the window, he wants to have an impact, but he's overstepped his mark. And so King will take him out. Awesome tries the same tactic. That's not going to work either. One thing I can say about these rounds is they are going quickly.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, another round for TBI, so they're not gonna stop there. You can tell they're just ready to run, and I love to see it. I mean, why not? Didn't expect that from TBI, but if it works, it works, and you can tell TBI not gonna stop here, and 7 able to get Bever, but is it going to be enough? No. Gainer instantly trading with Snox, and oh boy, this is falling apart for GV once again though.
Just seems like TBI have found a recipe for success, and that is steamrolling their way through these sites. Has worked for them a few times, though have they gotten a little bit too big for their boots there. King caught in transition. Back into the 3-on-3. Gainer will try to keep his head down. Time ticking away from GV. Smokes are in play. Booker's kind of isolated out of this round, and that means so too is Dirty. Defuse is on, but Dirty, through the smoke, almost hit the shot, just not quite landing it. And GV will sneak away a third. Lucky to get it, though, it has to be said.
Yeah. That was insane. I mean, good thing to do to have here, but yeah, like you said, it was very close. And TBI, it feels like they're not done yet. I mean, you can tell they're pretty fast towards mid here. I wonder if they're just gonna sneak through. This is the case. Look at them. They're just going for it. And GV not aware of it. And look at this face. Actually, they want to find Booker first, but oh, this is so difficult. Can they do it better? Good for 2 here, but is it going to be enough? The bomb site should be clear, but Gainer was not able to get inside of it fast enough, and now Beva almost gets Awesome for free, but well, he gets him anyway, apparently. Okay. 3 and 7 left alone in a 2 versus 2 situation.
Yeah, definitely very workable for both sides. 7 has got a smoke and a nade. He pushed his way through, gets that initial frag. It's down to the 1-on-1, and Creeds needs but 1 bullet, which is easy enough to get. And the defuse is on, so GV back in the lead. It's just so touch and go. I mean, TBI are bringing such a fast style on this Blacklist side that doesn't really ever feel like GV have any room for respite.
Well, you gotta love to see it. I mean, they're still kind of doing it, right? So far, Snox has a little bit of an off game. 1 and 6, not optimal, but as I mentioned, he's here to change it, and, you know, I gotta love it. It's nice to see him finally getting something done, and yeah, I think TBI also did their homework. They probably, you know, made something up. I feel like they just changed the pace. Usually they play a lot slower. I mean, they're not that crazy of a team when it comes to, you know, firepower, but apparently versus GV, you know, they just decided to change the pace here, and I love it.
I think it's good. Got to throw that into the mix every now and then. 7 will go down though. So that advantage is starting to diminish. River looking for a bit more and is going to get it. Gonna have to continue to double down. Also, we'll have to go back for the C4.
Interesting change of pace. I mean, you know, they were kind of picking one by one. You can see it on the map. Everyone is just somewhere, but definitely a good change here. I mean, it works out for them right now, and if they continue their way, they're gonna have a free bomb site unless someone is going to change that. I mean, FaZe holding that B entrance, I think he's able to get that first shot if the timing is on his side, but as you were able to see there, he was just completely off with the timing, and now TBI has a good chance of winning this round. I mean, make it even easier now, and GV needs to respond.
Overstepping the bounds though, they have been able to find themselves a 2-on-1. Somehow Dirty's been able to get out of there okay. Creed's Nox got to move quickly. About that, they have to go, but somehow they're going to win the first duel and the second as well. It's all going to come up in the favor of GV. That didn't really look like the most coordinated of retakes, to be quite honest with you, but they've gotten it done.
Yeah. I mean, that didn't really look like GV's round at all. I mean, especially Creed's with the huge rotation, right? But, I mean, it works, so... You know, another round for GV, and so far it's looking okay for them. I mean, obviously I expected a little bit more, but... I mean, 2 rounds right now ahead is a pretty good thing to start with.
Could be one more. Into this first half, if it's 6-3, you'll be pretty pleased with that as GV, especially considering how it sort of felt like it was going early on. It sort of felt like TBI were definitely getting the better of things.
Yeah. Well, yet another slow round. Don't see that much. So yeah, interesting play by TBI. I mean, they have so much map control at this point. GV playing super reserved, which is uncommon, but if it works for them, I mean, why not? And you can really tell that TBI is just cooking something here. I'm not sure what their initial plan is, but eventually the timer is going to tick down, and there we go. You see a TBI lineup going towards B, and is Snox ready for that?
Oh, he's just jump spotting. So you'd guess he probably will get the information early. He'll have the assistance of 7 pretty quickly as well if necessary. To be honest, even Creed's is a fast rotate in from mid. It's not a bad hold, not a bad setup for GV. So long as Snox gets the timing right with these jumps and spots them as they're coming through the doors, which he has been able to do so. Got the 1-for-1 kill as well. 7 to try to hold the line, and he's as well got himself the 1-for-1. Bombs out in the middle of nowhere. It's going to be an easy one for GV to retrieve, or sorry, for TBI to retrieve, but not with a couple of players in through the smoke. That is a very solid hold again from GV. 6-3. They continue to put in the good work on the GR side. But now we'll move over to BL.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure GV is going to play much more aggressive for now. And you can already tell on a long there's a lot happening. And Creed, is he able to get anything done? He's super flashed, so he can't really find anyone at this point. But the trades come through either way, and not sure if that was a good move by GV. As you can tell, Creed's half HP already, and TBI was kind of trying to get barracks control. I mean, I think overall the trades went in their favor, but this wasn't really the perfect move from GV, but either way, FaZe trying to make things right, and Awesome with a great pick towards mid doors here.
Dirty wants to try to get ahead of the push, and he's going to do a decent enough job of that to begin with. Though, was eventually run down. 2-on-1. You'd be happy with that as GV. But not if King was able to take it back very quickly. They weren't expecting him from behind. That's fair enough. It's starting to get awkward now. Oh, in all sorts of trouble, though. Eventually, Snox will just take the duel and win it. Could have definitely been something worse for wear, but GV really flexing their muscles now.
And so far looking for GV. I mean, kind of what I've expected, to be fair, but gotta give it to TBI. They're having a great time so far. I mean, yeah, they are losing, but those rounds are mostly somewhat close, I would say. And it's always good to see a team like TBI holding against a team like GV, and well, maybe they're not gonna hold on for much longer if this continues to be the case. But look at Booker from behind. No one is ready for him. Look, this is gonna be a 4K.
Okay. I mean, pulls it out when it's required, right? It was kind of on that tipping point where it was probably going to be a little bit too far gone for TBI. If that ended up being an 8-3 lead, I don't see them coming back from that, but they just keep themselves in the conversation with that round. Haven't started too well here into the next, though. Favor will try to hold on behind the box. He's not getting any assistance at the moment, and eventually he's going to be brought down by the power of numbers of GV, who will look for a little bit more into the B site. Awesome going to hold tight for the moment, allow Snox across. Bomb's going to go down. It's the perfect setup for GV once again. 4-on-2. It's hard to come back from. Dirty's been spotted out there as well by Awesome. And King from the double doors, as of yet, hasn't been able to have an impact. And, well, there you go. That's Awesome at his best. 2 clean shots to finish off the round, and that's GV up to 8.
Oh, yeah.
Even though they had a tough last round, they somewhat managed to, you know, just turn things around once again. And look at this, they're not done yet. Creed's good for 2. No one really checks for Booker once again. Now Awesome, maybe is he able to get it done? No, Booker so ready to go. And well, GV needs to respond to that for sure. And well, that was like 30 seconds and we already have like 5 people dead, which is always interesting to see. And 7 and FaZe have a lot to do though.
Yeah, that said, it's not impossible. Holding on to the C4 at the moment, so definitely got their options open. If they were to go toward B and get the clean kill there. Well, or a freebie on A. Brings it back to the 2-on-2 straight away. And with plenty of time still available to them as well, they could really end up on either side. There's not a huge amount of info just yet for TBI. Booker's holding forward in the box room, and the early cross is coming through from Dirty, but doesn't quite manage to double down quite yet. FaZe looking for that trade. Won't get it. Booker saves the day for TBI.
Yeah, well, what a show by Booker. All by himself. Keeping their dreams alive, and this is exactly what they were hoping for. Booker, 14 frags all by himself. On the other side, you got FaZe with 13, all by himself as well. And oh boy, yeah, so far it's been more, I would say a little bit more GV favored, but overall, still a very good performance by TBI, and it continues to be that way.
Back and forth we go. Awesome winning the duel in mid, but falling himself. Still, it's the A site that's taken by GV. Bomb plant's going to go down. They're going to get that time to work. And FaZe setting himself on a good line. Both Bever and King coming from that direction. He's not going to spot them initially. Just don't want to get that timing wrong. And has now spotted out a shoulder. 20 seconds left. That's a good shot from FaZe. 7 doesn't even have to come into play just yet. Has to hide behind the box and take the contact off of the initial frag. And Bever not able to put too much together here at all. He's been given the runaround. That'll be 9 for GV, and they are 1 round away from finishing the map off.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was such a great play by FaZe and 7. You know, 7 just hiding behind that single box, and you know, FaZe jumping in and out of from that window, and yeah, there was just nothing to do from TBI's side. And well, 9 and 5, a little bit scary now for TBI, and I mean, they got the man advantage for now, but if GV continues to be that strong, it won't even matter though.
Yeah, it's obviously awkward way to start for GV. But we've seen them come back from deficits before. King's position, definitely one that could be isolated, though Awesome not going to check it. That'll make the job even more difficult now for GV. 3 on 5. That starts to feel a little bit more impossible. Never say never.
Yeah, exactly. Never say never. And 7 kind of trying to make things more even at this point, and you know, got 1 minute on the clock, you got 2 men down, and eventually you have to take a risk, and this is exactly what GV is trying to do. I mean, it works out great. 7 good for 1 and almost a second, but Dirty trying to save the day here with a kill of his own, and things are starting to look good for GV. But as I mentioned, that FaZe now left alone in a 1 versus 2, and King able to save the day once again.
That was very winnable for GV, especially with that little swing from King. Freeze wins that, he can put it into the 1v1. Not so. TBI holding strong for the moment. A lot of grenades there early in from TBI. I wonder if that was even maybe a little bit too early on the timing to even have a chance of catching any of the GV members. They would have had to have just really sent it into the box room. Some getting sent back in the other direction now, though, from GV, and definitely looks like we're set up for a fight at the box room. FaZe will start it with the Orm in hand, and that's the end of Bever. Smoke will allow King to maintain control for now.
Yep. For now, it's exactly the right thing, and as you can see, as the smoke fades, he's backing off. Well, yeah, I mean, GV, right? GV is usually one of these teams that whenever they have, you know, the upper hand, they tend to, you know, just throw it away, but not to caster curse them for now. Let's see if they're able to, you know, get that last round done in fashion. And right now, King's doing a good job here to hold things off. But for how long, though? It's always the question as the, you know, the B main smoke comes through, and GV eventually is going to have to take a move, right?
Yeah, sooner rather than later, but they're going to give time for 7 to have a bit of a lookout on Long. See if he spots anything. Obviously, he can call the team across. Still 50 seconds. And look, 50 seconds is a lot of time. 7's really got deep up A Long. If he gets a kill over here, then the game really changes. Awesome's also spotted 1. That might be the C4 going back over to A with that kill that was being secured by 7.
Oh no.
Gonna be helped along its way by Creeds. And yeah, to be fair, TBI get the fight in the box room. They get the 2-0, but still not enough to get them back into control of this round, certainly. It's a good rotate. Nade onto King will soften the blows. 3-on-2 for a retake is not an easy task at all. GV to give up Seven's life, but it's at the cost of Gainers, and Snox finishes it off. In the end, it's GV quite comfortably to close out the first map of the series. And they don't really look like they expected anything less.
No, not at all, right? I mean, this is just a classic GV picture that you got to see there. I mean, they just chill, right? They don't really care about it too much. I mean, they obviously expected it, and you know, the last round was a little bit shaky, you know, the box room situation there, but you know, eventually they just got it done, and this is just what GV does, right?
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, you know, there was definitely some moments for TBI, no doubt about that, where they were playing pretty well. Like, they had some pretty solid moments, especially towards the early stages of that map. They were playing quite quickly. They were getting on top of GV. It felt like they were beating them with pace, but they were not really able to kind of push that into anything more. And I think the longer we went on, the more comfortable kind of GV got. It took them a little time to warm their way in, and ultimately that was that. So end of the day, GV at the moment looking like the better team, but you did sort of highlight, you know, that Black Widow would be a map that they would be feeling comfortable on. So
yeah,
see if it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them going into map 2.
Well, I think, yeah, like I said, Black Widow is the much better map for GV. I mean, it's just, it is what it is in the end. And, you know, coming to Subbase, I feel like TBI might have a better chance of winning. I mean, if they continue the way they play, maybe not, but we will have to wait and see how TBI performs on Subbase. And you know, I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, it is the last map of the day, but you know, not to forget, tomorrow is going to be another nice day of more Crossfire action, and I feel like if GV wins this one in fashion, they're going to have a good time against Lazarus tomorrow.
Yeah, most definitely. I do like this GV roster. I kind of want to see them have some success. I'd love to see them at an international event this year. I don't know how easy that's going to be for them to achieve when you have sort of 3BL and LCK potentially standing in your way, and maybe even unKnights as well, who have been like a little bit up and down, to be fair, but did kind of outperform them last season as well, it has to be said. So we'll see, but again, sort of early days with 7 in the roster, in the sense that this is now only the 3rd week of CFWL, and say maybe with a few more games under their belt, that'll start to really get a bit more comfortable. Although I know that he's very experienced and they're all very experienced, and they've all sort of played together before, and that's all good, but don't know if it's showing yet. But GV, comfortable victory for them. Back of phase, really, 1.82 KD, but Creed's awesome, chiming in nicely, and it's not as if Seven or Snox really went missing either. They both had their moments too, so pretty good across the board performance from GV.
Yeah, well, I totally agree with you. I mean, overall, everyone was really hitting their shot, and you can see FaZe here. Yeah, I mean, I think in the end he had like, what, 20 frags, so as always, you know, FaZe is always so convincing when it comes to playing Crossfire, and I just love to see him perform that well all over the years. I mean, he started playing so early, and he's still on top of his game. You know, a lot of people wouldn't agree with me here, but I think he's still one of the best snipers out there, and you know, this is what it is in the end. FaZe, he's still a great performer overall.
Yeah, definitely. And you saw that on that map, and if they can put it together with another one, then quick and clean 2-0 tonight for GV would be exactly what they're looking for, because they want to go rocketing up their standings. You know, so it's definitely something that's on offer for them. This is definitely a match where really on paper they should be fighting that 2-0. So we'll have to see if they can get that one done. But before we do, we go to a short break, and we'll see you in just a moment. All right, jumping back on into it. Final map of the day. GV looked pretty good on Black Widow there against TBI. The question is, are they going to be able to do it again? And as we've sort of reiterated a couple of times in that pre-match, we're not super sold on the consistency sometimes of GV. So here's a good opportunity for them to change that narrative if they go and clean up the 2-0 nice and quick tonight.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see soon. I mean, sub-base, right? I mentioned it earlier, and I think TBI has a little bit more of a favor coming through when it comes to that map. But, you know, overall, GV is just performing, and if they're performing, that doesn't really matter. So, yeah, we're gonna have... we're going to have a nice map coming our way, for sure.
Yeah, let's see how things shape up as we're ready to jump into it. It's gonna be sub-base. Again, another map that GV tends to do pretty well on. Seeing them play a lot of this one in their time. So, wouldn't be too surprised to see them get the 2-0 tonight. I've always been a fan of GV. So let's see what they can do, if they're going to prove me right, or... I mean, I think in either way they'll prove me right, and that's going to be a good start for the conversation. Beva's got himself the double. Booker in there for one as well. And GV need to pick that pace up. Awesome. Clean shots onto Dirty. And Creed gets one more then. Suddenly we're back in a discussion. It's 2-on-2. C4's on the site. Creed's could plant. Booker going to get aggressive. Try to take that fight. Creed hasn't spotted him just yet, but now gets the info. Comes through a bit too late. Awesome finding the trade. And how have we managed to get to a 1v1 after being in a 2-on-5? TBI won't be happy with that. Awesome. Round the corner. Wasn't expecting Beva to take that swing and take that fight, but now closing the gap. Wide swing. Awesome will win. And Seven very happy with that. A couple of fist bumps on the player cam. You can see that should not have been a round win for GV in any world.
Nah, not at all. And you know, the way that he was able to get that one back is just so good, you know, awesome. You gotta give it to him. He really stands up for that name, and 3-0 is a good start for them, you know, so for him. So that's definitely something we are looking forward to. And yeah, to mention it once, I feel like, you know, Subbase is slightly, you know, Blacklist favored, which is kind of uncommon, you know. Usually Crossfire maps are more like GR favorite. So yeah, this one is a little bit more for the Blacklist side here because, you know, there's so many entrances the DGR side has to, you know, check. And yeah, so this map obviously is going to be a quite tough one for TBI either way. But yeah, again, I feel like they're going to, you know, have a little bit of an upper hand coming.
Well, flash into the locker rooms. Going to send Seven in there to get a bit of map control. He might have a bit of a read that Gainer is waiting. But Gainer himself has dropped off. Slow style from GV. Looking to take as much map control as they can before making a decision as to where to go. That will not be the ideal start for Seven. He'll be run down, but quickly calls for the team to go into A. We're going to have to come back from another deficit. Beva's looking pretty good with his Orm in hand. Not sure that Awesome's going to be able to pull this one back. So, one apiece. And GV really only have got that one because of a bit of a nice little clutch coming through. So, already not looking too bad for TBI.
Oh no. Not at all, actually. And King was very happy in that player cam. I don't know if you got to see it there, but yeah. It's nice to see that even though, you know, they're kind of, you know, they lost the first map and, you know, they're probably going to lose this one as well, you know, not to, you know, take things too earlier, but they're still happy, you know, they still have their hope, they still have, you know, everything it takes to win this one. So pretty sure this is going to be an interesting match after all.
GV gonna go for a bit of an expedition through mid this time around. Snox alongside Creed, Seven, everyone jumping on in there, 1 for 1. Now Snox chiming in for the second as well, but it's back again. courtesy of TBI. They continue to trade back and forth. One by one, the dominoes will fall. Seven has the C4 in hand, so you wouldn't really want to see him go down here, but gets keen for a fight and he'll win it. Backed himself and Rolls rewarded for that faith. FaZe with the will finish off the last kill as well, and GV maintain the lead.
Oh yeah, very convincing as well. Seeing some one taps from Seven, pretty good. Gotta give it to TBI, their effort to, you know, take back the bomb site, but didn't really work out in their favor. And GV a little bit more aggressive this time around, already up to the quad box, and look at FaZe, he's already at the stairs, but eventually just gonna back off, because yeah, that's just what you do, you know. If you are that deep, just go in and out. And look at this, awesome, from behind gets one, and this is gonna be interesting for the bomb site A here. Yeah,
such a clean timing. I think you just heard King roaming around, found that timing nicely. Got full control of the rotations here as GV, and as long as you take the site, it's pretty much over at this point. C4 will be retrieved by Creeds. He's the only one on the site. Awesome going to take the fight into Booker as well, who has managed to double down. It is a 2-on-2, but the plant secured pretty early on in the piece. FaZe has had plenty of time to set up in a post plant as well, and Creed's down on that site. Not really having to do too much just yet. Spots out Booker, clean headshot, knows where that last player is coming from as well, and should back away from this fight, but decides to go for it anyway. Wins the duel, and GV up to 3.
Oh yeah, I was kind of expecting him to, you know, back off, just like you said, but Creeds has something else in mind, and this is also the big difference, you know. GV, even though the smartest thing would be to back off, but GV is just that team that, you know, they don't play by the rule book, just similar to LCK, right? They have their own rules. This is sometimes a good thing, but often we saw it like a lot of times already. Often kind of breaks the neck, but this time around it works out for them just fine. So can see TBI already lurking in that machine room, and it's a nice thing to see. You know, they have a lot of map control, a lot of info, and GV, if they don't decide to retake it, they're just gonna head down towards A, because it worked out early on, right?
Sloan City wins the race. GV back to it. There is a player in control room right now. It's Gainer, and he could be in a spot of bother. It's well dealt with by GV. Seven gets that first kill and snocks the second onto the player in the locker room. That is very, very clean. Good coordination from GV. Again, something that I've always appreciated about them is their timing and their spacing, and they're doing a great job of it again tonight. Favor down as well, and honestly, it's looking better and better as we go through these rounds. Yeah, Dirty gets the double, but you're never going to win that round, and GV kind of feels like they're coming into their own a little bit now, and they're getting more comfortable here on subbase.
Oh yeah, getting comfortable, that's for sure. I mean, 4-1 is pretty convincing so far. It's nice to see that they have really adapted to TBI's playstyle here, and Creed taking his time to just pick off King. I mean, how easy can it get? And Creed just has the answer to it. And look at this. This looks like a puck match. This looks like this is so casual for them. Just push down A, just, you know, get some frags on the board, get some highlights, and 8-3. Creed really has a good time so far.
And not just him, but Awesome as well. Creeds, though, just has to put himself one step closer to the double digits and eventually gets brought down to heal. A little bit of a push going on now, though, from TBI. They're trying to change things up. C4's roaming around. If King could possibly find a timing either to make a push or to get a fight. Perhaps went a little bit too early, but won't be punished for it just yet. This vent position, it'll be a scary one. Oh, FaZe is going to drop down again. GV keep getting away with this drop out through the vent. But it was only a 1-for-1, so this is a little bit of a hanging in the balance type round that hasn't really been there for TBI lately. Still, they lose another player down there on A, and Plant will go down again. Grenade. Yeah, it'll do a bit of chip damage, but still you've got the numbers advantage for GV at the moment.
GV just has the momentum right now, and you can really tell they're just running and gunning, which always works out for them most of the time, really. But TBI, I'm not sure what the problem is right now. I mean, they started off okay, I would say, and then all of a sudden GV just, you know, takes over with, you know, all of the map control and all of their aiming and whatever, just put everything in there, and 6-1, or I think it was 5-1, I'm not sure, but yeah, this just looks very good for them, and you can tell Seven smiling there. He's really happy about this one. But yeah, of course, on the other side, TBI, I'm not sure what their plan is to turn this to turn this one around. You can see, yeah, it's kind of what I expected. And you know, TBI, I know they can be good. They have proven it earlier, like earlier on in the season, and King needs to be that factor to, you know, turn things around. He needs to be motivational, but right now you can really tell here in the middle, top middle, he's a little bit sad and yeah, just looking for that answer, but he can't find it right now.
Yeah, a couple of confused looking faces there, maybe for TBI at the moment. Not too sure what to do to stem the flow of rounds. But I don't know if it's necessarily up to TBI at this point. It almost feels like it would need to be a sort of cooling off from GV.
Well, a little bit of a discussion going on. Nope, not for GV. I mean, can see Snox is just snacking. It's interesting to see, and hopefully we are going to be back into the game. Not sure what the issue is, but eventually we're gonna hop back on, and I want to get your thoughts on TBI. I mean, what is TBI missing right now?
Frags. I don't know. It's so, you know, like, so easy to say, but I do kind of feel as though they are not finding a way to slow GV down, right? GV's playing very quickly. They're getting away with a lot. They're doing some sort of cheeky things like dropping out the vans, playing quickly, that they're getting away with a lot. And these are things that you need to be punishing, and they're not really able to do that at the moment. Like, the fundamental setups just aren't there for TBI. So got to find a way to slow GV down a little bit, I think, and maybe it's util, maybe it's different setups, maybe it's trying to be a little bit more aggressive themselves and catch GV at their own game. But right now it kind of feels just at the moment that TBI are letting everything happen to them, and GV are more than happy to run away with things like that.
Well, this time around GV are starting off slow. It's always good to see that, you know, they're just not running and gunning, because obviously that just doesn't work out all the time. And TBI playing a lot slower as well. I feel like they should maybe try a little bit of, you know, cheeky plays, because if they play their standard like this, I don't see them winning rounds, and they need to take bigger risks, you know. If there is a gap, they need to find that, and right now holding off, you know, their standard positions isn't really the key to win. And you can tell, look, FaZe is just pushing with an arm, and this should, you know, this should be the initial thought giving to TBI, right?
This is what I'm talking about, though. Like, that just shouldn't be allowed. Like, that's not how that interaction should go. He should not be allowed to walk in like that and get a frag. But it seems like TBI are kind of just letting that happen a little bit too much. A little bit of a response, though, coming through. We're back into the 3v3. FaZe is waiting. Won't get the kill, but Creeds will, and now the A site is looking a little bit weaker. Beva desperate for some assistance, and he's not really getting it. Running out of bullets, running out of life as well. C4 is all the way over towards the control room with 30 seconds left here. GV actually need to go and retrieve that one. So Dirty is going to be given the chance to creep his way back into the A site, and somehow FaZe wasn't, I don't know, either aware of that or got caught off guard by it. Still, it'll be a plant for Creeds. There's no doubt about that. He gets the plant for free on B. How does he decide to play out the 1v1? I think you probably look to get aggressive here. And so he does. Just going to tuck himself in the corner. Not a bad corner to be in, but with the time available to Dirty, he should be able to check this. Although he is moving very slowly and might need to do that as well because he's got no idea where Creeds could have ended up. This is starting to get a bit awkward. Timing doesn't quite favor Dirty, but he still gets the shots through that he needs, and so it will be another one for TBI right towards the back end of the half.
Yeah, what an amazing way to handle things. I mean, yeah, this was almost a little bit too close, but yeah, what a great retake. I mean, he took a lot of time there, but eventually that really paid out for him. I mean, you would kind of expect him to just run into the side and try to, you know, find Creeds as soon as possible, but taking his time there really was the decisive factor there. And oh boy, I see a lot of GV members running. This is not good if you are a fan of TBI, and yeah, this is kind of what I was expecting. You know, they really wanted the last round, they weren't really able to get it, and now they want to have the revenge of it.
Yeah, that's a good response from GV. Puts TBI right back where they belong. 7-2 the first half. GV will be very happy with that. And sure, you sort of talk about the blacklist bias, but I don't know that it's that biased.
Well, what's there left to say? I mean, everything is going according to the plan. I mean, even we expected that outcome, kinda, but yeah, it's a little bit hard to say what's going on there. I mean, yeah, finally some talking is going on. King, really, you see, this is the classic King I've got to see last weekend. I mean, his hand movement is there, and I mean, it looks kind of funny, but it's so important. I mean, last weekend they were sitting together in like a house, room, whatever, and it seems like this time around they're not playing together in a room, which might be also a factor for, you know, them not winning. But yeah, King is just so important in this team. I cannot repeat myself often enough when it comes to that. He's so good when it comes to being a leader, you know.
Yeah, a lot of experience across the board with this GV roster, though. And I dare say they're going to be the team that can convert a 7-2 lead into a map victory, a 2-0 tonight. We get GV right back on track with where they'd like to see their standings. Favor will start things nicely. 7 here has the Orm in hand. He's going to miss a shot with that, and that will punish him. Now it's really on to Awesome to try to prevent that push into B. Snox is doing the same over toward A, and, well, they've done a good job of that. You can rely on these guys. That's exactly why they're in those positions, those swing positions. Here comes Snox again for another fight. That one hard. He's low on HP, but Awesome still holding on to the C4, and he now needs to win a couple more duels. Bava around the corner is going to win it just for TBI, but that was too close for comfort given the lead.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you here. I mean, GV managed to, you know, get the upper hand for like a little bit, then eventually Bava, so important, this guy. I mean, throughout the entire series here, he's been the man, really. I mean, he's just getting the frags done, and right now he's kind of keeping TBI's dream alive. It's so hard to tell if TBI has a game plan here, if they're able to, you know, get something done. But as I mentioned, Dirty, good positioning by him, taking out FaZe. Now things start to be a little bit more easy for TBI, as you can see, taking out Creeds without hesitation, one-tapping him from the A top position. And now 3 versus 5, Booker in a very good spot to, you know, get things done. But yeah, that happens. That's a thing, you know. Vent position is always a little bit scary, and this time around Snox was able to get him done.
Yeah, 3-on-4 for the retake. Not an easy task. The flash was a good one, but it can only catch so many people. So pretty straightforward hold for TBI in the end there, and starting to restore some faith. Well, Snox starts things off nicely.
Oh yes. Yeah, that's what we like to see, right?
Very quickly back in the other direction is Gainer for a double. Things turn around so quickly on the halftime swap. TBI are right back in the discussion now. This is them running towards a 5th round and doing it quite dominantly. Let's see what FaZe has to say about it. Orm in hand. The second shot didn't quite connect, and now he's in all sorts of trouble. Needs a bit of backup and gets it from Awesome, who is generally pretty reliable. And there's FaZe for one more. I might have spoken too soon. 7-5, feeling a long way away for Booker now. We might be leaning towards an 8-4.
Yeah, I mean, it looked so good for TBI for a moment there, and we had this situation more than once already, and it's just interesting to see how fast things can, you know, just turn around all of a sudden. And I mean, it's not over yet, you know. Booker has a good read on FaZe. Hello, might be yeah, that was a little bit scary for a moment there, but yeah, Booker so good with the patience play, but unfortunately he waited a little bit too long. He should have, I mean, obviously he doesn't know, but he should have, you know, taken the shot earlier. And Awesome, surely he's happy about that one.
Yeah, easy to say when you've got all the information in the world from our position, but not so easy to do in the server. Clean one though for Awesome in the end, and it's going to get GV up to 8. Not too far away from match point. Get aggressive into control room. Love to see that, but Awesome is under a bit of pressure here toward A, winning his duel against Booker. Only good for the one there. Needed maybe Snox to chime in with something from the window. In the end, it'll just be some chip damage from the nades, and he charges his way down the stairs for another kill. But FaZe also falling, and there's still a player roaming around in mid here for TBI. So this is where things start to get a little bit messy. C4's back over toward the B bomb site, at least running in that direction. GV have fully rotated into A. They've cleared that out now, and they're getting the information through. But in the meanwhile, TBI are getting their work done as well.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's just a good move here by TBI. You know, just running around the map for once, but works out. They have a really good position to win this now. I mean, yeah, they have a man down, but I feel like they have a great chance to win this, and now Gainer makes it even more possible. Make it even easier now. 7 left alone, surely not. 15 seconds on the board. I mean, King, okay, Gainer, that's your teammate. Not supposed to kill that one, and yeah, 7. Surely not this one. The timer is about to hit 0, and great work by TBI. I was mentioning it, right? So this round was looking a little bit weird for them, but they managed to turn this one around.
Yeah, it was a good call, no doubt about it. GV won't be happy with how these rounds are playing out for the most part. Got to find a way to change something up. I didn't actually mind the aggression that they showed towards control room in the previous. Didn't get anything out of it. This round, things might have gone a bit awry if they would have thrown it in the mix. It's 4 players in that direction from TBI. Creed's waiting with a smoke in hand. Get it down on a pretty good timing. The nade will go through as well. Not doing any damage though. Wants to have a little bit of a look, but might be better not getting that information, to be honest.
Yeah, so the patience play is coming Creed's way, and oh well. A lot of info coming his way as well, and I wonder how they are going to respond. 7 getting a lot of info towards BC here, which is so good. Bevan not able to get things handled for him, but there's King and Booker trying to save the day once again. And well, Awesome and Snox, you know, possible, but unlikely, I would say. I mean, the retake is pretty tough. Snox still not close, trying to get to the quad position here.
Yeah, Dirty. His attention is going to be turned away from Awesome for the moment, so that is going to allow Awesome to start pushing his way forward, but at the cost of Snox's life, probably not worth it. Almost an impossible fight for Awesome to win, and TBI go one step closer. First half, it felt like GV could do no wrong, and second half, things just really haven't looked the same. Gainer has definitely stepped up in a big way. A lot of multi-frags from him with that rifle in hand. I'd like to see GV rock the boat a little bit, change something up here, do something a little bit unorthodox, because these default standard sort of setups aren't really working out for them.
Yeah. Well, I think what GV hasn't tried yet is, you know, pushing woods very early to, you know, maintain that control, but we are about to see if FaZe has an answer to that here, and Gainer, I'm not sure. It's kind of back and forth. I mean, FaZe now on half HP, so that didn't really work out the way GV wanted it, but it's yeah, it's a slow start, I would say. I mean, yeah, there was a little bit of a fight going on there, but nothing that surprises me too much. And TBI, no, looking towards Belong. I mean, it's only dirty, probably just to distract Awesome a bit here. And oh boy, yeah. The smoke is not a wall, but sometimes it seems that way.
Yeah. Time running down a little bit later than what we've seen from previous rounds here. And Awesome, great position to set himself up in for a double kill. Snox ran out of bullets, couldn't lock down the third kill, and Creeds falls, 7 falls. Oh, how? That was supposed to be the round for GV. That started so well. And now it's fallen apart. TBI get up to 7. You would be disappointed with that one, particularly if your name is Awesome, because you get the double and then round just falls apart. Looks like we'll get a timeout here as well.
Oh yeah.
TBI very what's the word here? Animated, I guess.
Yeah, well, just take another look at King, right? You see him here in the top middle once again. Look at him just moving around his hands, explaining exactly what they need to do to, you know, get to the victory here, and it's so good to see. This is what when I think about TBI, this is exactly what I always think about, you know, just King explaining his team how to win those games, and you can kind of tell he's still going on about it. It's so good to see. And back to GV, I know I said it, I think I said it last game, but what GV likes to do when they have the upper hand, right? You remember, like, they tend to just throw it away.
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely very reminiscent of my feelings about GV as well. You know, I was obviously saying, like, in the start of this match, like, they can look so good, and then they just go missing a little bit, and that's kind of the story of Subbase. They just looked like they could do anything in that first half, dropping out of the vent, pushing in through wood, doing whatever they wanted, getting aggressive, going fast in the most kind of ludicrous ways, and they would get away with it. And now that they're on the GR side, they just can't seem to make anything work at all. So GV is as GV does. They still have a 1-round lead at the moment, but it is very quickly being brought back by TBI at the moment. And TBI also a team that, you know, they kind of need some success early on in the season here if they're going to be a discussion point for going into playoffs, because they didn't do too well last season. Haven't done too well to start off this season. So got to get the ball rolling. And let's see how things shape up. It looks like everyone's getting ready to jump back in. So we'll get underway shortly.
Yep. Here we are again, back into the game, and let's see if GV is able to turn things back to their favor. I mean, they haven't won a round in, a long time, and TBI, I like to see this confidence from them. Look at them just early on in Woods, but Nox and Awesome kind of ready for that, but I think he got spotted there. I'm not sure. Gainer taking a big risk here. Yeah, finally just backing up, which is the way better decision here. And yeah, TBI, very confident. You love to see it.
Yep. FaZe has changed things up. He's got the auto shotty in the vent. This is something that we do see from him every now and then. However, hasn't happened so far in this matchup just yet. So for GV, they're going to maybe throw their hat in the ring in that respect. But TBI, they might just fall into the trap. There it is from FaZe, clean as a whistle. Works like a charm. And is that going to be enough to get them over the line onto match point?
You know, what we just witnessed there is super classic for FaZe. I mean, yeah, it looks like something no one would ever do, right? But FaZe has done this so many times. I'm not even able to, you know, count them all. But yeah, FaZe has done this so many times. It's kind of classic for him now. And well, once you know, reveal yourself in the event position, you kind of need to, you know, get away. And this is exactly what he's doing. And maybe he's able to, you know, switch that shotgun eventually. But I think he just did. No, he didn't. Okay, yeah. But TBI now in a difficult position, especially now with 7 killing King here and 30 seconds on the board. Not likely to go in their favor.
No, Creeds has got the information as well that there's at least one more player toward the locker room. So information is there for GV that this is more than likely going to be a push toward the B-bomb site. 7 going to take that duel. 20 seconds now. What's the intention here for TBI? They're really waiting that timer down. Awesome. He will drop, but that's a fairly inconsequential frag when you consider that the C4's over toward B. They have to get into B. There's no way you rotate to A now. It's all onto Booker. Time has run away from Kim. He'll get a kill on the way out, but wishful thinking in the end, and GV go up to 9. Yep. 1 round away from finishing the map off.
Well. Finally, GV getting another round. I mean, it took forever, but TBI, I'm sure they have an answer to that. FaZe. Okay, come on. I mean, yeah, once, sure, but twice and like back to back. I don't know about this one, but maybe he will prove me wrong. But TBI, they need an answer for this one, because if they are not getting 2 more rounds back to back, this is over. This is a 2-0 for GV, but let's not get there too fast, because I think TBI, they have an answer.
So far, they've had a lot of answers on this blacklist side, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and agree with you. A little bit of an exchange of fire there between Snox and King. Doesn't really amount to a whole lot, but some util being bled out of GV. And again, FaZe is up to his usual trick, so he's got full vents control. Push is coming in. TBI, 7 with a bit of a job to do here. He's going to get 1, FaZe another, and actually FaZe dropped out of the vent and got 2. That is unreasonable. It looks like the final death blow has been initiated, and TBI will be eliminated from the map. It's a 2-0 tonight for GV Esports, and to be fair, they had to work a little harder there on sub base, but they got the job done comfortably enough in the end. 10-7. Didn't really quite get to that tight point where you go, oh, well, that was really, really close. So good effort from TBI to bring it back, but just wasn't enough in the end, and they ran out of steam.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like TBI could have really won this one. It was looking good for, you know, some couple of rounds, but in the end, GV, like we kind of expected, won this one. But yeah, you still got to give credit to TBI for this amazing performance. And of course, King, really gotta give it to him. He was still so you know, how you say that, he was really trying to win this one. It didn't work out in the end, but gotta give it to him.
Gainer as well in that second half, he kind of got the ball rolling. You know, there was a lot of multi-frags from him, a lot of impact frags, but again, always going to be difficult to come back from a 7-2 kind of a lead. And yeah, GV did slow down a little bit in that second half, but they gave themselves enough time with that first half lead to find themselves again, change things up, made that adaptation. FaZe, as soon as he gets the auto shotty in hand, starts playing in the vents 2 rounds in a row, works out for them, and that's that. That was all that GV needed. So happy days as far as GV is concerned. And yeah, I think it was important that they got a win tonight, to be quite honest. It's really been a bit of a up and down season from them so far. The 1-1 last week against unKnights, I'm sure they would have wanted a 2-0 there. Obviously, they would have liked to get a 2-0 against 3VL, though I think that's wishful thinking, so 1-1's probably acceptable there. But also dropping 2-0 to LCK on week 1, game 1, maybe they would have liked it a little bit more out of that one. So a few, you know, rounds left on the table perhaps for GV, but a 2-0 tonight against TBI, very much in line with expectations and should get them back on the right track.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, tomorrow GV has to face Lazarus, and to be fair, I expected, Lazarus to, kind of lose today, and now they kind of tied it, and I'm not sure about tomorrow, really. I feel like GV is going to have a tough opponent tomorrow, and I kind of love to see that. I mean, I don't like these easy games, where some team is just way better than the other, and, for TBI, facing Anubis might be a little bit... I'm not sure who to favor here, but yeah, this is definitely a game that I'm looking forward to. And now looking at the stats, any thoughts from your side?
Awesome, pretty solid day at the office, as is usually expected of him. He'll be the MVP for this map, but for the series overall, that's a bit of a more difficult discussion point. Dirty gets the standout key player for his side. There was a couple of options. For me personally, probably would have gone with Gainer. End of the day though, 2.22 KD, that's about as good as it's going to get. Over a kill around as well as very happy days. And no one able to stand up to that one for TBI. But the overall match MVP was indeed awesome. 1.5 KD for the series as a whole, which is certainly not shabby at all.
Yeah, no, totally. I agree with you. I mean, awesome. He has been great last weekend, and he continues to be. And, what's there left to say? I feel like, GV is really stepping up eventually. I mean, they still have a long road to go, and, they probably have to, watch more replays as we go further. But overall, I really gotta give it to TBI. They really tried their very best to win this one. It didn't work out in the end, but in the end, the bigger result counts. 2-0 is the first day for them. And yeah, again, maybe tomorrow they have a better day, but yeah, looking at the overall standings, oh yes, this is looking a lot different than I expected the outcome to be. But yeah, Lazarus now in the 4th spot, like you mentioned earlier. You want them in the top four spot, and this is the case.
Yeah, and GV inside of the top 3 as well. I like to see that. Now, what's interesting for me is we do get Lazarus versus GV tomorrow, so that'll be the battle for 3rd. Obviously, LCK and 3BL will be wanting to hold on to 1st and 2nd with some sort of wins respectively in their series. And then obviously TBI and Anubis. Again, for those two teams, it's actually quite an important game to pick up on. We talk about matches against your sort of same tier opponents, and to me, Anubis and TBI are kind of on that same tier as teams that are trying to just push their way inside the top 5. So it'll be an important game for them tomorrow. But obviously, that's a discussion for another day. It's been a pleasure to have you with us tonight. We'll have more Crossfire for you tomorrow, same time, same place. So do make sure to tune back in for that one, which will be Anubis and TBI kicking the day off. For now, though, wish you a very good night. See you then.
They're going to have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing Crossfire action? The 2nd season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice for us and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
About to live it up, I'm about to level up.